Hello and welcome to the Cyber Arena. Oh, what have we got?
I think we've got our.
I can hear audio.
I think that's our Hong Kong casters. Let's have a listen. They're like good evening, and we're like good morning. That's how the world works. But we have
true.
we have more Valorant coming today. I think we had a really good day yesterday. I was thinking about it last night, of just kind of like, we've casted EU, we've casted N8, now we're casting an area of the sort of Asian Pacific that hasn't really got that much credit. China's still waiting for the game, I think, to come out over there. Korea, everybody's going to be looking at Korea anyway. And then, of course, you've still got like Absolute Jupiter and all of the Jupiter tournaments, or all of the Japanese tournaments happening at the moment. But this is the first real one that's happened in this Southeast Asia region of the world: Singapore, Hong Kong, Philippines, Indonesia. All of those kind of stuff. So if you are new to the stream, which I've seen a lot more people watching this stream today, which is great. This is a general breakdown. It's very similar to previous Ignition events that have happened in like NA. 4 groups of 4, top 2 go off to playoffs. There's no double elimination bracket as well. It's just single elim, best of 3s all the way to the grand finals. So we should be getting through these group stages today and tomorrow, and we've seen pretty much all of the teams, and the teams that we haven't seen, we're going to be seeing first thing today, Tom.
Yeah, I think that obviously for some of the teams, it will be a little bit of a learning curve for us. As said, like we saw some of them yesterday. I think we realized that maybe teams like Morph were a little bit further down the bottom of the barrel, and we're pleasantly surprised with how good Paper X actually were, beating the Thailand Attitude team. I'm interested to see what we have from Fives. Obviously, they were with Android Esports literally like days before the event was set to go live, and then ended up getting dropped by their organization. So they've got a point to prove, I guess you could say. And with the likes of Only One Word and Superdomineering, who had a pretty close game earlier in the tournament, I think that it could make things a little bit more interesting. As said, though, like some of the earlier groups, they're not decided. But for example, I think for teams like Morph, it's clearly quite evident that there isn't really a chance for them to get through, and we've already lost one of our teams in Kilo is Dead, which sounds like a fantastic name, but it is very well fitting. Also interested to see more of Group A, but I like this. We've actually got some individual player statistics of who's been doing the best so far, and it was TKCC. I remember that match. I think he got 28 kills, so he had a very good performance. I was impressed by Milk as well, but I believe that was probably in the first match they played. AHQ did very well, but then their second match went quite badly, so they've got to try and turn it around again today.
Is this on the Clean Feed stream? Because I've still got the rewards up. I just wanted to double check. Now, there we go. We can have a look at them. But I guess like Only One Word would have had one very straightforward game to go over. Super Domineering didn't look super dominant. I think we've made that joke so many times, but we can have a brief look at least at the 4 teams actually that we haven't seen at all in this tournament. The first 2, TaFZ versus Fives, played today. The other 2 teams in Group C alongside Only One Word and Super Domineering. So this, I think, is very much a grudge match on, I'll be honest, who's going to be joining Only One Word to come out of the groups for playoffs. It's interesting to know as well that Fives might be a team that you don't recognize or even see on the likes of Liquipedia or your favorite website for tracking down on stats and stuff. They were Team Adroit, but Team Adroit dropped this roster as this tournament started, so they'll be playing under Fives. They'll still be involved and stuff. So it would be a nice win for them, I suppose, after being just dropped, to then do well and try and climb out of these groups at least.
I wonder if was it Gikama has paid to have like a buffer body than the rest of the team, because he looks pretty swole in comparison to everybody else, but at the same time his head doesn't quite look like it fits. I do like some of these pictures where it's clear that for a lot of these teams that we won't have seen them at too many big events, and there's definitely like some real opportunities coming up in Valorant at the moment. And of course, before I was rudely interrupted by some of the other commentators, this is of course an Ignition series. This is one where there's a lot of money on the line, $20,000 US, and it basically is the chance, as you were mentioning, to sort of find out who is going to be those teams to beat within Southeast Asia, who are going to go on to challenge the likes of the Koreans, who will face off against some of the Chinese teams later down the line, and well, obviously the likes of Absolute as well, who have been fantastic in Japan, and I think only dropped like their first map recently, which is incredible. Like we've seen plenty of teams, even like the dominance of G2, they've even dropped maps, dropped best of twos even. So it's to see a team be that dominant within a region is good in a sense. There means that you have a fantastic team, but it does worry me a little bit that without that sort of competition, as we saw with G2, sometimes they can taper off at least a little bit until someone rises to the challenge.
Definitely, and I would imagine that as time goes on and the world starts to sort of clear up and be able to travel more, that we will see at least these Asian regions playing off against each other a little bit more frequently, I guess. Like, you're looking at the Oceanic region more than, say, Korea and China particularly, but we are going straight into our first game, Fives versus TaFZ. Good to Ascent, actually, which is very surprising considering that we saw Haven like 5 times out of the 8 games yesterday. We saw Bind once, we saw Split twice. So seeing this map being played means that we've been able to check out at least all of the maps. But I do have a feeling that some of these execute heavy maps are often unfavored by some of the teams, at least the teams that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, for sure, and the fact that we've ended up here, as you said, is fairly interesting. It's a map that even within like the likes of EU, there's a lot of teams, a lot of players that don't necessarily like it. I think it was watching Soulcast's stream yesterday, and then someone was like, "Can you agree with me that Bind's the worst map?" And he went, "No, I hate Ascent."
And we're looking at a fairly aggressive defense, actually, when it comes to sort of pushing out there, and it's going to be the Silver that gets caught out completely. Dispenser is a great name, and it's unfortunate to see that Adroit is in the team like name of some of the players too, considering that they've been left to the wayside. But considering that, Fives have had a pretty good start, losing the Silver as first blood. They managed to turn this around now. It's just a 3 versus 1 going on to the Ghosts and fighting alongside. So defense wins out first with a very aggressive hold. They pushed all the way down like B main to B lobby. So I can see this happening quite a lot on the defense. Certainly to pushing mid if they decide to do it. But for the most part, we can't really break down obviously too much yet.
Yeah, I think it's like that sort of level of aggression that we've seen. Oh, I think I'm a little bit... Oh, that's annoying. I'm going to have to restart mine because I'm like a second behind you.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. And I think, well, if I'm behind, I have to restart it completely.
We were just saying that, like, all of yesterday, the clean feed didn't drop for me at all, and then it's the first thing that it does today.
Oh, that's... I was questioning, like, how I did, like, it desynced within the first few seconds, but I'll be loading that up, so you have to give me a cheeky little countdown again.
That's fine, I could do that in a second, right after we see this second round play out. No deaths yet, but yet again, 5 going aggressive on the defense when it comes to B main. This could easily be punished if this is something that they're going to telegraph. Could even be punished now. Pinocchio gets a nice flash off, and suddenly this round is going a bit awry for 5. It's just the second round, and they've been outplayed by themselves when it comes to just trying to do the same thing too frequently. Spike is going to get planted on the B site, and it's just the Omen and the Cypher left alive for 5. Staggered. Actually, the Cypher's going to be rushing onto site now, but Gigahama can still get those frags in. Zool is trying to catch him beforehand, but now it's just up to the Omen pushing through Marketplace. He's smoked off, so has to be careful checking his angles. It might not be expected a player to be on the left-hand side here on B main, but he might not be expecting him to be on site now either. Spraying coming on site, Paranoia coming through. And he just peeks out as Yok Chi comes around the corner, gets the headshot in. That's a tough round to lose if you're 5. You obviously want to play a bit more aggro because you have the economy advantage with the guns, but they just ran into their own demise there.
I think that should be good. It's close enough. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think with how aggressive we've seen some of these pushes being, I've been I think that was a little bit over the top for my liking. Like, just pushing all the way through B main has its risk because it is such a tight choke point. So to go in that direction, I'm not really a fan of it. We are going to see them continuously pushing this, though. And I do wonder if TaFZ will be able to shut this down. Again, you can see how far they've already managed to get around into A, and using the little cubby towards the back. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Mid control is always something that interests me when it comes to this map, because you can normally see when a team is confident when they're going to be taking a lot of mid control. Because for the defensive side, it doesn't really work too well. It's really high risk, and as you can see, Dispenser there, well, I think part of that might have been down to weaponry, but it just doesn't work out for him. Cypher, in the form of Gekama, going to have to do so much, and with barely anything, well, Whom has basically just been shut out of the round. Is that? Oh, that's Whomee. Ah, not Whom. I can't wait for Whomee versus you. It's just going to be a beautiful, beautiful game.
Whomee? It's the capitalization as well. But the last alive now has picked up a Spectre. It might just be a case of trying to save this, because 5 losing that second round on an anti-eco from TaFZ, that's just going to ruin your economy, not only for this round, but also like for the foreseeable future if they're not careful too. It just means that 5 have played bonus round for quite some time, so if this attacking team is still picking up rounds in like 4 rounds time, they're pretty much set for the rest of this half at least. So a great start for the attack and a really solid execution, going through short to tree and then all the way through, closing the door, smoking off particular points, putting a wall up on scaffolding. It seems to be a team that really values these executions, and it's nice to see on a map like this, considering we watched a lot of Haven yesterday and it was very much think on your feet territory for some of the teams. There were a lot of really awkward executions, and then we of course saw a great game yesterday with Paper X and Thailand Attitude that overfought almost every execute that they did. It was really entertaining to watch, and a good example, I suppose, on trying to outwit your opponent but only really playing yourself. But regardless, like, again, a lot of space could be taken from the attacking team, but 5 are just always around the corner. They are playing super aggro or mid, which not a lot of teams do. And it's a lot of bodies dedicated to a particular area of the map that TaFZ don't really have much interest in taking. So this could be really awkward on either the A or B site, especially with how 5 are rotating.
Well, you can already see the temptation to get right up in the faces of the opposition. Omen very close by. Borkum looking to try and potentially find some sort of entry, but again, they've left this Cypher as almost a lurk spot. Dispenser, though, he's playing basically one and done spots, it seems. It doesn't really look to me to be worth the risk, especially because there's no opportunity for a trade in any of these positions. Like, you're basically just trying to fight, and if you don't get more than one, it's just not worthwhile. So I do question like some of the decisions that are currently being made, because it's not really team play, which you can't really get away with too much in Valorant unless you're maybe using an ultimate, or if you're in a position where you can at least escape. For now, though, after losing mid, the B site also falls. And it is going to be another round on the board for TaFZ. Definitely looking like the better squad in my eyes so far.
And it doesn't even really feel like 5 are just mechanically behind, because I just feel we haven't really seen any good engagements for them. Look at where the players have died on this defense. Like, the 2 in mid just don't need to be there, really. And then you've got 1 dying on shot, which, you know, makes sense. You've got to sort of push aggro there for intel and to try and keep that space at least. But certainly, I think it was the Rays that died sort of the left-hand side of the gate on mid.
Oh, no. That's such a waste. A free kill almost for Gekama. You could tell that they were just trying to save the weaponry, but after realizing, oh, free kill, it ends up slipping away.
Ooh. That could have been awkward. I think this is going to be another save coming out of Whomee and the rest of 5. The good thing about this is that we will see Whomee versus... Is it only one word to you? Or was it Superdomineering that you was playing on?
I think it was only. I think it was that team.
Only one word. You.
Yeah. I think, am I? Yeah, it was. And that was the team that TKCC was on as well, who's currently our top-rated player of the whole tournament, so...
No surprise, really. Some solid Brimstone, but we've only seen pretty much on average one game for at least some of the teams. Some of them we've seen two, but not all that many. We'll see them play out today, along with Mitch and Banks, who are going to be here for the second half of today. So we'll have the first 4 games, and they'll have the last 3. And they're all best of ones, round robin in the groups too, so there are a lot of surprise results that can certainly come out just with a best of one. And certainly I think map comfortability is going to play a big part, not only in the group stages, but the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, we're already going to see Borkum as well. This is what the position I at least call the hazed after seeing him with the classic dispenser.
So much utility thrown out.
Yeah, dude, just throwing out absolutely everything. And now we're going to see the push coming in onto the site. The Phoenix Flash is actually perfect and will gain a second entry already as they will get the spike planted. Borkum, though, has managed to find out too. This is a better position dispenser with another. What was such a good start for the attackers has fallen on its face. That flank from Borkum is absolutely perfect. He managed to sneak his way through mid and get behind them. And while 3-2, 5 do bounce back, but that was off a very big individual play.
That's what happens when the aggressive position in a 5 doesn't get pushed. Certainly in mid, just you wait for it. You wait for the attacking team to make a surefire execute onto one of the sites from one general direction. And then you just flank behind. You can clearly see the TaFZ weren't expecting it. And I think from there, if you're trying to hold off a retake, at least as the defenders, you want to have A main control at least. If all of the attackers are going through short and then all the way onto site that way, they don't really have a leg to stand on when it comes to keeping control of the site from different directions. It was really well played from TaFZ to get there. They got some nice frags, but as soon as that spike was near enough planted, the wraparound was good. It's just whether 5 dedicate too much to that, but you could see already that they've got into TaFZ's head a little bit when it comes to now fighting over space that nobody needs nor wants when it comes to the center of mid.
Well, this time a much more passive hold. As mentioned, you sort of saw the hazed style Omen in mid in the last, but more of an abandonment this time. It might be because they've got Dispenser on the operator, so he can be a little bit more proactive around this position, try and take some aggro peaks. But as of right now, it is looking like they're edging in towards this B site. Door closed.
Oh no, that's not a good
that
wall.
Is not at all. That's left a massive gap. But JC, I like it. He's actually going to utilize it to his own advantage. Here comes to run it back. An aggressive push into the site, but the paranoia actually leaves him blind for the majority. I think he's going to fall back before he actually gets anything done. That is unfortunate and a great use of utility. Still, though, there is a lot to do. Borkum, again, trying to sneak his way within the cage. He's around so many different players. He's got to be careful because there's one just below him. He's going to walk straight in. An easy kill for Zerono. And now they have to kill this man at the back of sight, and they have to do it fast. They failed. It's JC Vash. He's managed to hold the line, and there's not enough time. It's just going to be trying to remove that operator, and maybe they can hold on to it. It's not going to be the case. Can they retrieve the secondary? They will.
Do you think JC Vash is like a distant relative of JC Stani?
Maybe it feels the last name. I don't, unless they've done it backwards, where they put their last name first.
Certainly inspired by the name. Maybe even the playstyle a little bit. Like we saw double operator there being run by the defenders, which was a very early like NA strategy. It's still something that they're going to be running on this defense. And for the fact that TaFZ is actually running 2 controllers with Brimstone and Omen, I feel like I'm watching NA Valorant 2 months ago. Because this was a very common thing. It feels very much like a TSM versus Immortals like lineup when you look at the agents in play particularly. But Sageless on the attack too, you see a lot of teams, like even the Sageless comp teams, like well, was Fabrica, now Fun plus Phoenix, starting to pick up a Sage on Ascent now, which they didn't used to do, so that could be a bit of a problem for TaFZ, but the scores are tied up and there's a lot of ultimates available. And Dispenser's such a nice pixel-perfect angle, but he does get traded out. The rest of the attackers are going to make their way onto site, just clearing up any angles behind them, because they know that Borkum likes to lurk. So they're not really going to check it. They might peek out a little bit. Yeah, he's right there again. The Paranoia's going to come out, put a bit of pressure onto the Cypher that's holding it. But it's going to be really difficult for the defenders to try and retake this, especially Borkum getting a bit too big for his boots with that play there. It's like watching Korea.
I know exactly where.
It looks great when it works, but when it doesn't, you look like a fool. And JC, the second he's got this operator in hand, has started to become a real problem for them. Change, though, has brought it back and now has to try and clutch this out, but he won't be able to. Me is going to close out the round, and they will have enough time to get that defusal through. We're actually going to switch it up just to try and get that showstopper a little bit sooner.
Imagine if Me and you played on the same team and they need to defuse a spike.
Oh, God.
Who needs the ultimate points? You do. Who, me? No. You need it. Me? No.
God.
We did this yesterday. I don't think it's ever going to get tiring. Some of the names,
yeah, it works both ways, though, because you could be like, oh, we need to defuse. Who's going to do it? You or who, me? It's so bad. Oh, God.
All of the people that were born in the 1940s that grew up with that kind of comedy loving the stream right now.
Yeah, you know, the classic age group of Valorant fans.
Yeah, the 55 plus demographic.
I think if you're saying 1940s, you're being a little bit kind with 55 plus.
Yeah. Well, the nostalgic people of the 55 plus.
Well, this round is finally where TaFZ have actually run out of cash, and there's been a few close rounds. Like, they've managed to get the spike down multiple times, but it's those retakes that they've just struggled to hold on. Their after plants don't look particularly good. Like, they keep being flanks that they're being caught out by, and even just positions where you kind of need to be expecting someone like the short push that came in from JC and opened up a lot of space. It does seem like they've invested a little bit into this, though. I think the Cypher actually had a weapon, and, well, already, Pinocchio's is going to be able to drop an operator. However, they clearly have that paranoia ready just to try and quell any sort of pushes if they do get a little bit more aggressive. And it allows players to get back into the site, which I quite like. It's not something that I've seen too much of. Again, like, Hazed is the person that I'm always going to make comparisons to with playing the Omen on this map, because he seems to get so much done in mid and make things very awkward for a lot of squads. But yeah, up to five. That joke's only going to work once. And yeah, realistically, they've started to build into this one. I wasn't overly impressed with the first few rounds, but I do wonder if maybe that's just a little bit of jitters coming out.
Trying to make too much happen in some cases too. Like, I understand the sort of need to get in there early to just have a bit of aggressive dominance on this defense. You don't want to feel like you're giving up too much space for free. Even now, you're seeing it on the A side, like the double stack, just to make sure that Pinocchio's can't come around this corner too easily. That he has to dedicate utility regardless of whether there's people there or not. And he's going to be watching to see if anybody pushes beyond him. Yukama's in a very open spot with not too much utility to break apart from this. He's just open bait, and he's not even going to be able to get traded out. It was an aggressive angle that might not have been the best choice. But you could see the rotation coming in from the defenders just to sort of cover that ground. But now the Cypher wants to make space on B. But if he wants to take it very quickly, he needs to break that wall. It's a glorified tripwire that the Sages put up for fives.
Ooh, second time now we've actually seen that JC Vash plays around his own wall and actually manages to get an opener for the squad. Dispenser actually hasn't fallen back. And, oh, he's going to miss the shot as well. He's starting to get pressure. The rest of the team trying to go behind him. I like how he goes for one of the other players rather than the run it back ultimate, of course. The point of that is that he wouldn't have got a kill. Umi also will be able to pick off one and then uses the Hunter's Fury. This is perfect, but he's only going to connect one of the blasts. The Sage will stay standing. Now they've got to try and find a way back into this one, and they do actually have a res on that attack inside as well. So if they can bring someone back from the fray, this round is almost over. Instead, Umi might still have an opportunity. He spotted the gun as well after the reveal would have given away the Sage anyway. The problem is there's a fairly decent crossfire, although they changed their positions. Luckily, Pinocchio is still going to have the trade. 4 on the board for TaFZ, but it's very close, and these rounds are going to be costly because if they lose one straight back financially, they'll be in a bit of an awkward spot.
Thanks.
Interested to see where this sort of goes from here on out. It was really the Cypher dying that early that just opened it up for TaFZ. As soon as you lose a player like that and you want your 4 players covering near enough everywhere on Ascent, and 5 were expecting the A push, and even then they were braced for it and it still didn't work out all that well. You can see the difference now when it comes to the A hold. It's much more passive, using utility instead of bodies to try and stop this. An aggressive play be made on the other side. So this is good from 5, just spicing things up as much as possible, pushing in aggressive areas. And now mid is just an area that TaFZ don't really want to push on because they're super scared of the Omen and what he's able to do.
This time they've managed to take some control, and actually the paint shell is going to do enough to kill off Pinocchio's a strong start. As mentioned last round, there is still a res available, so I do wonder if we're just going to see the wall coming through, and actually no, just go straight for the res. That's so risky. I'm not sure how that showstopper doesn't actually manage to get a frag, and Zerl has managed to take off both players from the A site, so the entry's working wonderfully at the moment. And that is something, again, I think has been a bit of an oversight so far for 5, is the ability for the team to push through that A short position. Like, either they seem to be able to cover one or the other. Their control of A is just not particularly good.
And you've just got to have a better idea. It's so difficult to retake too, so you're seeing just the 2 people dying in the doorway. It wouldn't surprise me if TaFZ for the rest of this game just keep going A. Because there's no counterplay really that 5 can run, because they're trying to play aggro, they're getting picked off, they're trying to play a little bit more passive, and they're just letting TaFZ onto the site. And so far we haven't really seen much of a retake from either of these sides, really. The only time that we saw it work is when the Omen rotates around and goes A main, but you see in every single time that he dies, he's getting picked off by somebody in mid, so TaFZ are reading the defense really well. Taking face value frags very early on, and then just waiting for that Omen to try and make a play, take him out, and then the rest of the round is seemingly going in for free. So 5-5 for 5 in TaFZ. Going into the end of this round, things could change dramatically, as we've seen in some of the previous games, when the sides switch halves. And you can see the impact that Balcom has been having on the Omen, but last few rounds, I don't imagine there's been many frags coming from him.
Well, yeah, and I do think that we're looking at a similar case of the majority of raises we've seen from Asia so far is just a risk taker that a lot of the time will get kills, but also in other rounds will almost lose it for you with either giving away openings, or in this case, Dispenser has been taking some serious risks. It's looking like we're about to get a little bit more than that. On the boxes on short, which only really give you a cross. Like if they try and take mid control, you have the off angle. The problem with this is getting out of this position is relatively difficult, but that's why you've got to raise. You have those blast packs, allow for the extra movement, and you can see the Dispenser's taking those risks again. This time, though, it pays off. 2 opening picks. Pinocchio's gone. And actually, he's going to get more aggressive. They line up. The quad kill for Dispenser. It's all coming up trumps for him in this round. And, well, I guess this is why it's worth the risk for 5 sometimes. If he can get away with this much, and Yokchi going to be the only one left, freebie onto Humi, should have a decent idea of where Dispenser's going to be, but I suppose with how aggressive he's been over the last few rounds, you could kind of assume he would be anyway. Anywhere, even.
He does have from the shadows, so he can take himself literally anywhere if he wants to go for a cheeky plant. And there's only 3 defenders too, so it's certainly doable. It isn't going to be now as time is going to run out, but shows that even going into this last round, this operator, if it gets saved, is only going to be useful for the next round, and that'll be it when we switch sides. Shows how important these rounds are to the attackers. And that kill onto Dispenser, I don't think it's going to really do much in the long run, but Yokchi holding on to that gun is going to be super important. 5, though, I think have been the better team on this defense. 7-5, I think, would be a fitting scoreline. But there have been some very big exploitations that TaFZ have been able to make, and I would imagine would continue to make once we switch sides too.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I just want to see them go back towards that A site. I think they've been hugely successful so far, and it's very reliant on Dispenser being able to get kills, which when you have a Cypher alongside a Raze playing in these angles and you're not really able to hold the site too well, I am a little bit worried for them going forward. Especially if we see a slightly stronger defense. Then again, Pinocchio's has started to go a little bit quieter as well. And considering he's the man that you need to be getting the entries, the one taking the risks for the squad, it could be a bit of a problem. Now, they do have a fair few ultimates here. You've got the run it back, which is basically a free entry frag or a site take if the opponent falls back. You've also got the orbital strike, which, as we've already seen, they like to use to try and clear out that heaven position. So he's got to be careful, though, because we know how aggressive Dispenser likes to be. He's going to hear the door broken, and that's a lot of information gathered. Going to throw out the boom bot just to try and grab a little bit more, but it is looking like that A execute, Ryan, and I think that will be coming in a moment.
I think it says a lot that this A execute has been coming in, and the Cypher really hasn't had that much impact, but Gikama actually, as I say, it still gets a frag, but Gikama walks into the orbital strike that was placed on the back of site. Now the attackers have the man advantage, but only by 1 now. JC Vash for the operator can only get so much done. The spike is still in A main, so there is a little bit of time for Borkum to come in and maybe try and get a frag. But it's going to be awkward. Zorino has this place on lockdown. The spray isn't particularly still out of him, but an easy frag if Borkum's looking in the opposite direction like he was. 6-all. Surprising considering that TaFZ had a really bright start to the game, at least. 5 looked dominant in some cases, and then started to drift off again. I say surprising, but it seems like applicable to both teams, really. Like, this could change dramatically, though, on this side. I can see one of the teams just starting to pull ahead a little.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing as well, is obviously we've seen like sort of differences on Ascent between EU and NA of like which side is favored. Going into Asia, especially Southeast Asia, we genuinely have no clue which side this map will lie to. So if it is going to be one of those maps where it's either heavy to one side, we might have just seen a fantastic half for one of these teams, and it's relatively difficult to tell. I do think that we definitely need to see 5 in the future do a little bit more work on that A side, because it looked really underwhelming, especially where it's your Cypher holding. The B side was actually very good. I think the aggression of JC was perfect. They seem to have the Omen holding the cross, which is similarly here very good for denying those aggressive B pushes. If you rush in and every single one of your players gets blinded, it's going to be a little bit tougher.
And TaFZ getting the first frag towards B. It's surprising to see they've not rotated over there to stack up. And that's because 5 have rotated 2 A short. But they realise that there's a lot of utility there. Borkum's just going to lurk and bring a bit of the attention at least. But this looks indecisive quite a bit by 5. They can pull and push and pull TaFZ on this defense from side to side. But I feel more than anything now, they're just going to run into a little bit of a trap when it comes to, obviously, the utility from Cypher, but also the stacked people. But now TaFZ starting to rotate away. I think they're starting to overthink things a little bit now. Change, having to kill the boom bot beforehand. So it's a bit of a flurry of shots. That Molotov's great, though, actually. Zerl is able to open up some of the kills for himself, but has to reload at the most inopportune time. Pinocchio's, though, can pick up the frag, pick up the last player alive with Humi, and that should be a straightforward defuse. I think really well done from the defense, but they did start to overthink it when it came to where they want to position themselves, just at the wrong time of that round.
I think the thing that really worries me for 5 at the moment, though, is just looking at the current composition of the defense. I think they, like, excluding the Phoenix, you can see that this is almost meant to be a very, very defensive comp. Like, you've got the Sage, which, as we already mentioned, is something that teams they've been bringing in a little bit more. There's so many different boosts that I quite like to see using that wall, but also we've just seen it currently holding that A site, which, as we saw from 5, was a real struggle for them. But a combination of a Sage and a Cypher, that's going to be filthy to try and break down. Not so much because of the walls, but because of all the traps combined with slows. And then they have that mid-push rotation that came in even in that round from Brimstone with a nice molly. That means they're basically stuck in ice, and they've got to worry about traps, and there's a potential of a Molotov. I don't want to be the one pushing into that. And it seems like they do. They're going to go back for this once again. A nice start for Humi. The trap is going to be pushed into it. Well, Zareno is already showing to me that he is a dominant Cypher so far. He does get surrounded, and I'm a bit disappointed at how slow that rotation was. I feel like they could have been there a little bit quicker, especially with him managing to get 2 kills. And all in all, as a round, as an individual for 5, that's not bad. They do a lot of damage with very little, and I honestly thought it was going to be a lot cleaner than that after the Cypher got a quick double.
Yeah, they get the plant in for a little extra money, get a few frags in onto TaFZ too, which means that they have to upgrade now. They can't have this little buffer that you would have if you've won the first couple of rounds and a half. But nevertheless, the defense is starting to pull a little bit of a lead, sort of looking at what Twitch chat and stuff have been saying. 5s have done recently pretty well across a lot of different tournaments. Must be a bit of a surprise then to see them dropped by a Droid in this fashion. Surrounded a big tournament like this too. Like, yeah, if a team doesn't perform well, you usually kick them after a big tournament like this. So interesting that it's happened beforehand. So 5 want to do themselves a bit more of a service, I suppose, make themselves proud. But they need to be careful of this operator now. Borkum's just going to be lurking down mid. He could be a real thorn in the side of TaFZ if he's not kept in check. And the Brimstone just sitting back a little bit isn't going to last too long as Dispenser kills Zareno. It forces out this rotation, and this is where this Omen on attack could be a real problem if he can get further down the lane and get towards the defender spawn.
Already, as you mentioned, I think there's going to have to be some sort of big play here coming out from Omen, because so far this has not looked good. I will say this is now the 2nd round in a row that he's managed to sneak around the back of that A site. Paranoia going to be coming through, but the flashbang is even better. How does he get out of there? The shadow step has just wrecked Pinocchio's. And, well, this man, Borkum, is definitely someone we're keeping an eye on at the moment. Probably one of my favorite players so far in the tournament with how he's been playing. And easily, so far, the start for 5. For the defense, it was looking very good until he just ruined their day. Change will look to combine with his Brimstone to try and bring this one back. I don't know how many smokes he has available to try and at least section off this push, but it doesn't look like it's going to work. Gekama will be there to close out the round, and it is going to be 5 breaking back, but I have to admit, if it wasn't for that Omen play, that never would have happened.
Relying a lot on some of these individual plays coming out of Borkum. Some nice play as well from Gekama. Just holding the B main swing, I suppose. Just as TaFZ starts to push the site, he comes out and gets both frags. Must have had some pretty nice spray transfer to get both of them and both headshots too. We haven't really seen too much of the Cyphers up until the last couple of rounds. Serena's been a real rock when it comes to defending on A. And he's going to add to it as well. A double share of headshots, one being a wallbang. Means that this A site isn't looking to be taken just yet off this half save. It's still going to force out a little bit of utility at least. And even the run it back is going to be dedicated on B just to scout a bit of intel. It's going to break a tripwire. But realistically, that's all it's going to do. Bit of an expensive ultimate to use for nothing, but I suppose no information is still good information in the right hands.
So the question I have to ask you is, was that a wallbang or was that a collapse?
Good question.
Because it looks like both X's are on the same spot. How is this happening? Walker's been completely caught out from magic to, well, maybe missteps.
It was
now
two
only
shots.
2 players remaining. Yeah, there were 2 shots. I agree with that, but did just one of them land? I don't know. Maybe we'll have to hope that there's some sort of instant replay later. Okay, JC. All right.
Timing.
Yeah, look, they're both on exactly the same spot, so who knows? But yeah, Dispenser's going to be brought back because of that kill. Pinocchio's has managed to find another one. This round is an absolute mess, but there's still possibilities here for 5. The problem is the time. 20 seconds left coming on the clock, and just trying to delay. The blast pack's going to go straight onto Phoenix's head, and now Humi has found 2 back, but I don't think they have time. There's not really much they can do here. Just has to try and delay. A great position from Yokchi. And all he has to do is survive, and he will. He's got away. He's got away.
A round the 5s really shouldn't have lost, but it was the Cypher. I'm glad I mentioned it. Really, like Cyphers up until this point were very quiet. No real impact from either side in the first half of this game. But Zorino with the double frag there, I think it was collateral. I think you're right. Before that, Gakama just with the crazy lurk alongside Borkum. Very reminiscent of some of the teams in the NA and EU region with some of these strategies. Like the anti-ecos that we saw with Bloom versus TSM especially. It reminds me of that to that level. Just Roker on the arena just doing damage. But this game is a lot closer. Probably more close than the games that we saw yesterday generally. We still have 6 more games to go today after this one. And I was a little bit disappointed looking at the schedule today and kind of saying, oh, I would have liked to have seen some of the teams that we saw yesterday to begin today, just to sort of learn about them and get a bit more context on how good they are. But I'm glad that these 2 are in the tournament. This has been a great match to start us off, and I think both of these have a good chance of getting through playoffs, and I think whoever wins this is going to be a surefire addition.
Well, the amount of utility that's been expended to this A site has actually pulled the complete rotation. I like this, though. The from the shadows straight into the back corner of the site makes things very awkward, but here comes out the orbital strike. It doesn't actually catch anyone. And they managed to clear out Yokchi. Ooh. They've also used the showstopper to clear out one more, but Pinocchio's has managed to get in quite quickly. He's got Zerl alongside him. This retake begins before it seems the attackers are even ready for it. And they've now found out the information. JC Vash, though, he's going to push, almost gaining 2. I don't think that's quite where Dispenser meant to throw that, but the first kill should be coming to him for free. It's down to the 1v1, facing off against Pinocchio's. He's got the paint shells after getting those extra frags earlier, but it doesn't seem to land any damage at all. And I like this from Dispenser. He's just going to wait. He knows that his opponent has to start the defusal, and he is. He's just sticking it, holding it all the way, and Dispenser will clutch the 1 versus 2. 3 kills total, 5 have 8. And it's getting ever closer, as only 1 round is the difference.
Had to be great plays, even a showstopper from distance. It's like in the top right corner of football. It was just so perfectly placed. A rocket that just gets that frag, opens up play, and a really solid execution. Just pushing the B site. There was no mid control, and that is really difficult to do. So I have to wonder how much TaFZ struggled there, how much their economy was suffering from the round before. This is one that's kind of a must-win for them too. I'd very much like to see the scoreboard between these rounds, just to sort of see what guns these defenders have to work with. It's going to be Shouts again, but we know how dangerous these can be, certainly in the hands of Zoreno. But Change is in such an aggressive position, he could easily be caught out. If he doesn't get a frag here, then he's just opened the door for 5s to go even on score.
Zoreno with the Sheriff. Name a better duo. They have killed off Change, which I think was inevitable. He was stuck in the corner being shock darted. The TP into mid, it is not pretty, but it actually is going to be a kill. I was watching it from Zell's POV, but obviously it was the Sheriff that finds a frag, and they really are having problems. We've sort of been very positive so far with what we've been talking about from Borkum, but the last few rounds where they've been in anti-ecos, he's made some clinical errors that have handed weapons away. Luckily, I think they've actually denied that weapon pickup, but now they are going to have that rotation. And again, 5, they make a similar sort of play. They don't have any success on the A site, so they just rotate back to B. And that seems to be where actually TaFZ are leaving a lot of openings here. They're very reliant on 1 or 2 players.
And they only have shorties too. 5 are going to follow for similar tricks. Serenado is going to spray down the door, but he is the last alive. His position given up, so it might just be a case of save, especially when you have a Vandal on this eco round. Yet again, so much damage done to 5. Unnecessary damage too. And you sort of mention like Borkum being punished here. You look at the mini-map and you look at that red X in mid and you just know that it's him. Every single time. It's always him, the one that's trying to make a play. Unnecessarily, I think at that point. When you're playing into an anti-eco, you don't need to pull off some overzealous strategies. You just need to have consistent play. Play away from corners because there could be shorties. Don't give easy sightlines for sheriffs. Don't just disrespect your opponents like that. Luckily, 5 get away with it this time. And I use those words very decisively, I suppose, because TaFZ have been playing some really solid anti-ecos, and 5 don't look good against them.
Well, I'm actually, it's funny, because we were talking about how in the last half, that it was evident that 5 had real issues on their A side. Like, that was definitely the weaker of the 2. Surprisingly for TaFZ, it seems like the B site is way weaker, and I think that's mainly due to over rotations. Like you have the Cypher, who's done a very good job of defending so far. The Sage slows as well, but the second there's any pressure in that direction, and you can see it right now, the Brimstone's already left mid, so you're having to rely on just 2 players on the other side of the map, and I think 5 has started to realize. Now, there's going to be the run it back thrown in, but it doesn't achieve anything. It gains a little bit of information that there's still players there. But there is now a 3-2 split with 0 players in mid, and 5 are just getting so much real estate for free.
We haven't seen many pushes through mid, but this is looking to be one from 5. If they can scout out that there's nobody really here, you can see Yokchi wants to retake this space, but it's in a neutral position. So all of these players are going to be super careful about taking this, and yeah, you're right, the B hit is going to be coming in again. If they can catch the Phoenix and just get in onto site, it's not going to be punished. Like, the triple stack on A makes sense still, but the positioning of the Omen on B here is just awkward. Being in market's probably a better shout. If Pinocchios could even close that door, it's going to be a huge help, but that frag to A means that rotation is going to come in for the A site, because they think that's where it's going to be. So it's just Pinocchios that has to deal with all of this.
Yeah, it's all too easy. Like, 5 are playing very, very well. It has to be said. Like, their read on the situation is perfect. But I'll be honest, like, if I can spot what's going to happen from the beginning of the round, you're not doing a good enough job. Like, that's far too easy to work out a way to pull rotations at this point. They're going to be going for the retake, but with a 2-man disadvantage and no real control of any of the valuable positions, it's going to be very difficult for them. Now, they do spot the peak of JC Vash, so that's at least one. They're going to use the stim, up that fire rate, and Yokchi's got another. They're actually making this work, Ryan. They've managed to find 3 kills and get a res. It's left all on to Gikama to try and hold on, and he's not going to be able to. That is massively impressive from the side of TaFZ. Pretty poor start to the round, but that retake was clinical.
And a big mistake from 5. Look at where everybody died. You obviously want to have people on the site to protect it for as long as you possibly can. But really, 5 didn't take any space other than the space on the site. Considering that they had man advantage at that point, they had full control of the site, they opened it up for themselves. They want to be taking, you know, either marketplace, they want to be having more people in B main. They did have that before, but you could just see TaFZ do a really good job isolating each of the angles one by one, and it was easy clean it from then on out. So this is something that 5 need to be careful of, not only taking that space and getting onto the site, but pushing beyond it and making sure that even getting onto the site is going to be super difficult for TaFZ. Right then, it just wasn't. It was easy for them to clear up house.
Well, see you later. There's no way Zaretta was going to survive that one. And already a couple of different ultimates popped for 5, knowing that this is an important round, a clinical round at that. already. Change, that's a really nice shot. Sure, the scan dart connected, but that is going to be a kill back and an important one at that. The defense, again, still at a disadvantage, but it was enough last time. Already, though, JC Vash doing a much better job of making sure that they can't get any angles into the site. And I'll be honest, this is looking like a save. Change has already ducked out. Zerl was trying to do it all on his lonesome. And it is going to be the scoreline equalization. Finally, actually seeing a solid A take coming out. And what, Dispenser even going to close the round with a kill onto Change. That's perfect.
Solid attack opened up. Both teams trading kills very early on, but the showstopper getting a frag into Zarino, which opens up a site because Zarino has been so good at holding A. If you can get that frag onto that Cypher, you've pretty much opened up everything else from then on out. A lot of utility that's just not going to be able to get used. And even the Resurrect, so yet again, another good read from 5. You'd say that when it comes to cerebral play and playing Valorant smartly, I think 5 very much have the advantage, but much like we saw a lot yesterday from Thailand Attitude, a lot of overthinking. Borkum, though, opens up with a frag onto A short. And for the most part, 5 have been able to push off B off this, but they haven't quite spotted the Omen. They're sat in the smoke with a short.
I think they know.
They have an idea, and at least they're getting more wise to these anti-eco strategies that TaFZ are trying to pull at them.
Yeah, a little bit more of a passive position. There is still going to be a kill coming up, but ultimately it doesn't really matter too much. Only one man left, and I think they have a pretty good idea.
They don't know where to go. It's just super surprising, really, because they guessed that the Omen was going to be B, and yet they slow short A. Like, it's just them not really thinking, and even now they're a bit kind of like, okay, I'm gonna get. It just seems a bit. They're in a 4 versus 1, and they're still like tripping over each other and going like, you go plant, I'll go hold here. It's just a little bit awkward for them. And you have the Omen going to run into the sight line, and with the Spectre still gets a kill into Dispenser. Didn't look good considering how decisive that was going to be for 5.
Well, 11 to 10. Crunch time for TaFZ. They've definitely had some good points within this half. I think the main thing that I really don't like about their setup is when you look at like the characters or the agents I would assume to be defensive, the one that they have playing the B site is the one that I would not consider defensive at all. Like, sure, you have the flashes that could slow a little bit, and the hot hands can deny for a few seconds, but not enough to really be a problem for this side. And I don't think that their Omen on the defense has been nearly as effective as what we saw for the other side of things. Like, the ability to sort of throw in all of those paranoias to slow them down. Well, Phoenix is dead for sure, not able to hold anything. Obviously the Hunter's Fury making things tough. Zerl has managed to get him relatively quickly, but they all fall like flies. And Zareno, well, he's even going to be pushed by Borkum, who's clearly feeling confident at the moment. 12 to 10, 5 now on map point, and I wouldn't bet against them at this point.
Yeah, usually when you have teams playing really close and the score doesn't match it, you often say that the score doesn't really reflect the game. I would say that, but for the other reason, really. 12-10, but I feel that 5 have been dominant for the most part. Even looking at frags, they have a clear lead when it comes to playing up against TaFZ. A lot of the runs that TaFZ have won have just been cheeky anti-ecos, or just strategies that 5 have been the constructs of their own downfall for a lot of it. Like, it's a lot of mistakes that they've been making. I think that's been very, powerful across for a lot of the teams in this region. Nerves are going to have an impact, right? This is the biggest tournament that we've seen out of this particular region. And Pinocchio's is trying to make plays, but he's opening up the B side. But this is still good from TaFZ because they still have 2 defenders over here. For the first time, really, in a long while that they've... Oh, never mind. The Brimstone's going to rotate away.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like, TaFZ have the right idea, and then I think they just go, hold on, we're over... They're trying to have as many people spread across the map at once, but it's more about contesting particular areas of the map instead of trying to contest it all. Ascent is massive. It's not like a Counter-Strike map where you can have multiple people in certain areas. But it is exactly that, actually. Never mind. It's just that TaFZ aren't doing that. They're just trying to spread all across the map, and it's not really working.
Well, they've sold the fake very well indeed. There's only going to be the Cypher here. He's going to be locked into the door, and it's only going to be one. The orbital strike, though, is pretty good. It doesn't manage to kill, and with a Sage still available, it's not a problem. The wall a little bit late, as it will be change to find one out. Again, though, Borkum is causing them issues. He has been a real menace thus far in this match. Of course, the other has been Dispenser, but he's already dead. A few low players as well for this attacking side, and actually Pinocchio's is already going to pick off one of them. In fact, they wipe down the remaining players very quickly indeed. It is going to be 11 rounds on the board for TaFZ, but as you sort of mentioned, I feel like there's like individual rounds a lot of the time. Like there's ones that are being brought home by players having some good picks and able to face off. That I think was mainly down to the res, bringing Pinocchio's back into the round, and the fact that they had to use basically every single one of their ults, although it is worth mentioning there aren't any on the other side either. This round, though, I just worry for TaFZ. I think they have to take so many gambles. Like they're consistently going for those 3-man A stacks, leaving Pinocchio as the B-side player, and I think that's the main vulnerability. He has not been good on this defense.
And 5 are just playing some default stuff. Just throwing a bit of utility towards each of the sites. Keep TaFZ locked in on trying to hold them down, thinking that the site that they are holding is going to be the site that's it. You can see just the Brimstone just rotating in defender spawn because he just wants to be warmed up. He's like doing jumping jacks in spawn to just run to one of the spawns that gets hit. And all 5 need to do here is throw like a couple of utility and then rotate away. And that's exactly what the Raze is looking to be doing at least. Maybe make a few noises to try and bait it. It's brought the Brimstone along. For the first time, really, 5 aren't going to look to rotate away and push along. And this could be a bit of a disaster for them. They have so much of the map that they can control, but they just want to go for a solid default execution. TaFZ are expecting it, though.
Again, we see this gamble stack. Change is going to try and pull out the wall. It's awkward, though. He actually gets stuck, and, well, this is some weird walls that we've got going down. Dispenser, though, combines with the Cypher, leaving Yokchi alongside Pinocchio to try and bring this one back. Now, there are, again, a couple of low players, but they're being healed up as we speak. Dispenser is also going to be brought back, which makes things all the worse. And Yokchi, this would be one hell of a clutch, but it isn't going to be happening. A 13-11 scoreline for 5. It took them some time, but it definitely looked like they were the better squad within the offense. A few problems, I would say, when it comes to their A-site defense, but that may just be down to the composition they were actually running.
Definitely, and I think TaFZ overall played decently. I agree with you for sure that they were the worst team in that roundup. But that last round, I think they should have won. They were expecting the A execute. They stacked up that way, and yet just lost on like individual talent. Like Dispenser just running in, picking up a kill, using the showstopper, which didn't get anything in the end, but at least created a lot more space for his team. The Resurrect coming out, it was pretty much done by then, but you can start to see that this is a team that's going to be looking to be really good across the tournament, and just even on the kill feed, you could just see how decisive it was for the Raze to be doing so much damage. Borkum had a really good game being the Lurking Omen. Granted, it was a bit more quiet towards the end, but some really good stuff out of the attackers as well, Pinocchio especially. Like, TaFZ didn't look bad. I just think, realistically, at this point, the 5s looked a hell of a lot better. And I can understand why they've been winning a lot of events in this region.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Borkum, especially. Like, I think Dispenser, although he finished top, he makes me feel uneasy watching him play, because especially on the defense, he's a little bit of a liability. Like, he does do a lot for the squad with his aggression, but if it doesn't work, you can a lot of the time see their A-site setup fall. So they're very reliant on him doing very well individually. On the attacking side, though, he was superb. A lot of entries, you can see, I think he had 7 first bloods on the board, which that's pretty damn high, even though there were a lot of rounds in this game. And yeah, I think that going forward, they are a team to watch. I do worry a little bit going into some of the other maps, like if they're not able to get away with that same level of aggression. Like if you look at something like a Bind, where a lot of the time the defense actually has to stay relatively defensive. Like you can try and get aggressive around the bathrooms or C-Long, but it has some serious risks to it. I do wonder if on a map like that, they might be punished a little bit more, especially because it took some serious rotations from 5 to actually get a lot of the job done. And those are a lot more scripted on a map like Vine. So maybe later in the tournament, when we get into the best of 3s, we could see them struggle a little bit more. But yeah, as you said, like, impressed by how they managed to play on the attack. I think they definitely had a good read on their opponent. And wow, that is their first match done of the tournament with a victory. So can't really complain.
Group C is looking to be really stacked with some of the teams involved in it. We'll be seeing TaFZ a little bit later on today up against Superdomineering. But the next game, the last 2 teams that we've not seen played at all in this tournament, Team SMG versus Legends, a Group D showdown. And that is already looking to be an exciting group when you have Thailand, Attitude, and Paper Rex before. But we're going to go for a quick break. Here are some of the highlights from the last game, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. I wasn't interrupted this time, which is nice. And we're going to be going into our second match of Team SMG facing off against the Legends. Now, we had a pretty close match in the last one. I do wonder, Ryan, of your deep insight into these two teams, who do you think is going to win? I've thrown you under the bus.
No matter who wins, I think we'll have a good game.
Oh, that's no. I'm not accepting that. I want to name.
I think when it comes to
win.
Speaking of names, we have some of the best names across the teams. I think when it comes to Team SMG, Fal is probably my favorite. But look at that center right. I am Alan and Edmund stacked together. The best names. Nothing too fancy. Nothing like Shroud or Ninja or anything that's like, you know.
I don't know. Ace is in there.
Ace is there. True. But I am Alan. He is making a statement every time he gets a frag in the kill feed that his name is indeed Alan.
Well, I was thinking along the lines of like I am Legend, like that's what I think too, and then their team's called Legends. So I was like, this for me is like it's the perfect crossover as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing I am Alan. I do think are there some of those pictures in the wrong order? Because I am Alan looks very different to the guy standing above his picture, but we'll just assume that that's fine. So anyway, Ryan, who's going to win? I'm not letting that go. I want your prediction for this match. You have to name a team that you believe in. Is it the Legends or is it Team SMG?
It can't go for a draw, can you? I don't know. Like Team SMG have a. Like, I don't want to be just like, oh yeah, they have a cool name. Like, I know there's literally people out there that like support esports teams because they like the color scheme of their jersey. So, I don't want to be one of those people. These, I was going to say the only two teams that we haven't seen in this tournament just yet, which is making it really difficult to like really give context on how well we're expecting them to do. Because realistically, so far what we've seen is teams that we know about in the region have mostly lost to relatively unknowns. So there is a bit of an opening, I suppose, for some new exciting teams to come through this region. Whether it's these two, it remains to be seen. I think in this group, I would say that neither of these teams would be looking to qualify realistically because Paper X and Thailand Attitude looked really good yesterday and they're also in Group D. But yet again, we're going to be going to bind a map that we saw in the Group D matchup too, so maybe this is just going to be the map of this group.
Yeah, I guess you would potentially think so. The only thing that might change is once a team loses that map. I guess it was really close, so maybe they will still be willing to go for it, but you might want to try and move on to something a little bit more comfortable. Again, we're not really sure how the veto process actually works at the moment, so it is possible it's just random, and the random number generator really liked Haven yesterday. But we are going to be getting into things here, and, well, our pistol round getting underway. Fairly similar comps. We do still have a Brimstone. A lot of people have been switching away from that as of recent, and that is awkward. The timing for Alan couldn't have been better, as he's going to find that opening onto Zesby.
Gamma playing close, having to smoke it, gives up a lot of information, I suppose, and really lacks it for the defending team of Team SMG. Looking to be an A execute. This Eldron should spot the Silver that's been a bit of a nuisance. Is keeping Fal glued onto the B site. He wants to get the frag, and if he gets down here, that might just open the door for Legends to go B if they wanted to too. But the Silver is keeping the attention, but forcing utility that really the A site team could be using and wanting right now. Having a recon bot to clear the side like that would be huge, and I think that's a big loss considering Lexi gets the pick onto Husk, who was in A showers. And you've got this lurking Raze only on 25 health, just trying to be a complete nuisance. But it's really delaying Legends, only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, wasting a lot of time, that's for sure. And Kama also has a Molotov available. Well placed, will burn down a little bit more time on the clock, but they go for the classic. The ice wall into the plant. Ace is already holding. And by that point, he has got his recon dart back, which will give a little bit more information. Kama just having to basically avoid that. But for the remaining defenders, I don't really see a way that they get back into this one. Clearing out the lamps is going to be pretty damn difficult. And already walking into what is a crossfire. I don't even know how he manages to get that far, I'll be honest. And Ace will close things out with a triple. Something I wanted to ask you, so obviously going into this attacking side, I think the compilation for Legends looks good, but what's your opinion of not having a Cypher on the defensive side of this map? Because there isn't one for Legends at the moment.
I think Cypher is still a must pick, but it depends how you play him. Like we saw yesterday with Paper X and Talent Attitude, they've very much been keeping an eye on what's going on at the moment. So typically you would see a Cypher on the B site, much like Val. The issue is a lot of utility could get broken very quickly, and then it doesn't really become useful at all. If you put a tripwire and a hookah and a camera sort of at the top of the site, it's quite easy for the attacking team to just destroy them and make sure that utility doesn't get used. Now you see a lot of Cyphers move on to the A site and put all of their utility within lamps, because a team that pushes that far to break that utility, you don't just waltz into lamps and then retreat. You're always dedicating to the A site. So I don't think it's inherently bad that Legends aren't running a Cypher. It's better to not run a Cypher than to run the Cypher and not do it well, I personally think. So Legends attacking first, they need to have that advantage going in on the attacking rounds. Then the defense doesn't feel like it's got too much stake when it comes to playing the Cypher on it.
Already. It is going to be Hux. Able to find one. And actually gets a second as well. They're making this very costly. Divine has come in from behind and at least managed to find a pick. The attacker's in a little bit of trouble here, as this was only a pistol round. I am Alan trying to bring this one back, but a bullet to the head could do the trick. However, he is going to convert this and pretty much leave Lexi all alone. Not really too much to play with here for the remaining defender. I would already say this is a relatively successful round, so I don't think they really have to worry too much about the result from here on out. They're going to force a lot of rebuys, and they baited out an awful lot of utility. Eventually, Edmund closes it for the Legends, but now Team SMG can get themselves rolling.
And obviously, we haven't been able to see too much from Team SMG, but they started with the first kill, like Val pushing through hookah. How they play the B site, I think is going to be super important for Team SMG. We've only seen A execute so far, but I think just having the Raze on the B site is interesting enough as it is. And I think it puts a lot of pressure on Lexi to try and make quite a lot happen. We saw the crazy lurk that they did, pushing all the way to the attacker's spawn near enough. So I think there's going to be a lot of impact coming from these players, but it could also cause a lot of issues, much like we saw yesterday with too many aggressive pushes that get caught out, and then these two defenders aren't there to protect the site.
Alrighty, though. We are going to have a couple of trades back and forward. Lexi seems to be the person being the most proactive, for sure, over on that defensive side. They tried to get aggressive on C. There's something I spoke about in the last map, how these are sort of plays that can very easily be shut down, but if you do get away with them, they can become a pretty big problem for the aggressing side. Now, they're fairly content with this three-man stack and still having a fair few Cypher traps to support Lexi. It seems like they're not going to be rotating anyone just yet.
Run it back is going to be used very early on. Having it in round 3 is pretty high impact, especially when you can pick up these kills. Divine, Karma all go down, trying to locate where the other defenders are. And you're right, Lexi seems to be a bright spell when it comes to Team SMG's lineup. But if he's not involved in these engagements and trying to make too much happen on a site that's not going to get hit, I think Team SMG this early on need to move the Raze over to this side. The utility is going to be so good when it comes to putting a bit more pressure onto Legends. But right now, Legends are kind of allowed to just push onto the site seemingly for free.
Lexi's position already going to be gathered up, and it's looking like Legends should be able to convert this round. Not really too much that he's going to be able to do at this point, so it will just be the fallback and another round on the board. Of course, that was somewhat a bonus. Like, there was still an SMG or two in the mix, and it wasn't ideal for Legends, so to be able to convert this round, especially in the way that they did, I think is quite a prominent showing for the team. Like, if you walk into a majority stack site and come out still with a fair few players standing, like, well, you have to see the initial take. I think they went in with 4 players, they came out with 3, so not a bad position for them at all. And I'm starting to worry a little bit for Team SMG if that's going to be the case for future rounds.
See how Legends play this attack. They don't need to do anything too spicy. You can see the economy is not good for Team SMG. But just how they're placing players. Yet again, Lexi wants to play aggro. Falfafol wants to follow through. But Alan, first instant frags when it comes to bathhouse control. Divine can't really contest it. And look how easy it is just for Legends to run up mid, put down the wall, get the plant in. Divine can't even trade any form of kills. It's just that straightforward for Legends to push onto a site and execute this way.
Okay. Lexi has been able to find another one. The problem is, again, it's only going to be him with anything to do. He actually goes for the same spray through the corner. And, well, he is going to kill off I Am Alan, but at the cost of his own life. So 4-0 on the attacking side. And again, we normally see a fair few defensive rounds coming up on a map like Bayern. So for Team SMG, I think there's a necessity to try and get on the board relatively quickly. But we do have the showstopper in play. So it might be something thrown in this round to at least try and get an opening pick. And to be fair to Lexi, he has been doing that in the majority of the rounds, like finding picks for his team. The problem is the A-site hold, it's been a little bit questionable, Ryan.
Alan has been so annoying right now. Just clicking his fingers. Watch how he takes this, though. Hans is going to come through. And he just wasn't expecting the aggressive operator peek, clearly. Now we might start to see Lexi start to shine a little bit more, now that he has stuff to play with. And right now, Legends are dedicated to a site. The spike is slap bang right in the middle of A and B. And Lexi's rotating all the way around Elbow just to keep an eye on Hookah, because both players have been focusing so much on P long that they're scared that Null is a little bit further into the site at least. Breaks the camera. This is what I mean about the Cypher though. Now that camera is down for 45 seconds, this Cypher can't really be useful, regardless of whether Legends go here or not. If you have that utility planted a little bit deeper on the A site, they can't just go in and break it and then disengage. They're always going to dedicate to that site. So that's one of the reasons why you see Cypher change up the positioning. It seems though that Team SMG are a bit late to that meeting, I suppose, on where to play him.
Oh, okay. A lot of damage done, and actually the showstopper gets popped that does absolutely nothing. These entries have been phenomenal from Legends. They use the Hunter's Fury just to clear out some angles and get an opening pick, but the wall boost is going to find one back for Zesby. Divine has also caught another one, and now it's left all onto just one man. The Sova trying to hold on in this situation, already using the Hunter's Fury. Only one bullet in the clip for Zesby, which makes me a bit uncomfortable, but it doesn't really matter, and it looks like they might just go for an economy res here, just to make sure that they keep the double operator in play into the next round. I don't necessarily mind it, especially when you have yourselves a position where you've only just got your first round onto the board and your money's not going to be in the best of states. So make sure you keep the buy that you want going forward. And, well, I guess it technically did work, although it was mainly Zesby's operator that actually did most of the work.
Might have been a different story if Alan was alive a little bit longer. I like the way that we were set on him observing. It was kind of like, watch what he's about to do. Watch it. And he just instantly gets domed. You could see that Team SMG want to make a similar play here. And I can definitely see Legends having a bit more of a passive approach, or stacking more people there to at least go in for the trade. Seems to be the latter more than the former, but actually no, they've taken a step back. They hear the clumping and know that there's going to be a lot of pressure. Lexi, though, doesn't want to get caught out by the Omen necessarily. Alan, yet again, killed by Zespes. Even forces out the showstopper that doesn't get any frags. These players on the A site have been so much better. The last few rounds for them have been such an improvement over the beginning of this game, where they just let Legends walk in. Now they have a bit more response.
Well, yeah, I think it's just been their ability to actually take map control away. Like, the operator seems to have completely changed the dynamic of how this defense actually holds. The run it back will go through, and it at least takes the shot from the operator. That means that they can at least get in without losing any players, which, although it seems like a waste if you're talking about how clutch these ults can be and how aggressive they can be, or maybe if you see your mate get a triple kill with using that run it back. But in this case, it's totally worth it. You don't lose any players, you get stronger after plant positions, and, well, you get the plant down in general. Edmund, already going to be picking off another and leaving just 3 standing now for the remainder of the defense. Kama again has come up trumps, and Zesby has been phenomenal. The second he's had this operator in play, this should be all she wrote, but it's a missed shot, and that gives some space. Kama again, though, will close the round. 4-2. I wonder if they'll be able to retrieve the second operator again, because it is an expensive setup to run. It seems like they will, so that's beneficial, but it's only really been one that's actually done anything so far.
The response from Team SMG has just been sublime. Already when they were 4-0 down, you just sat there thinking, okay, this could be a very quick series just because Legends are playing pretty much unfazed. Granted, it's been a bit one-dimensional with Zesby's getting 8 frags, mostly with the operator, and I want to see Legends respond to that, really. Like, they seem to be doing the same thing over and over again, but it's actually quite surprising that Team SMG and Zesby's has wanted to change their positioning. Missing that shot could be a big issue, though, going forward. They're going to back off and try and give as much space as possible. The Eldron is going to tag them and see just exactly where these players are going to be set. Rukon Bolt on the door side isn't going to show too much, but shows that there's not anybody at least going to be in close proximity trying to catch out Legends. Looking to be another A execute, but no one needs to be really careful of this Cypher that's lurking right behind. Foul is getting a lot of intel here.
Well, doing the dance with the Hunter's Fury. But look at this flank. Foul is on the flank. It's all going to come down to timing. And if anybody's actually watching, I am Alan going down as well. Leaves this to a very one-dimensional push. Kama has been taken out, though, and he's been fantastic over the last few rounds. And Foul's taking so long to actually get anything done that it might come back to bite them. I think he's just waiting to see that plant come through. Zesby again is going to make sure that doesn't happen. And Edmund has found one, but this flank is still coming. The problem is he's actually decided to go into the bathrooms, and that's not really the most valuable position. And now the rotation comes back in all the way towards the B site. Plant will be down. The slow has denied any further presence, at least for the moment. And actually, we're going to see a wrap through from Edmund. This operator looking to try and take a slightly more aggressive peek in towards the elbow. Can't really see too much space for this defensive side getting back in. They've both gone in a similar direction, not finding anything just yet. They are going to have to try and tap this spike and get this peak to come out. Going across, though, the timing couldn't be better. Hux misses, but he'll catch the second instead. And actually, foul. He looked like he was going to make the big play in this round. It just came in a slightly different moment.
And I gotta say, for Legends, I Am Alan, it's such a bright spark when it came to playing the Phoenix and getting onto the A site, but every single round that Team SMG have won, he's pretty much been the first blood that dies. He's always the one that's getting punished now from Team SMG, either by ultimates being used, by the operator that's more in play, or that aggressive flank coming all the way from Foul, pushing all the way towards the attacker's spawn. I think everything that seems to happen to Alan tends to be where the round goes, and Foul almost sort of screwed up a prime position with that flank, just because of the teleporter play. He was so slow to rotate around, taking his time. But luckily, he fragged out and clutched it right in the end. More of a passive play when it comes to utility. They don't really want to have hookah control, even though they should. And yet again, Zesby with this operator, this aggressive peek on showers, is making the life of Legends a living hell.
Oh, this is making me uneasy. He still wins the battle. Oh, if you're Alan at this point, you've just got to stop going towards those bathrooms every time.
I have the spike.
Well, I guess the PG version is that he got pooped on. Like, he's just getting wrecked.
And at this point, you need to change it up. Edmund, though, it was the wall peak, the wall boost that allowed the Sage Zesby's to maybe get another frag in there. With the spike, that would have been a disaster. And hookah control is now in the hands of Legends. But the wraparound is good from Team SMG, that they can get a bit of a crossfire, at least as soon as Ace's boots touch the sand here. It's going to be an easy frag for these defenders, and they're ready for it.
Well, you wanted a more passive cam. I think you've got one. It was just patiently sat in the camera, just watching for anybody to push through, and that was all too easy for Team SMG. Similarly to what we saw in the last map, I think it was just a bit of a slow start for them, because the last few setups they've had I've been really impressed with, and I think mainly it comes down to Zesby's being able to stop a lot of map control being lost. Like, he has done very well at getting aggressive. It's something I'm quite surprised hasn't been countered just yet, because it has been pretty much the same place every single round. The problem is they've only really been sending I Am Allen there, and although he's still doing well on the scoreboard, I think the last 3, maybe even 4 rounds, he's been wrecked by that op.
And this is where the lack of Cypher on attack is struggling, because usually the default is that a Cypher is going to like throw the camera up in showers just to scout out some aggressive early intel. So not having that, certainly biting Legends in the backside a little bit. It's not too much of an impact that that's the reason why Legends have lost 4 rounds on the bounce. And I don't imagine it helps. Defenders are still just using a couple of pistols just to break some utility, just saving the ammo with the big guns, which is good considering that this seems to be a bit of a half-buy coming out of Legends. Yet again, this operator is just getting these first bloods in various parts of the map now. That's going to be on B instead of showers, so I think that Legends have seen that SB's is on B with the operator. They're going to execute onto A, which other than this operator play has been pretty successful for them for Legends.
We've seen a few decent rounds coming out from Camera as well. Like, he's able to get like some multi-frags, but I do agree. I think without the operator, there's a lot more space for them to play with. And I think that they haven't to focus that up so often that it becomes quite difficult. I like the retake of bathrooms early into this round created by the Rays. It means that they can focus on just a few angles instead of having to try and clear out all of these different positions at once. The interesting thing as well is there's so many players in lamps, and I Am Allen comes up big, able to get 2 kills, making things at least a little bit more interesting. The Team P away is actually going to give some space to Hux, who also comes up with 2 kills. These Sheriff plays are working and trying to end it. He's not actually going to get it done, but I think there's not enough time on the clock anyway. A wasted ult, but I don't think they're going to mind. It's a thrifty win for the Legends. It's taken them a long time to get back on the scoreboard. And, well, all they really needed to do was avoid Zesby's.
And Zesby's rotated so early and playing aggressively with the operator there. Legends spotted a prime position because they could push up A main and not worry about the operator either watching them relatively close from lamps or even all the way from heaven, which is a typical spot for the operator. So they just barrel it down A main and they're pretty much free to do so. Wall comes up, very much a default execute, but they just held lamp control because SBs can't kill people with the operator if the majority of players on this attack are hiding in one room. Now the running back going to be dedicated. SBs can easily be punished here. He is. I'm Allen now starting to show up yet again. And even from this point, I think it's easy to see the Legends are going to have a super large advantage getting onto this A execute. But Divine is a nice position when it comes to trying to catch out at least the attackers to rotate around. The Legends yet again having the same map positions. It's going to be really awkward to move them.
It has been quite tough to clear out this position, but this time they've got Lexi, lots of utility being expended, but nobody goes down. They managed to keep the lamps, and wow, this is becoming a real problem for the defensive side. Is if they lose lamps control, they seem to lose the round. Nice shots from Foul, but I do wonder if it's too late for him to really get anything done. Trying to bait in the peak. He's going to find his 3rd headshot in a matter of seconds. He doesn't know where the last man is peeking from, and he's not quite going to do it. It was so close to the last bullet finding that kill, but it is going to be Edmund to bring home the round. The 6th on the board now for Legends. They haven't really changed too much. I guess they've just been able to win some of these duels a little bit easier. I do also wonder, like, there's moments where I'm just like, oh, if they'd had a breach there, like, obviously clearing out lamps would be very easy. The other thing as well is the second a Hunter's Fury comes out, I feel like that round is going to go very, very wrong for the Legends. But it's actually quite surprising how well they've actually done holding lamps when, with the amount of utility that's on the other side, it should really be quite difficult.
Team SMG are hoping that they do it again. Kind of like you mentioned, Orbital Strike is only 1 ult point away from having it. Showstopper would be really good at clearing up that room as well. Hunter's Fury going to be used aggressively on attack. More towards Bathhouse, but it still catches Divine. So these are really good reads coming out of Legends, knowing that Team SMG like to push aggressively towards showers. But you can see the Brimstone's position here. He doesn't want to give up lamp control, as SB's playing much more defensive orientated role. But this is why Legends haven't been able to go towards the A site for the most part, because that operator is just keeping such a big lockdown on it. The B execute's going to come in, and it's quite surprising considering nobody's left alive on this B site. So this should be a fairly straightforward execute and plant coming in from Legends. Team SMG just have to play for the retake. They do have a resurrect, so it might be a case of bring back Divine and then use the ultimates to take back. But it's surprising that they haven't really like locked onto this just yet.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it might just be worth saving for the final round of the half, because this is just looking like an impossible scenario. It's not even like they've just lost the site. It's that they've lost everything. Like, they've lost elbow. Everything's currently under the control. They don't have the range on the weapon. Sure, a Sheriff can hit some tasty shots, but even a headshot from a certain distance isn't a kill. Well, as long as unless they have less than 150 health, which I guess a lot of players would do at this point in the round. All they're really trying to do, though, is just maybe steal a gun away. Do some extra damage. I don't think they're going to be committing too much to this round. And Legends, they're going to get themselves a 7th on the board, so looking very good on the attacking side of Bind. And although there's going to be a fair few ultimates in the final round for the defense, I'm still going to feel like they haven't done particularly well here after what was a good streak of rounds.
You can see on the mini-map where Fal died, pretty much just off a marketplace. He was able to get a frag, he was able to get a kill, either onto the Cypher or the Silver in that position. But he did open up the site, seemingly for Legends to just plant on B for free. And seeing such an aggressive player play Cypher like this, it doesn't really ring true for me, really. Because the mechanical skill is there for Fal. If you put him on like a Phoenix or something, I'm sure he'll be able to do a lot, but you need to have much more of a passive player on the Cypher. Most point is just put down the camera and sit in it, and then sit maybe in the box on B. But seeing the Cypher just push so aggressively and try and force this lurker role, I think it's punished Team SMG more than it's helped them, necessarily.
Well, yeah, it's sort of, I guess it's a thankless role a lot of the time. Like, you look at someone like Cutler for TSM, it's like, a lot of the time he's going to be the one criticized if they lose, even though it is not his role within the team to get a lot of frags. It's his role to stop them getting onto one of the sites. Like, that's basically the goal for him, to try and force them into other angles where Wardell's going to wreck them. Now, this ultimate popped with very little, I would even say no information. But Lexi has been able to find a pick. Again, it's just going to be traded back, as they do look to try and pressure this A site once again. There are still 3 players here, so you can see that even though there's been some real heroics from Zesby, they're still having to try and stack sites just to win themselves rounds, which is not a pretty position. How does Alan get away with that? Has time to shoot the bot and take his opponent's head off, but luckily Zesby again is just a ridiculous operator player. Finally, Null has been able to take him down, and well, that at least gives him an opportunity. The rotation is going to come back, but Fal hasn't overly rotated yet, so he might be here to catch him. He actually gets past the point, and that's going to allow him, oh, maybe not. It was going to allow him the plant. I'm not sure why he just ran back through. I guess it was based off the timing. He wanted to try and get the plant in, but I think that might be to his doom. No, not having enough time anymore. He needs both of these kills, and he just doesn't have time to do it.
Really well played from Team SMG. Had a good read of it, and just changed the positioning too. Obviously, Zespis is allowed to do whatever he wants, and was only punished later on by Team SMG when it came to the aggressive operator play. But most importantly, he had Lexi just taking full lamp controls, not giving up. They know that Team SMG just like to really just run down mid as a 5 and just take this by attrition more than anything, just having the bodies to take such an integral part of the map and hold it. So having Lexi there from the get-go, just picking off people that get a bit too close, was great. And also, yeah, Fal playing a little bit more passively on the Cypher, had a really nice camera set up on ramps, just to hear if anybody's rotating. And then as soon as we saw the Omen, Null go through the teleporter, quickly checks that he's going through a hookah. He was prepared for it, he held it down. Much better from the defenders, and certainly understandable why Team SMG are only just a little bit behind Legends now. I want to see Falfafal on this attack now. This lurking Cypher role was far too aggressive on the defense for the most part. Now I want to see what happens when he's let off the rails a little bit.
Oh, it seems like Zesby, he was doing a lot with the operator. Now he's going to have to try and be the entry fragger for the side as he does look to take a peek in towards the bathrooms. The aggression over onto B long has been spotted, but ultimately it might be too little too late as Kama has already found a pick. One will come back for Hux though, and Ace is still around the back of the site, but they're not going to be able to do much to deny this plant, although the smokes do begin to fade. It looked like there was an opportunity. However, they haven't actually found anything. Is Lexi once again, and quickly we see foul make this into an almost impossible situation. Looking like Team SMG are going to be getting themselves the pistol, and there's not much that Hux could do about that.
And it was quite surprising considering how open the spike was planted, right? It seemed that Legends had a lot of sightlines through onto it, but just couldn't win those engagements, couldn't win on the pistols. So teams could be tied up very quickly. Team SMG were very aggressive on the defense, so expected to see that on the attack. But nobody is close when it comes to Zesby's frags. And he has the Marshal too, so he's starting to build up to be in this sort of upper role. You said it yesterday, you don't necessarily like when the Sage is playing that particular role, but I guess when Team SMG is allowing Zesby's to have such an impact, having him be able to heal himself and protect himself as much as possible certainly seems to be benefiting them for the most part.
Well, this was the worry I had as well. Like, if you look at the Legends defensive lineup, I'm not particularly confident in it. I think there's definitely some pieces missing. As we sort of mentioned, Cypher is a must a lot of the time, and although there is possibilities that maybe they don't feel comfortable running one, or they just think they can out-frag their opponent potentially. We've already seen the weaknesses of what having a Phoenix on the defense can be. It doesn't really work too well unless you're being relatively aggressive. Now, Zesby just seems to be the sniper king, already finding 2 with the Marshal, a gun that we don't see particularly often, mainly because you have to bring it into the next round, but already it is looking pretty good. And while Hux is hoping to try and do some damage, and it's not going to happen. Zesby is just an absolute tank. Like, sure, that was an anti-eco round, but we've already seen how close some of those rounds can get. I think it came down to, what, like a 2v1 in the first anti-eco we saw on the other side of things. So the fact that he just makes that very easy for his squad, clearly one of the stars of the show. And if he can continue like that, I wouldn't be overly surprised if Team SMG are able to bring this back.
Not at all. But this is a round that Legends could bring themselves back on. I haven't really seen too much of them on this defense.
22-7.
Almost double the kills that I'm Allen has, and he's top fragging for Legends. Speaking of which, he's not really had... He had such a brilliant start to the game. But as soon as SBs was able to get that operator play out, he seemed to be the scapegoat for it. He seemed to be the one always dying first and really having to watch the server from the sidelines as a spectator, much like us. And it's interesting to see Legends playing so passively on this A defense, but Allen has a nice little crossfire to get his SBs. Falfafal has been fragging out like crazy as well, but can only do so much with the SMG. Null has a nice trade, and Lexi now forcing himself to play a little bit more aggro onto this B site, trying to lead the line and have his team follow, but Null's position is so good, down to 2 health. But Lexi just wasn't expecting him to necessarily be here.
Yeah, of course. For Team SMG, this is somewhat their bonus round, still having the Marshal in play. And I'll be honest, I was hoping that they'd have some like magic strats with the SMG, just considering their name. I was like, oh, Team SMG, what are they going to run with this SMG strat? No, it was just individuals pushing over different portions of the map. And although they do a little bit of damage and do manage to catch one player off guard, ultimately the rifles are going to sing true in this one. We're going to have the rotation, and Ace even managing to find the kill through the smoke. Chances are not going to be much of a plant opportunity here, but I like the play from Divine. just baiting out to get 1 kill. Drop an extra rifle, force a rebuy. Legends will have to spend a bit more cash than maybe they would have liked. But ultimately, that was a pretty good round for Legends facing off against what is those saved SMGs.
He pulled the lead. Null was so pivotal in that, the control that he had. And I think we're just going to be seeing this quite a lot from Legends. It's very different to Team SMG's defense. Team SMG were playing super aggressively, lurking quite a lot in this defense, trying to just either get a frag or get intel by just going way beyond their spawn doors. Something similar happening now for Legends, but that round certainly was Legends playing much more passively, sitting back a little bit more. SB's with the wall boost to just try and spot over the smoke. Can do that, but they can't necessarily bag up the frag. Fal is going for a 2, has been awkwardly boosted up, and this is something that Edmund did not expect. The drop down didn't necessarily work in the favour as Null is able to get that frag and separates both players up. Now, Alan's positioning was no different and still got the frag onto that position. It was Divine that died last time. And currently Divine is now sat in Bathhouse trying to peek around the corner to at least trade for his teammate. I don't think Alan's expecting him in there, and nobody's watching for him either, as Ace is rotating around. Defenders still have the advantage, but this is a lot of space that SMG have made for themselves.
You can see that Alan is somewhat stuck in the corner. The dart is going to give him away, so that's at least something. And he can now actually use the shocks as well, but ultimately it's not going to do too much. It's a wide peek from Alan, and he's going to connect the headshot onto Divine. He was even waiting for that, and now it just leaves the Sage remaining. 25 seconds on the clock, and although this man has been the one to watch so far, can't really see much happening in this 1 versus 4.
It's very surprising to see this playstyle work so well for Legends. Because you look at where Team SMG, the way that they were playing on Bind initially and how aggressive they were, that you would expect Legends would just be submissive to that almost. But the way that they're playing is they're just going to let Team SMG onto the site, right? Like, they're just going to let them do what they want to an extent. But the way that Legends have sat back on it almost is just very... It's straightforward for them. They just don't really take those engagements because they feel like they can't win them against Team SMG, and they don't want to peek into ZSB's operator, whatever guns that he has. And the fact that Team SMG have been losing so many rounds on the bounce means that ZSB's can't really afford an operator, and even if he could, it's very difficult to make that work on attack.
Well, yeah, I think that's the big problem is you're almost having to rely on very aggressive plays coming out from Legends for your team to actually be able to do anything. Because other than that, I'm only really looking at Fal as someone who I feel like can do too much on this attacking side. And that's a bit of a worry because normally he should be the lurk man, the player trying to hold people in from behind. This time it's actually going to be a far more aggressive use of the wall orb. Because he is just going to spot out everybody. This is so easy for Edmund. I'm going to be honest, to not check the wall is probably one of the biggest oversights I've seen in a long time. Still, the attackers do manage to get a couple of kills, force a few rebuys, but that was just poor. Like, I think at this point, if you see a wall down that early, you have to assume there's going to be someone on top of it.
Cardinal sins, I think Team SMG have been punished for it quite rightly. And Legends aren't doing anything too overzealous here. In fact, I think they're just doing very straightforward things and being punished by Team SMG. It's hard to say, really. Like, the better composition is certainly on Team SMG's side when it comes to having everything available. Lack of Omen, maybe, because it puts a lot of pressure on the Brimstone to make use out of every single smoke. He can fire them all at once, but he doesn't get them returning much like Omen does. So like this smoke right now is going to block off lamps at least, but it's not going to give any information really. The way that Legends are now stacking on particular trades and stuff like that is great, but Alan's positioning, who's been sat there the whole time, being punished by the orbital strike. The site's being opened up. What? No, I wasn't expecting that. He should not have got away with it. Lexi caught sleeping, and now Null is controlling the spike too.
Yeah, that was a huge sound cue. I don't know how you don't know that the Omen's in that corner. I think just not paying enough attention. Luckily, Divine is there to bring this round back to normality, and they could even just go B if they really wanted to at this point. Obviously, they already have control of the A site, so not really going to go for any crazy rotations. Hux is going to be able to get the first. Now, there's plenty of players watching to defend this spike, and I like the aggressive Cage, just making sure that he can't go for any peeks before they get into position. Still expecting people to be there, and Zesby, again, this man has been phenomenal. He gets 2 entries on the move into the site. I do want to give credit actually over to the Brimstone as well, because I believe it was the orbital strike that actually pushed the Phoenix out of the corner. So without that orbital strike, it wouldn't have actually worked. Did it? I thought it was the operator that got the kill. Oh, my bad.
Pretty sure it sort of came through. There was no chance in hell. I feel like it was just, if it wasn't the operator, then the orbital strike would have killed him for sure. But I think it just goes to show how Alan's been so easy to read. Has literally played in the same position the whole time. That paranoia is great, and the fact that Val can get that frag there, he does get traded by Edmund, and unfortunately Lexi can't capitalize the kill. The Resurrect being brought in, the Showstopper now dedicated to try and get a frag, and it does catch Hux. The attackers somehow have benefited from the carnage that's just come out here from Legends.
Oh, you don't see Boombot kills very often. Null had to dedicate himself to that one, and now the smoke suit comes through. Zesby is just so fast with that operator. Doesn't give them a chance, and well, it is going to be the spot for Ace, but he is not in the right position. Still having an operator in his hands as well. Probably just going to be worth saving that one. So Team SMG, they do manage to get themselves the round, and it was actually more based off Legends being very, very aggressive. And I'm quite surprised by that, because although they lost the last round, I feel like that was mainly due to the orbital strike. I think if you remove that from the round, it really isn't that surprising to imagine the Legends take that one. It's been their passive holds that have been working very nicely for them. So to go for something so aggressive, to face into the hands of Team SMG when you know that their operator player has been fantastic, and in a lot of individual duels they've been winning it, a bit of a surprise to me, but I guess that might have been the point. Try and catch them off guard, do something very different, and well, it doesn't work out this time. And Team SMG are going to capitalize 2 rounds in a row now, come back almost to an even standpoint. And the thing that will be interesting for me is how the finances are actually looking on the other side of things. It looked like we are seeing rifles purchased up, so clearly Legends are going to be going for something, and I believe they did manage to save the operator as well, so it's not the end of the world.
I mean, they did win 3 rounds on the go, fairly cheaply as well. They didn't have to rebuy after a lot of those rounds too, so I imagine, yeah, their money's going to be good at least for this round. It might be worse for the future. But that's the first time that we really saw Legends being punished for straightforward plays, you know, the typical, like, peek down ramp, use the paranoia just to catch people out. Granted, Team SMG awkwardly got those engagement wins. It was very much up in the air. Resurrect's dedicated the Showstopper 2 just to bring it back to a relatively easy scoreline for Team SMG to keep control of. But this is like the biggest test for them. You've got the wall boost yet again, and Team Legends actually caught sleeping yet again. You've got the Sage still on the wall, and she just gets peeked from 3 different angles all at the same time. Now Team SMG starting to just yet again learn at what Legends are doing and try and adapt to it.
Hunter's Fury will get 1, but it still seems like a position where I don't know how they're going to get back into this round. Like 4 players already in afterplant positions, and unless they're going to hit some pretty tasty shots getting back in on the entry, I think this is already done. Nice shot from Ace. Will gain a second, but his teammates still very hesitant of whether or not they're actually going to be pushing. And now the Hunter's Fury comes back. It is revenge and just holds them out of this round. It was an ult that was ultimately being saved to try and deny any sort of push. And while I said it at the beginning, I'll say it at the end, I do wonder if they should have just kept hold of some of that weaponry, because Legends are not going to be able to do it again in this round. It's SMG to get to 10.
The adaptability coming out of the attackers has been so much better. Legends, as soon as we got past the pistol rounds, were very much dominant and on top of this defense, and Team SMG weren't really sure how to deal with it. But then they learn, they give it a few seconds before they try and push onto a site because Team Legends playing a bit more aggro in certain positions. Bit of hubris, I feel, because Team Legends played very defensive orientated beforehand, and then the wall boost started coming out being super successful. Since then, though, Team SMG had a good read on what's going on. Even forcing out utility like that is a bit of a mistake from Legends. Like, Paint Shell could be so important, and certainly now if you have two players pushing through Bathhouse and you don't have that utility to really stop them, the raise isn't going to be all that much. Still having a showstopper though, so Hux does have that available to them. I think Team SMG are starting to get into the head of the defenders, and if this showstopper doesn't catch anybody, which it sounds like it didn't, it's a big opening for Team SMG.
They have gambled heavily here. They've got it right, but there's already 4 players now looking to try and defend this A site. There is a res available if they want to try and use it in this round. I think they're fairly reliant, however, on their Sage to actually get picked. Slight one-way smoke. And there is the res. Smokes will fall just to try and deny it, but Alan, he knew the angle of where the kill came in, and he will deny it. Good paranoia as well will slow them just a little bit further, as Hux has managed to get into the corner, but they clear both within a matter of seconds. It is going to be already the fall apart as Divine gets another. Leaves the Sage alone of Edmund, and another fantastic take of this A site. And I have to wonder how the players on Lamps don't manage to get a single kill. 2 players in a crossfire position do absolutely nothing, and the only kill that came in was on the same raise twice.
Seemingly for the first time, I feel Team SMG able to take the lead over Legends. I've mostly been playing catch-up for this tournament. I'm going to be able to pick up the 11th round. Both these games that we've seen today, both with this and then TaFZ and Fives earlier on today, much closer games that we saw yesterday. Like, these games have been going on for so long too. There were a lot of like games yesterday that finished in about half an hour or so, which shows how dominant one team were over the other. But these are pretty much going on the longest stretch of time. 30 bomb coming out of Zespies, and I don't necessarily feel that the last few rounds have been his doing, really. I don't feel like he's had the insane impact that he had on the defense for Team SMG. But like everybody else starting to show up a little bit more, and great reads. Legends gambled everything onto the A site for a defense and still lost it, which shows that Team SMG are really starting to come into a bit more. Another half buy coming out of Legends. They've already shown their hands to try and make something happen. This has been Hook's life on the defense so far. All of his utility being thrown out at near enough nothing. And Team SMG doing what they're doing now. Just sitting back a little bit, baiting out utility much like we were going to see out of Hooks just then. Then going in onto the execute when Legends don't have much to work with.
Oh, it is this man again to open things up. And while Zesbees is just absolutely destroying them. This is easily going to be the greatest performance we've seen from anybody so far this tournament. I think the highest kills we had up to this point was 28, and he's just smashed that out of the water. This is, yeah, I wouldn't want to be against him, I have to say. I do agree with you, though. The last few rounds, he hasn't necessarily needed to be as dominant as we saw previously. But if he's going to continue to get double openers, and again, something else you mentioned, I do think that the likes of I Am Allen, for example, he has played the same position every single round. Like, every single round on the defense. Now, I do want to say that Phoenix is one that, on the defensive side, definitely has its problems. I don't think it's necessarily a particularly good agent for defensive possibilities, but I do find it very uncomfortable if the same guy is going to play the same spot every single round.
And you can't do that as Phoenix. Yeah, if you're a Cypher, maybe you could sit in your camera and just sit at a really passive angle, but on Phoenix, on defense, you want to be putting pressure on the attackers from particular angles. Edmund's going to be taken out. So, like, if you're a Phoenix, you want to be pushing, like, Showers, for example. You want to be pushing Hookah. You want to be taking some of the space away from the attackers, or at least bait out utility, or even get a couple of frags and get traded at least. You are there to just add stress to the attackers by trying to take space that realistically should be theirs based on how the maps work and where the spawn doors open. So for the fact that you have this aggressive player being the furthest sat back across the map, I think is a big misplay, and one of the reasons why Alan just isn't having any form of impact, at least in a meaningful way. This is what he should be doing all along, but it's just a shame that he has to dedicate to run it back, and SMG doing what I keep mentioning. They just don't show their hand at all. And now the defenders are playing a bit more aggressive. They aren't quite sure where they're holding, but the Phoenix, look at where Alan's going. He's just running all the way back, and he's going to sit in a really passive spot again. Or rotate.
Yeah, it does seem like after taking some long control, they're a little bit wary that maybe Hookah's fallen into enemy hands, and well, they would be right. The Cypher of Foul is patiently waiting. Already, though, there's some aggression. I like this. Finally, some proactive play from Hux, who has managed to get in behind. They do have to be careful, though, because Sova being within the bathrooms could actually cause them some problems. Maybe not expecting anybody to be there at this portion of the round after we've already had aggression in that position. Bad timing for Ace. He's going to pull out the dart, and well, he gets the information before, but he does hit the shot with the operator. And finally seeing some life in the side of Legends. Timing, though, as the peek from Edmund hands a kill over to Zesbees. He expects a second, and he gets that kill as well. This is ridiculous. This man is facing angles with an operator that most players can't even win with a rifle. He's going to get a double entry into the site. Foul comes up alongside him. And while there's only 2 remaining, this could be the game. And looking like he might go for a bit of a risky peek, but the shot already fired. And how is Zesbees doing this? He peeks into the angle, 2 players are holding, still manages to get the kill, and this should be the GG. Another 4K for this man. That is easily the best performance we've seen this tournament. Maybe one of the best performances I've seen ever.
And certainly across this tournament, definitely. I'd have to agree there. It's just more that you can see that Team SMG started to come into it a little bit more. I'm surprised that Legends didn't have an easier time with that, really. Like, they had some really solid rounds where it's like, okay, this is a team that clearly means business. But the fact that Team SMG just, like, learned from it and adapted and then started winning so dominantly was a surefire round. I don't really know how many kills we saw the Sage getting at the end, but 36 is that.
437 average combat score. That is disgusting. 7 first bloods, and another 5 came through from Foul. Probably a bit of an unsung hero, but, well, when your teammate gets 36 kills, I'm not really going to be shouting too much about you. That is an absolutely ridiculous scoreline. 437, 36 kills, 11 deaths. There's nothing you can do against that. And considering the scoreline was so close, really does show that there were evidently some weaknesses when he didn't have his operator in hand. Even though he did then get a 4K in one of the rounds with the Marshal. But yeah, Zesby, definitely someone we're going to be keeping an eye on. Maybe not even just throughout this tournament, but throughout his career. Because if he can continue that sort of form, I don't know what that we're going to see from the future of more Valorant coming from this region. But yeah, that's easily the most individualistic performance I think we've had to watch. The only thing that worries me a bit is there are going to be teams and players that can match up against him, and I don't know whether or not his individual skill is going to be enough to win the matches like we've just seen, because I think it's evident to say that, even if he played at the level of the second best player within their roster, they don't win that match.
And certainly when you're looking at like different maps too, like I think it was fairly straightforward for him to have impact on Bind, but if it's Ascent, if it's Split, that's where it could be awkward. And the only time, like you mentioned, that Team SMG looked a bit ropey was when they didn't have the economy on their side that they couldn't afford an operator. With a rifle, it was a very different story for Team SMG. Ironically, it's the operator that helps out the SMG team more than anything. But regardless, I think that's a great showing in Group D. It's always Group D that tends to be the group of depth, and even you've got realistically some solid teams in there. Paper X, Thailand Attitude, who we saw yesterday, and now Team SMG looking to be in there. And granted, like looking at Legends, I don't think that I could see them being a team that goes 0-3 in their groups, but I don't think that really reflects on how good this team can be. I'm really worried for Thailand Attitude, though. I think they were looking to be solid frontrunners for the tournaments. There is a real risk that they don't even get out of their groups.
Yeah, I do wonder though if we do see Paper X play against some of the other rosters, if they might just dominate, and if the guys from Thailand Attitude actually played better, they were just up against a very, very good team. Because I personally like don't believe that the guys at Paper X would be picking up a poor roster, especially knowing some of the guys like working, for example, for like CS:GO to Asia and stuff like that, being like heavily involved within that tournament. So or within that organization. So I do sort of wonder whether or not they are going to be in a position where they've actually done their due diligence, and Paper X are a lot better the team we might be seeing in this tournament.
Having some of the highlights on screen to show you, really to begin with, how close this game was. But as soon as we switched sides and SMG started to get a bit more momentum, how they were able to just take that lead. They were losing for so much of the game at least, but as soon as they took the lead, that seemed to be it. In regards to Team SMG, we do see them play up against Paper X in about an hour's time or so. So that's going to be game 4 of the day, which should be absolutely insane to watch those two teams play it out. Superdomineering versus TaFZ, though, is going to be the game upcoming. Both of these teams didn't look too stellar in their first games of this group, so I think at this point it's very much to see who's going to be coming out of Group C. We're going to go for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. 10 minutes time, we'll have that game coming up to you, and the rest of the Cyber Games Arena Ignition tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Of course, this is the Ignition series for Valorant, of course. You should already know that. And it is going to be for the Southeast Asia region. And we've definitely seen some interesting and close matches already today. And while we do have another one, which I imagine is going to be relatively close as well. It's Superdomineering facing off against TaFZ. And Ryan, we've already seen both of these teams lose one match. Of course, TaFZ losing earlier in the day to 5, and Superdomineering losing to only 1 word. Now, of course, if either of these teams are going to be surviving in the group, this is a must-win. I asked you in the last game if you could give me any sort of prediction. Do you have any inkling as where you see this one going? Of course, both games being so ridiculously close.
Well, considering I mentioned that Team SMG would win that last game, I'm on a 100% pick-through rate. So I think, yeah, there were super close games, but I generally feel that only 1 word was the better team that we saw at Group C. So maybe Superdomineering had a bit of a rough round. It was also on Split, which could be a bit of an awkward map. So map depending, I think Superdomineering will at least see a better stretch out of them. I remember them just sort of not being as good at all, but looking at the score, 10-13 against that team, I think maybe they played a lot better as we were sort of expecting. This was, oh no, it was Haven, because we saw the Popo man running riot and Amenhole are sort of doing the same. So this is a squad that played very atypical when it comes to the strategies that they brought out and stuff. So yeah, I'd say that they have the advantage. Fives looked lukewarm, I suppose, when TaFZ looked lukewarm when they were playing up against Fives, because I don't think Fives particularly had a great game either. But this is such an important game for both these teams to win. Whoever loses, there's pretty much no chance of them coming out of their groups, which is already looking pretty stacked generally. I think if you're looking at particular players, Pinocchio's had a decent game on the Phoenix on Ascent earlier on today, but we need to see that much more frequently. There were a lot of times where he had a huge impact, a lot of the times where he was pretty much alienated off of the server. So that is key if we want to see TaFZ continue in this tournament. Regardless, they will be playing out against only 1 word. I'm imagining tomorrow, or at least later on today. And that could just be a game that just sorts out seeding for only 1 word. It really depends on this. We've got this game who decides who's not going to be part of the qualifiers for Group C. And then later on, we also have who's going to be topping the group, it feels, for Group D with Paper Rex versus Team SMG, who we just saw. I really do think that the map that is chosen is going to be an important one for this one, Tom.
Well, yeah, I think the real worry for me was that when it came down to the defensive side for TaFZ, I think that there was some evident problems with the fact that Pinocchio's a lot of the time was left in individual situations while playing an agent that doesn't have any real abilities that can slow teams down. Like, the best case you have is the hot hands, and most teams are just going to run straight through that or jump over it or just wait the couple of seconds that it lasts. So if they do go back to Ascent, if they head in that direction, I am kind of hoping that we see maybe a little bit of a either agent change or just a setup change, because they were very dedicated to having a lot of rotations, which I don't necessarily mind. But then they also just had issues when it came to having the right players in the right place at the right time. Popo man as well, someone who was obviously like playing the Jet. I basically, whenever I see anybody playing the Jet, I assume they're going to have to be someone who's a star player, because in terms of team play, Jet doesn't really have too much other than maybe acting as an entry fragger distraction. He was the worst player in the server in their first match, so hoping we'll see a little bit of a turnaround from him, and then maybe that can put them into contention a little bit more.
ACL moving away from the Phoenix to Raze, and Mal going from the Silver to Sage. Otherwise, it's pretty much what we saw typically out of Superdomineering. Going to be defending first. Looking at the composition real quick of TaFZ, pretty much the same. You've got change moving actually from the Sage to the Silver, so one team wanted to do something a little bit different. At least Pinocchio's is still going to be leading the line on this Phoenix, pushing all the way, but his flash is not going to last too long, but it doesn't matter anyway. He's still going to get the kill onto ACL, as well as pick up a ghost for his troubles.
Oh, that is brutal. The hot hands heals one, damages the other. Nice shot from Fish. We'll at least give them a little bit of space back in, but Amen Holler has to try and clear out the lamps, which is never an easy position to clear, especially if you don't have any utility. Zereno as well, I think, has just ended this round. There's not enough HP for him to really do anything. And I like that a lot from Pinocchio. So something that, as said, like, it was the defensive side where I think he was relatively underwhelming. On the attack, he was pretty good. And I think we're seeing it again. Like, normally when you go for plays on bind, at least into the A site, you're going to use a lot of middle control. The main reason for that is it's very easy to get stuck coming out of the bathrooms. So he just goes running through. Like, he doesn't stop for a second and goes straight for the bathroom, straight to lamps, to try and just give his teammates some space, because everybody's going to watch the dude that's doing some, well, basically some mental stuff just running across your screen. So he takes a big risk. It pays off massively for him, and he actually survives in that round, which, I'll be honest, I don't really know how. He probably should have died.
Pinocchio's taking an early engagement. That blast pack could find a lot of damage in at least. Pinocchio hasn't got too much armor or health to work with, but still, Popoman going down towards the open into showers. And it's going to be fairly easy for Yokchi to get in. And Mal's going on. Another crazy mad flank with a shorty. Before I could even finish my sentence, TaFZ cleaning up house fairly quickly. It's rough to make a prediction this early on, I suppose, with how they're playing, just because of how much stuff changed with even Team SMG versus Legends on this map. But TaFZ having a much brighter spark, and I think the composition that TaFZ have run in suits bind really well coming from Ascent too, so I think the way that TaFZ like to play Ascent can work really well on bind too, so I think they have a nice advantage there. But we've only really seen Superdomineering on Haven, which is quite surprising that we haven't seen it at all today.
We tend to dust.
Yeah, there's a part of me that's kind of glad. Like, I'll say that Haven's one of those maps where I'm not a massive fan of it. More so like watching it, unless you see like very high pace, aggressive individual plays. So I'm happy to move over to some bind. They make things a little bit costly towards the end of the round, but ultimately it is still going to be TaFZ going for a little bit of a bonus round in this one. Although I do wonder how much damage they can realistically do, because that's always a good tell as well. Like, if you can get work done in a round like this where you have a couple of SMGs, okay, sure, still some rifles, but basically this is a round where you can get away with just doing damage and then buy into the next. If you can win that round, then you have to start worrying for Superdomineering about what they're going to have going forward.
And ACL should not have been playing that kind of angle. It's just opened up the execution and run it back to... We saw how Alan was so good at this when it came to Legends, even though he didn't really have that much of a bright game. Popoman, though, moving through the smokes like this is super aggressive, and it's worked out to an extent with the kill to Zil, but changes luckily watching that angle. It's still a 4 versus 3. Defenders have brought it down to equal numbers at least. And these smokes aren't going to last forever. A lot of utility dedicated very early from TaFZ, and just bit by bit, Superdomineering are just chipping away at them.
Yeah, they've brought this back to an advantageous position. Oh,
what's going on?
Come up as a kill. Mal's just managed to whiff quite heavily, and you don't want to do that versus Pinocchio's, and it leaves Armen Holler all on his lonesome. He will tap the spike. You can see the dart actually falling back down, and the peak comes out from Change. He'll convert his triple kill, and they'll convert the round. Those were some serious mistakes coming in for Superdomineering, and as said, if you see a team win that round, even if it's a little bit dicey, that's fine, because they didn't even have 4 rifles.
Really shouldn't have been around that Superdomineering lost. Even the players that went down very early, it was just individual mistakes. ACL playing too aggro on showers without anybody there to help trade him. Popoman had a little bit of success moving through the smokes, but again, was taken down fairly easily. Just missing shots, angles that they should be clearing. Even Fish just run into his death, just barreling through an area that just wasn't safe. A lot of plays coming in from Superdomineering, trying to be individually focused with no intention of having your team back you up. And that easily could be a red flag on these losses. Amenhola, yet again, gets killed. Nobody is there to trade for him.
And they have gone for a B stack at this point. Now, on a lot of maps, these sort of risks can be quite viable. But obviously with Bind, there's the ability to just teleport away. The thing is, this is hugely impressive how easily they managed to clean this site up. I'm quite surprised that it takes so long for them to kill off Mao, but he's only going to get 1 kill in an anti-eco round. That's absolutely fine. You're still making a lot of money along the way. And a 4-0 start for TaFZ. Wow, I do have to wonder if maybe we're still looking at these matchups and trying to make comparisons. And for now, they have looked like a much, much better team than their opponent.
Makes me feel we should be giving Fives a bit more credit too. Like,
That's
that
true.
game was super close on Ascent, and Ascent is very difficult to play, but feels that TaFZ, for them to be unbind, they want to play their executes, and they've been playing it with very little resistance, and just common mistakes that even players ranking up make. Just isolating yourself, trying to take an engagement, nobody's there to help you, nobody's there to get the kill on the enemy that's killed you. It just means that the favor just stacks in TaFZ. And Pinocchio's has just been the tip of the spear, really. Hasn't been fragging out like crazy. Haven't seen it to that sort of level. But look how much pressure it's putting in. Superdomineering using up 2 of the 3 smokes that they have available to them.
Oh.
Change could get killed and caught out there. But if you're the attackers, you just wait. You just let these defenders stew. You can rotate around to try and catch people in different directions. But funnily enough, I do think dedicating those 2 smokes for Superdomineering, I think Superdomineering wanted to take that fight on B. They had people stacked there, they had nice positions, they had nice control, yet those smokes being planted just made TaFZ go, okay, we'll go somewhere else.
Oh, nice work from Mao. Popo Man also will help with the crossfire. There's still trades coming back in, and actually, Mao trying to jump up is caught by Change. It does actually pull the rotation. This is just baiting them in. They will be pushing into the site, and there will be someone there already waiting. And, well, it has gone a little bit wrong. Even still, Change is managing to do so much work. They're going to fake out the plant, and I believe that you could potentially get it on the edge, but he's just walked into the edge of it. I think he wanted to try and get the plant down on the very corner of where the site is, just like do it while all of this is happening, but yeah, that's a clinical error from Change. Nice round from him overall, but you might need to remove those last few seconds if you're going to put a clip in.
Absolute frag monster that was winning some of those engagements on the A site. Superdomineering had a much better defense there. Took a lot of space on A main and just had a lot of nice crossfires. Much different, you know. Popo Man can help his teammates more if they get downed. And really it all came down to Change just out-fragging everybody else. Still lost out to a well-placed ultimate from Superdomineering. So much better from the defenders. But they still have a lead that might feel a bit insurmountable in some cases. Pinocchio's been doing this all game, baiting out utility, forcing people away from lamps completely. He's used both of his flashes though, so taking back the space is going to be difficult. Popo Man played the same position that he played in last time. Wasn't necessarily the smartest move, and it's brought Run It Back Out. Change is going to be clearing up lamps, and this execute is looking pretty good so far for TaFZ.
Well, they are going to be using the neural theft to find out at least where the remaining players are. I will be honest, I think I probably could have told you that, but I guess they wanted to check there weren't any sly flanks coming in from behind them. I don't think it's really going to matter, though. They're being ripped apart. Peak even coming in from Yokchi as well, and that will be a 5th round already on the board for TaFZ. On the attacking side, looking very strong overall, and I think some of the problems is that, as you sort of mentioned, it's not necessarily the Popo Man's playing a bad position. It's that their defense is becoming quite readable and very, very quickly. Like, they're not really challenging a lot of these angles, and when they do, it's in the same positions every single time. So all they really had to do on the attacking side was just throw a slow in towards the lamps. It meant that there was no dual peek anymore, so they could just wide peek the second player around the corner. It was a nice take, a good adaptation on what was already something they were doing previously. But if it takes one slow to win you a round, there's some issues with whatever your round is.
Optal Strike clearing up lamps. Nobody is there. The defenders are pushed all the way in showers, which has a nice little anchor point for holding on this defense. There's only going to be the Brimstone coming from Metal right around this corner with a shot. He's able to upgrade his gun. And teammates are trying to help trade him at least, but Amenhole is having some big impact. There's only so much he can do though. Change is going to keep a close eye on him. Now Mao with the Sheriff, the spike is planted, he has a Resurrect, but this isn't the time to realistically use it, even if he could get this kill onto Change, holding around this corner. 6-1, TaFZ taking a very clear lead, and I also think the composition change has helped them out a little bit more. They went Sageless on Ascent with double controllers. They had the Omen. Yokchi went from Sage to playing the other smoker at least, and I feel right now TaFZ just look a lot more comfortable with this composition, and realistically what they're running now, they can run across all of the different maps. I don't think they necessarily need to play double controller or Sageless in any cases. They just look super comfortable with what they're trying to do.
Well, yeah, and I think what we're seeing, at least so far, from a lot of these teams, like I think comfort is going to be important. I think it's going to be enough for you to actually win matches. Sure, if you get to like the top level of Valorant, that might not be enough anymore. And you see even teams like TSM, who initially were dominating with comfort picks, having to adapt at least on a few maps to make sure that they are within the meta, I guess you could say. But even still, you might run a few every once in a while that are not considered the norm. Here, though, they're not straying too far away from what we would normally see on this map. And, well, 6-1 up already on the attacking side. This is going to be a difficult mountain to climb. I think that the momentum switch would have to be something that comes in for Superdomineering. And on this defensive side, realistically, I think you need to get at least 6 rounds. Nice timing from Popo Man, though. They're already going to be finding one, but he's going to go back into that angle. He's got to be careful that he doesn't just give up a kill, and instead, it's actually ACL. Trade's coming back thick and fast, but they are still finding kills nonetheless, and it leaves just one man, the Sova remaining of TaFZ, to try and bring this one back.
Some solid stuff out of the Jet. Change, even when he's in a 1 versus 3, still looks scary. Amenhola has also been pretty consistent when it comes to shutting down some of the plays, at least. But Popo Man there, able to get that frag very early on onto Pinocchio. Pinocchio's now the one that's been red, trying to do the same things over and over again. And then Popo Man putting down the smoke, and then just sitting in it, waiting for it to disappear, getting a frag, and then getting traded. His job's done. He's just been enough of a nuisance and enough of a problem. Reminds me of like Looker, certainly, when it comes to how he plays Jet in a lot of these cases. Just a complete nuisance. Granted, Looker's a bit more of an operator player. Popo Man just seems to be more of a rifler, causing issues, and similar to Rob Wiz, actually, Built by Gamers. They're kind of just, the Jet is super annoying to play against because they're just trying to use all of this utility in ways that you don't expect. Pinocchio's having to change his positioning, but I still think even then he's been read a little bit. Showstopper's going to be used, but he catches out ACL, who's maybe trying to be a bit too aggressive. Popo Man's positioning is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he just looks the wrong direction at the wrong time. Zoreno is going to clear up and even use the cops for neural theft to show exactly where these defenders are going to be, and it allows TaFZ to take a little bit more space.
Okay, well, Mouse just managed to get a 2-for-1. They both tried to push aggressively into CT, and that might have actually let this round slip as Mao's just gone ham. He's going to pick up a rifle, but he won't check the angle. A bit of an oversight for him. But I guess if 2 people push into CT, you don't really expect a 3rd player to be aggressive around that position. It will be 7-2. I really like that round from Pinocchio in general, though. Like the hot hands that he throws into the corner. He knows that there's going to be a peak, so he forces the Rays into an aggressive position they don't necessarily want to be taking.
Even forces up the ult.
Yeah, true. Something else I'm interested in. So, what's your opinion on a Jet being played for a non-operator player? Because I'm sort of questioning whether or not it's something that actually adds too much value to this composition, considering a lot of the time you want to see those individual peaks, those aggressive shots, and then a movement away. Whereas for now, I don't actually see any abilities really being used by Popo Man. It's just his attempts to go for peaks, in which case, I don't understand why he wouldn't go for a slightly different agent. Maybe, I don't know, even switch him to the Rays and have another agent there, or just something with a little bit more value for the squad.
Have him play Phoenix even. Seems to be working out well for Pinocchio, and Pinocchio's used to run it back, and it's going to run all the way to spawn. Doesn't quite catch a look at facing Popo Man at least. But the easiest plant in the world coming in from TaFZ. It is an eco coming out of the defending team of Superdomineering. So really, at this point, it's a case of just cause as much damage as you possibly can. But these close-range weapons from distance are just not going to do all that much. It would be surprised if anybody else goes down from TaFZ. It's just surprising that Pinocchio died in the first place too.
I think Pinocchio might have gone down to... I think they had one rifle. Okay, Mal. Again. They're in a position where it seems like they can't lose, and then they lose 2 players almost instantly. Change, that was just BM, if anything. But
dunked on, yeah.
8-2. This is an absolutely dominating half. And yeah, so what do you think? A non-operator jet, is it something that's viable at the moment?
I don't think it's not, is what I would say. I feel like a jet operator is the pinnacle when it comes to that role. Just because you can play aggressive with the operator and not get traded, which is just something that you could never do in Counter-Strike, no matter what. There was just no way that you could just stand out in the open that aggressively and not get traded if you're running into multiple people. But I don't think that Purpleman is, you know, a problem for Superdomineering, especially when you have Mal being able to play with the operator on the Sage. It just seems to be a region thing. But I also feel like it's like stabilizers on a bike almost. At least having the operator in the hands of the Sage is going to be relatively safe, as opposed to Purpleman, because he's played so aggressively. If he loses the operator in fights like that, that could be a bit of a problem and allow this pendulum to swing in favor of TaFZ. And they don't need that pendulum to swing any more in their favor than it is already.
Hey, I do wonder if maybe we'll see a little bit more from him when it comes to the attacking side of the map. I feel like we're talking about a duelist who is somewhat struggling on this defensive side. Yup, she actually will get one with the shorty as well, but they are making this one a little bit more competitive. Nice trade coming out from Change. He is looking to put some pressure on, but it's actually this play from Zoreno, which is perfect, and they're going to go switching it back anyway. The Sage stuck in no man's land. It's left all onto the Cypher, who's been having a pretty rough time. It isn't going any better in this round for Fish, and with the Molotov holding even further back for Mal, this is looking all too easy for TaFZ. 9-2, dominating that attacking side. And yeah, I'm starting to now look at 5 and go, okay, maybe this is a team we really have to be scared of if we're some of the other squads, because they are smashing Superdomineering into the ground.
I could definitely see only one word losing to TaFZ. Just a similar style, like Superdomineering. It's such a close game against only one word that I'm now questioning the lineups, and that's the interesting thing, just watching these games and learning how they phase up against each other, really.
Get out of my way.
Bladestorm is going to be used from Popo, man. He's not really going to do all that much with it, just holding close on showers, and he has the right idea. There are 4 players defaulting there in that position with a Cypher lurking towards mid. I think Superdomineering have put a lot of stock in towards mid. This could be really difficult if you're Purpleman, but nobody checks him. He does get traded out, and the orbital strike does catch ACL, who was hiding in lamps. It's opened up for the Cypher to be able to take that area of the map. And yet again, a pretty exquisite execute coming out of TaFZ.
Yeah, they've just been getting all of the entry kills. Like, I think the executes are good, but when you just have all your players hitting your shots, it just makes them look so much more dominating. We are going to see 1 kill come back, and this seems to be the story of a lot of these rounds, where there's a few kills coming back towards the end, but ultimately they don't really mean anything. A 10-2 half, probably one of the most dominating halves of a map we've seen so far, and unless Superdomineering have an absolutely incredible attack, this is going to be over very soon.
We've been spoiled with some really close games today, so there's going to be games like this. Superdomineering, it would be disappointed to see them go out of contention of qualifying for their groups with a whimper like this. But it does make the other 3 teams left in Group C super interesting. TaFZ, 5s, only one word. And you really only looked at... Ooh, I guess it would be the... Ooh, ow, or maybe ow. O-O-W. I don't know what it would necessarily be. But you, looking into this, they were the only team that people really had info on, and they looked pretty decent within their region specifically. That seeing these other teams come in and perhaps surprise that, it's an opening for the first time for Superdomineering.
That's probably one of the most audacious attempts at getting a triple kill I've ever seen. Just wide peeking 3 players all at once. Popo Man also going to find another off the back of the shorty, managing to dash himself out of the corner a little bit awkwardly. And just basically poking and prodding this defensive side. So it is looking like Superdomineering are going to get themselves the pistol, although Yokchi has found one, and if they keep peeking like this, maybe not. That's already another coming back. He's going to make his way through the corner, but his teammate has gone down. He would need to ace this round if they're going to get the victory, and it isn't going to happen. It will be a third on the board for Superdomineering, at least getting off to a strong start. But I have to say, I wonder if there was a little bit of overconfidence there. If your Cypher is wide peeking 3 players at the beginning of a round, I'm not feeling very confident in that round in general.
And let's be fair, like TaFZ, Zereno wasn't particularly the player that's put this team so far ahead either. So, yeah, if it was something like Mao, I can understand it. Oh, Change certainly has just been winning some of these crazy engagements. But a good start, at least. I think Superdomineering just want to really ramp up some of the tempo here. Like, they've got to be careful of Pinocchio. This flash could be so obvious and yet still result in a 3k on the side of TaFZ if they're not careful. He actually uses the hot hands, so he's relatively scared. And that kill onto Yokchi, Superdomineering needs to be careful that there is a Phoenix in there, and if they can clear him out and even get the frag, which is looking likely, yeah, Pinocchio goes down. Another easy execute coming out of Superdomineering, and a good read on where people were. I just don't really think we saw Pinocchio do much at all in that position.
Okay, ACL, you get those eco frags. 4 kills for him in this round, and if we can start to see both him and I think Popo Man step up, then we really could see a change in this match. Of course, I still have a lot of faith in TaFZ from what we've seen so far. They've looked very, very good, and pretty much every member of their squad is playing well. The only worry for me is, again, like, Pinocchio's had a decent first half. He was really, really underwhelming on the defensive side of Ascent. Like, I do think their setup was just bad in general, that it left him having to basically clutch out the B site all on his own a lot of the time, which, as said, when you don't have a lot of the abilities that enable you to slow people down, unless you hit some sick curveball flashbangs. Either way, we are going to see this round where, of course, the rifle's now heavily on the defensive side, so there's going to have to be some pretty special things thrown in. They haven't actually destroyed the cam, so there's still a lot of information here for Zereno on the Cypher, and this time he's being a fair bit more passive, even has the smokes to support him, as he will kill off Mao, but he has been tagged relatively low, and in fact the spike has already started moving back in the other direction.
The thing is, that camera's still up there, so that'll be able to check if these players do leave hookah. And look at the wraparound from Pinocchio, actually. He's running all the way, and Zereno's still having some pretty big impact. Aminhole managed to get rid of the Phoenix in his position. The camera's being checked by Zereno now, and they can see just how clear things are. The recon bolt is also going to pulse to show exactly where Superdomineering are, so disastrous for the attacking side. And TaFZ showing that their defenses on this B site, once they have guns, leave a little bit more to be desired at least, because certainly in that first round on this defense, Superdomineering were just able to clear up easily. Zereno doing a lot better with a Phantom in his hand. Has taken a lot of space, and there's only 13 seconds left. Change is keeping an eye on long, and even with a classic from this distance, you still fancy him. This recon bot's pretty much said GG for this round at least. There's nothing right now that Superdomineering could do.
Yeah, I guess he really wants to take these weapons out of their hands. He's not going to do it. Instead, will lose one of his own. So making things actually a fair bit more costly, as 2 players will die for TaFZ right at the end of the round. Of course, I think they've realized that if they could have removed those weapons, it probably would have been GG, as there wouldn't really have been too much for Superdomineering. Of course, that was their bonus round to an extent, but if you have rifles, that means that you'd spent the majority of your money anyway, and as you can see, it's like 1,300, 1,500 for the 2 that managed to keep their guns. We are still going to have the defense with a decent buy as well, but now 11-4. If they win this one, Ryan, it's basically done.
And TaFZ have so much time to just recover economically from anything that goes wrong for them. But yet we're still not seeing any over-aggressive plays. Even Pinocchio on his defense has been very passive. Granted, the players on the A site haven't had to deal with all that much so far, at least. And Superdomineering just need to spot this camera. They need to spot this camera, put a bit of pressure onto TaFZ, and then maybe rotate. The camera is taken out at least, so Zoreno doesn't have too much intel to work with, but the target's still not been taken. Zoreno could at least trade for himself with the showstopper being brought out. So now it's still a 3 versus 3, and the spike is looking to still be planted. Pinocchio with a nice hot hands just does unnecessary damage to Fish. He didn't really need to be stood there. And he's trying to play aggressively in the face of the defenders that are coming from CT. But if Pinocchio can take the space from elbow, and certainly with that wall being broken, it's going to be so difficult for Superdomineering to hold off this retake.
Fish, however, will find one. Pinocchio alongside Zerl as well. Leaves it all onto Mao. They're pinging the spike through the smoke. Potentially going to try and give him that lineup. He's done some damage already. This is the man you'd want in this situation. He's going to isolate both duels. They probably should have tried to fight him together, but they failed. And Mao once again will come up clutch for Superdomineering. He keeps them in this match. And for the defense, after losing a couple of players at the end of last round, their money's actually going to be fairly awkward here.
Really awkward, but they've got so much time to recorrect and right the ship, I suppose it would be. Well played from Superdomineering. They had no right to hold that off. I think a lot of damage came in actually from Fish. The Cypher that was still on the site was enough of a thorn in the side for TaFZ that were just trying to clear off all the angles. And I also think the smoke that came out of Zerl towards B Gardens made it much easier for Superdomineering to just appear and get those frags. Certainly from Mao towards the end. And ACL getting that kill onto TaFZ. I mean, TaFZ aren't going to be too worried about it at this point. They don't really have the money. It's smart play to try and get this ultimate orb. Amenhole is like looking in that general direction. Even the teabag coming out. He's trying to bait it out, and there's no chance really.
Tactical crouch.
Yeah,
that's what it's called. Just
waiting, trying to make some noise at least. The spike is going to get planted, and it's just a case of just survive for TaFZ. Just how does this happen?
Oh no.
That's going to keep open the door, I think, too.
Okay. He does at least manage to get one more, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. So it's still going to be 3 surviving for Superdomineering. Basically going to be buying until either they bring this back or they lose. Like that's how this is going to go down. I don't think there's really a chance of them running out of money unless they continuously somehow win rounds with 1 player alive. But this is where things begin to get a little bit tougher. And the problem with Valorant in comparison to other games when it comes to comebacks is eventually, as a defense side, you're going to have your ultimates. And that's where you can not guarantee a round, but at least give yourself a very, very good chance of having a freebie, especially when you consider right now you've got the run it back, which is basically giving yourself a 6th man for a few seconds. You've got the Hunter's Fury, which is going to be utilized to deny plants. Granted, the neural theft probably won't play a huge part in the terms of winning a round. A little bit more aggressive, though, from the Cypher this time. Just playing around the edge of that wall. Something that's normally spammed, and actually, they can see over the top of it. A bit of a mistake for Zoreno. Maybe not expecting anybody to be here just yet. And because of that, they're actually going to lose one already. You can see Zerl as well, trying to hold the cross, but he'll go down to Fish. And for the defenders, this has pretty much fallen apart. They're going to need some pretty huge plays to come out here, and I think this is already done.
Pinocchio's even using and run it back before, but just doesn't even really get any intel. And this is good from the attackers. Fish being resurrected. Just this lone sage now, Yokchi, who has the operator. It's surprising why just they instantly should be considering saving it. And now all of Superdomineering is just going to push this. I don't know why Yokchi is focusing on getting these frags necessarily, but he's still managing to get them anyway. It's the Brimstone now, Amenhole, that's going to wrap around and try and catch him off. And there's a tripwire over here too, which would be difficult. Just not looking! Oh, Yokchi, you wanted to keep hold of that gun, and yeah, granted, TaFZ do have more of a considerable lead. It is starting to diminish a little bit more, and suddenly, before TaFZ know it, they could be even on score. It could realistically go that way, because now Superdomineering is starting to come in with a bit of confidence, and most importantly, economy is starting to buffer for them.
Well, it is now 5 of the last 6 rounds, and the defenders looking like they're starting to struggle a little bit. We sort of wrote off Superdomineering, but maybe Bind is a slightly more attacking-sided map within Southeast Asia than we might have expected it to be. It's normally one that a lot of teams can seem to struggle, but I think a lot of it comes down to this map being really good for operator plays. Like, this is one where you will see players like Mixwell just start styling with the angles that they were able to take. We saw it in the last map as well, with how many, I think it was 36 kills coming up for the defensive operator player. And now, well, Superdomineering haven't had to face one yet. But then again, there wasn't really too much of a prominent even operator player for TaFZ in the last half.
I know exactly where you are.
Well, man, try to take a lot of space at least. And Pinocchio just peeking his head out with the Sheriff. Unfortunately, all that he's going to realistically be able to do. It's a case of just break this economy. Yokchi missing the first shot doesn't matter too much. He's upgraded to a Vandal. And is it expecting Fish to sort of wrap around the box behind him? 8-11. What was the sort of score? Like 10-2 at half time? Superdomineering have been able to win the last 6 rounds out of 7. And this is something that TaFZ need to put a lid on. Not only for this upcoming round, but rounds to follow too. Because Superdomineering are going to have the money to be able to, if they lose this next round, the TaFZ go to match point, still be able to buy and compete. Which is something that TaFZ don't really want. Most certainly going forward. Their economy isn't going to be too ideal anyway. They did just save, so they should have rifles. But I think if Superdomineering could win this upcoming round, there's a chance that they could pip TaFZ to the post here, which would be a huge loss for them.
Well, 11-8. Not necessarily sure I would have expected this to come so far, but we're seeing how strong the attack was from TaFZ, and the defense has been questionable so far. A slower default round coming out from Superdomineering is maybe they expect a little bit more spice, a bit more aggression. The thing that makes me wary is the fact that the defenders also have an orbital strike, which is one of the most awkward ultimates, especially if you go towards that B site. A plant will be denied for an extended period of time, and they've already started rotating a third player over to B, mainly because there has been no presence on A, no lurk, no nothing. It's very easy to work out where this is going to be going. They could even trap them in. It is going to be Change, who manages to get one. Zoreno coming under pressure, but he's going to drop the kill. Even still, though, there comes the orbital strike, but it doesn't really do anything. And now the push from Armen is going to kill off another. This is falling apart for TaFZ, and they're going to try some riskier plays. Pinocchios will only get one. It's Popo man to trade, and well, before the spike can even be planted, they've got their 9.
Not really too costly for Superdomineering either. They've had this blade store for quite some time. Nothing really else coming online all that much frequently, so the ult economy should be shifting more in their favor. The fact that there was 8 rounds between them, now whittled down to just 2. A great comeback for Superdomineering. It seems that both teams really don't like to defend on this map, but I think their retakes have just been struggling overall generally. You see that Am and Hole are starting to come back into things, and a lot of ultimates about to come online. Neural Theft, a showstopper for ACL. This has gone from being troublesome for TaFZ to just be downright problematic that they need to solve this or they're going to lose this game. Like, this is becoming a real big problem for them, and they could definitely be getting into their own heads with how they want to try to defend this. The Superdomineering aren't baited too much. This is a play that, yet again, TaFZ have tried to do. Hasn't benefited all that much. The Cypher trying to play aggressively. And Zerl as well, just on a crazy flank. Zoreno could at least trade for ACL, who, like I just mentioned, just got the showstopper. TaFZ are prepared for this, more so than maybe Superdomineering are expecting.
It doesn't seem to matter, though. They're just not winning any of the duels, even if they have the right cross. It just doesn't seem to be working out for them. Their position will be revealed, but at this point. Okay, I was going to say there doesn't look like much hope, but they have managed to find kills. Change! This has been a man who's been incredible in the first half. He's gone a little bit quiet now. He peaks the timing and he'll get a triple. It's taken a long time. It's taken some pistols, and it's going to be a thrifty victory for TaFZ that gives them their 12th round. I can't believe that's the one to take it, Ryan.
It was one the Superdomineering weren't expecting. And by all accounts, TaFZ should not have had that. If it wasn't for Change getting the triple kill in engagements that he really should not have been winning. Could have been a different story. Even the kill that Zereno got towards ACL on B ramp, just making sure that a showstopper's not in play for something like that. I'm actually quite surprised that Popoman did bring up the Blade Storm too. Just tried to play close and get in the face of TaFZ a little bit more. But no, instead he just tried to sort of hop onto the box. Something that I think Change was expecting. And when he has the Phantom that he's already killed 2 people with the Sheriff, he's feeling his aim. You don't want to give him those kind of fights.
Take flight.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury is going to be expended by Change, and he doesn't manage to get anything done with it. The attackers have a few of their own. Nice shot from Zereno, though. Just spots the head of one. The res is going to come back in, and ACL does have his ultimate, so I think that's definitely worthwhile.
Camera's still there. They haven't broken it.
And they seem to miss that one quite regularly, even though it's been in the same spot almost every time, and they've cleared it some rounds.
There we go. They know it's there, and they hear it, and they get tagged. It just feels like that's not important to them, but that's a huge amount of info that TaFZ is able to get because he has hookah control without being there. And it's been broken now, so right now the defenders don't know if they're being pushed on B. You can see their really passive approaches. Nobody's checking the angles. But the showstopper is completely whiffed. Yokchi holding down that angle so keenly, and it's a bit of a scrap down to a 2 versus 3. 2 of the defenders are still rotating all the way around, so it's just Pinocchio's there to hold it. But he could bring it down to just 1. Amenhole has been great this game so far. Picking up 2 kills, just 1 left to get. He's not even focused on getting the plant, and he needs to get the frag, or he needs to get this spike planted. There's so little time. The Sova's there, going to meet him around this corner. He's got to go for the frag. He's got to get it. He can't. Change. It makes sense why he'd be the last to get that frag. He was so good across this game, but that went so much closer than it needed to.
Yeah, and I'm surprised at how almost attacking sided that match ended up looking, considering it was a 10-2 half. It looked utterly dominant. We had some really good performances from pretty much every single member of the TaFZ side, and then Superdomineering just seemed to come to life. They managed to bring a few rounds back. Like, they managed to put a lot of pressure onto like Zereno, especially when it came down to that defensive side of A, like catching him out multiple times. They look good, and I do wonder if maybe they'd started on the attacking side, if this could have been a very different game. Unfortunately, I think ACL had a bit of a nightmare with how aggressive he was being and how a lot of the time he would get caught out with picks. And I'm still not sold on Popoman playing a Jet. Like, I get that it can definitely work with your riflers, but if you also have yourself a Raze in there as well, and neither of them are on the op, and then you have to have a third player as a Sage using the operator, I'm questioning who's actually throwing out any of the defensive utility, because you can't have your operator a lot of the time throwing slows. Like, you just don't have the time. You need to be the one holding the angle. You don't have really anything other than your smokes that's going to slow things down if you are a Jet. And then the Raze, well, you're a DPS. So I feel like something within this comp needs to change. I don't know if you agree, Ryan. It just doesn't really sit well with me for a defensive comp.
Not really. I think especially when you have Popoman playing the Jet too, it just... There's no need for it, really. Like, KCL, I think, just struggled across the 2 games that we've seen today. You've got to have such a huge amount of impact, and it does remind me very much of, like, Hip from Ninjas in Pajamas. That kind of, like... You need to play a particular role convincingly, and if you just don't have that impact on a game, that could easily be the sort of weakest link in the change. So it does mean that Superdomineering have lost both their games in their group, so it's very probably impossible at this point for them to qualify. But it does mean that between Fives, TaFZ, and only 1 winner, they all have 1 win in their group. But we will be switching over to Group D after this game. Paper Rex versus Team SMG. Both of these teams won their first game in very exciting fashion. So this should be an absolute blast of a game. Check out some of these highlights from the game that we just saw between these two teams. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Revealing area. Sorry, bro. Fire's out.
Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. We are going into our 4th map of the day. The last for myself and Ryan. You will be joined by Banks and Mitch. Hopefully they've got Mitch a high chair to sit in, so that he's actually tall enough to reach his keyboard. But other than that, this is probably going to be, well, a banger of a match. We saw Team SMG play earlier today. They looked good, but the thing that worries me a little bit is it was a ZESB carry. 437 average combat score and 36 kills over the 23 rounds played. It is ridiculous. It'd be ridiculous in any game. The worry for me is they're coming up against a team that are starting to become one of my favorites to watch, which is Paper X, who looked absolutely fantastic yesterday, playing up against the Thailand Attitude roster, who have been one that we've been told about, at least a decent looking squad. Beat them 13-9, a great team performance, and not really one player performing badly in the whole server for that game.
It's interesting too, looking at the region, like Thailand seems to have like a really strong start with some of the teams that they have. Team SMG and Paper X are both Singaporean lineups too, so like it seems to be a strong region. And as you've highlighted, you know, with the jerseys and everything, these are clearly teams that are investing into their rosters. It's not like, say for example, I looked at with Team Adroit, that's now Fives. Like Team Adroit struggled with the financial side of Fives for the Filipino team, but they had won everything within that region, right? So these are two teams that are like investing heavily into volatile stock, not just with these teams, but with the game generally. Like even looking into it, I don't know much about League of Legends, but this region of the world is very much infused by it and stuff. Like granted, you know, you're going to be looking at Fun Plus Phoenix in the Chinese region particularly, but I think the Pacific region as a whole, when you include like Korea, Japan, China, and all of these other island countries that we're mostly looking at in this tournament, there are a lot of organizations putting money behind these teams, which is a really good sign. And I'm really glad that if we don't see another Ignition event again in this region, that at least we had this one for these guys.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that's something that I do like to give credit to organizations like Riot for, is that they are not just completely focused on the likes of the United States, where obviously there's going to be the big money sponsors and everything where they can probably benefit in terms of viewers. They are giving these smaller, well, not smaller necessarily in size, but smaller countries, I guess you could say, opportunities to show themselves on the main stage. And I think going forward, that's going to be important for pretty much the livelihood of the scene, if we are going to see like regions like Southeast Asia actually put players on the blocks. That's the chance, really. A lot of the time it's individuals that come through and then join other Asian squads and then show themselves, or maybe even some European squads if there's going to be English speaking players. So it's definitely worth showing yourself. And as already mentioned, the best performance so far in the whole tournament came from ZESB. So excited to see if he can do it again. And he's even got himself the same map. He is the first to die, though, instantly.
Paper X on the defense, they had such a strong showing of this against Thailand Attitude yesterday. It's the second time that we've seen both these teams play on it. It seems to, yeah, Group D just seems to really love Bind for some reason. And Karma being able to get the kill onto Rettler at least. They know roughly what's about. And they're looking for the raise, I think, towards Lamps. But she's pushing all the way through Showers. So this is a nice little wraparound, at least to grab that intel. But it seems now that Brandon isn't looking to push any further. He's just waiting to see if anybody pushes him or grabs that intel at least. But the execute's now coming out on mid at least. And Paper X have a lot of key areas of contention here at least. Fal is going to peek around this corner just as Pandemonia gets there. So Paper X just have full control and influence over the site.
Yeah, we are going to see the quick rotation though. This gives at least Camera a chance because there's nobody here, but he's going to be able to bypass any of the utility that's currently waiting for him, as it will be over towards long. I do worry a little bit if he goes walking into long, he might just hit into the tripwire. He's going to get the first, second, and looks for the final, and ace for Kama. What a way to end out that pistol round. We spoke about the heroes that we saw in the last map, but he has stepped up massively to kick things off well for Team SMG.
big mistakes from Paper Rex, just jumping out of hookah one at a time. It was just aim practice for Camera at that point. If he was in facing two people, it would have been a different story, but crazy that Team SMG had to rely on him. Can they do that consistently enough? It's hard to say. We didn't necessarily see all that much from him in their previous game, at least, where they played up against Legends. The first round going to the attackers, and Paper Rex immediately having to play catch-up. Aggressive again from the defenders, holding super close when it comes to Lamp, and also 2 players towards Showers. They have a bit of a cross-peak setup. The Raze is happy to give up that intel that she has the shorty, and she's moving away. But that's because he's baiting for the Sage right on the right-hand side, and Zespy's, he needs to get a frag here if he checks it. But I think that's what they want them to do.
Oh, already starting to put some pressure on. Nice work from Pandemonia to at least make things a little bit more costly. And while Lexi is there to convert the round. So it is going to be 2-0 in the favor of Team SMG. Now, some of the struggles that they had on the attacking side was that, again, they still relied relatively heavily on some of those operator plays in rounds that they shouldn't necessarily have won. So I'll be interested to see if maybe that was just a poor game for some of the other players, and we will see the likes of Lexi, etc., step up. I also like the comp that we currently have on the defensive side at the moment, mainly because we don't get to see Breach too often, because it is one of those agents that is more used for supportive purposes, setting up your teammates. You have to be almost selfless in the way that you play. So I like it. I like seeing a Breach every once in a while.
Even in EU, you don't see him all that much anymore. And that seems to be the region that he's the most popular. Paper Rex are playing super aggro on their A push, but the fact that they haven't taken shower control means that these defenders need to wrap around and just double check that there's nobody there that's peeked around. So they're not going to be too much help when it comes to Team SMG breaking through to the B site. So these defenders had a nice aggressive play, but it doesn't really scout out that much. But Egoist is able to pick up a triple kill with a spray down, gets his 4th. Fortunately, he can't get Lexi to add another ace in 3 rounds. That tripwire is going to show exactly their plan. At this point, I imagine Lexi might just go through the teleporter. No utility to bait in order to do that, so Paper X have a nice read on this situation. And quite rightly, they're going together. Brandon and Rettler side by side, making sure that they peek every angle that they can trade for each other. And Lexi's just frozen, waiting for the peek to come in. He's not even looking at the right time, so well played from Paper X.
Yeah, smart stuff. I like it. Like going together, but also on the wraparound. I did wonder if they'd faced quickly from Hookah, or if he'd heard any steps. If you were right, they would have actually gone into the teleporter. But it is going to be a first round now onto the ball for Paper X. Probably should have been a better start for them, in all honesty. Like losing that pistol in a 1 versus 3 is questionable, to say the least, as we do see some cracks maybe beginning to show in at least the early signs of this roster. Now, the purchase that's come in for the attackers is one that excites me. It has a lot of SMGs, which, okay, that's not great, but the operator is going to be back for Zez. So he's been someone that said he was phenomenal in the first match. I want to see if that was a fluke or if he is going to be a future star. The timing, though, they bait him in. That is perfect. Zesby gets the opener onto Brandon, and that's the exact start that they were looking for.
Operator is still in the hand of Zespeed, and he's changed up his angle. Smoke even gets planted from the Brimstone as he's rotating back to B. And you can see that all Team SMG are behind this smoke and probably just going to start rushing. I think as soon as it drops us, SBs can get that frag, but his attention is picked up by... Yeah, Rettler's position is picked up by the Owl drone at least. So the change of position was good from the attackers and opened up, and the execute's going to come in.
Already. The defender's in a pretty horrible position, to be honest. I almost think that this might just have to be a save straight away, because Paper X have lost too many members, and retaking this in a 3 versus 5 seems relatively unlikely. A good start for Team SMG. Like, we sort of questioned, like, again, like, is the victories that we're seeing from them in a close fashion versus rosters that are good enough that we should be taking into consideration how they're going to do in this group? Well, they've got off to a strong start versus PaperX, who were a team we were thoroughly impressed with yesterday. And of course, this group being so heavily contested, you do wonder which is going to be the team that actually heads out of here, because it could easily be the guys from Thailand if they don't manage to step up over the next day or two.
It's going to be a key game in Team SMG playing up against Thailand Attitude. But I think if Team SMG win this game and PaperX can sort of clean up house with taking out Legends, I imagine all teams are going to beat Legends at this point too. Thailand Attitude need to win that game against Team SMG, and it still might not be enough. Just that loss against PaperX is so impactful. For PaperX in this game, though, it's straightforward. It's just get that operator out of SB's hands. Or at least try to work around them. They have a breach, they have flashes that they can work with, so there's no excuse. They have the agents in order to deal with this, and they play with him enough. And it sounds straightforward, but that's because it is. It's very one-dimensional when it comes out as SBs. He's not exploiting the operator jet lineup. He's just a really good operator player playing on a Sage.
I do wonder if he'd be even more terrifying on a jet, though. That's the one thing I question a little bit. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury come out. It's actually the nade from Lexi that manages to get the opening pick, and now they're just going to try and push off the back of this. The dart going to be thrown into the back of sight just to try and clear any further angles, and instead there is the showstopper. Retler was hoping that his passive position would be enough. The fact is, it isn't. JD Faker hasn't really had anybody to flash in or anybody to displace from the corners, as he just hasn't had any real opportunity to do anything just yet, as this A site has been the main point of contention. Egoist will take one. A last hurrah of frags in this round, but the chances are there's nothing he can do.
And even on a run like that, SB's didn't have any frags, but he was a constant threat. It allowed Lexi to have some really well-placed utility, getting the paint shell on a position where Brandon is trying to hide behind a box, dodge an enemy's Hunter's Fury, and they fail to dodge the paint shell at the same time. This is what Team SMG have to work with. Either SBs gets the frags with the operator, or he's just a consistent threat and scares PaperX into playing very passively, not checking angles, and therefore not checking for intel too. So Team SMG, so long as they keep this pressure built on PaperX, they don't really need to do all that much. They could just execute, and PaperX won't really have much room to move from. It's early here, okay?
Isn't it like 10:30 now? You can't really use
still
that excuse
early
anymore. You've been up a long time. I'll give you that one. Oh, PaperX needing to try and change things here. I feel like the last map that we watched though has almost put some doubt in my mind of like, is this going to be a really attacking sided map in Asia? Am I going to be caught off guard with how these teams are able to play it on the attack? Because I have been surprised so far. That's a really nice flashpoint though. Already going to gain Brandon the kill. The showstopper will close out Divine, and you could see Kama, he was tempted to go and help and then just realized probably not worth it. Brandon though, it's been a great round from him. 3 kills already. They've realized that they've given up the site, and actually the boombot, that gives a massive sound cue away to where Kama's going to be.
Kama was stood right by the corpse of his teammate too, so Lexi's having a full control over this particular area of the map. Kama rotating all the way around to Hooker is going to be met by the enemy Brimstone. He just peeks away at the wrong time, but Equus just misses the shot. He shouldn't jump down here, I don't think, really. He had a nice position now, and he's just out in the open. Yeah, that's an opening for Fall and SMG to start pushing through the site. Granted, they're still in the 2 versus 3, but I think the Brimstone and Hookah is so much like momentum and a lot of positional awareness to be able to keep control of this site. So I think that was a bit of a misplay out of PaperX on this defense at least, and it's opened up Team SMG to get a plant in and play for the retake at least.
At least a nice blast pack to leave one of these players like, what? Who does that? Who does that? Who puts a blast pack and then doesn't check? Oh, that's really annoyed me. That is, go on, Ryan, you can talk for a bit. I can't talk after that. That's irritated me so much.
Seems to be a common thing with a lot of these Asia Pacific teams at least. It's just when there's a smoke there, it means that that angle no longer exists and nobody can ever be there. You throw out some utility and it doesn't get you a kill, it means that nobody's there. It clearly isn't the case, and an important round that Paper Frex just gave away completely. It was their way in. You have Egoist jumping out of hookah, just dying out in the open, not really achieving much at all.
Camera taken out.
But well played from Team SMG and Falfafal especially. Sort of talked about how aggressive he can be on this Cypher, and that was no exception. Lexi, though, has a nice spot to Brandon, who, again, just tries to play a bit too aggressively. Granted, they are with pistols, with chefs and shorties. But this is a lot of intel that Team SMG are able to gather pretty much instantly.
Just 4 in this round for them, and unfortunately it's not good in terms of weaponry either. We're actually going to see the orbital strike committed here. Maybe not realizing how much money's on the other side, but then again, you can see it, so I don't really think you can use that as an excuse. Clearly just wanting to keep this round nice and clean. The last one was close, so keep the money good. Molotov thrown into the corner. Pushed through, actually, though, from Retla, and he's got 2. This is a little bit dicey, especially with some of these battles that are currently going on. Divine actually getting close to running out of ammo, so has to fall back, but luckily they've got Zesby there to support. 6-1. Again, it's going to be an attacking sided half victory. And yeah, I'm still annoyed. I'll be honest, right? I'm still annoyed that they didn't check that corner. The only thing I'm trying to rationalize it in my head. It's something I like to do because I'm thinking, okay, what could be the reasoning? The only reasoning I can think of logically is that someone called out that both players were incredibly low. And so you'd make the assumption then that if your blast pack doesn't kill him, he can't be there. But I don't know how you could make that misplay when if you click tab, it literally tells you how much damage has been done.
Well, it doesn't tell you until the round's ended with utility, or you die.
That is true. But I assume the players who died would have been the ones who'd done the damage, because no one else.
Oh,
the other
were,
two
I
were
see
on the
what
other
you mean,
side.
yeah. I thought you meant with the blast
so...
pack specifically. I gotta say with Team SMG, like I'm super impressed at how they're playing around it, and it's not just the SB show like it was before.
Yeah.
Like I think everybody else on Team SMG have started to show up a little bit more. Lexi's had a much more impact when it comes to entry fragging.
Sick.
And Kama clutching out with the ace to begin with. Falfafal is constantly a nuisance. Like he's not doing too much
as well.
Yeah, he's not doing too much now, but he's forced out utility there. And he's just lurking for intel. And he can peek around this corner, and this is something that they're not necessarily expecting, but Retler's still keeping an eye on just in case we get there. Zespees is able to get the frag onto Egoist, which was to Crossfire. They know where the Sage is. The Rolling Thunder is actually going to catch them. They forced her to go into it, I think. Even though it came out from their side. And there's only 2 players alive for Team SMG, sorry, but they're still putting a lot of pressure in and still have a lot of room to make work, and Zesby is still alive. So that's always a threat. Paper X don't necessarily want to face them, even though they have man advantage.
Yeah, I think there's not really a reason to. Timing doesn't quite work out for it, and they don't have time. So this should just be a save at this point. The Sage just going to try and escape back. And yeah, it's a decent round coming out from the defensive side. As you said, they had to use a lot of utility, but I think that almost the mispositioning of that wall actually benefits them more than it would have done. So it is going to be... All right, we're off on an adventure. It is going to be 6-2. Still for the offensive side, and of course saving those extra 2 guns plus the extra money they get for the loss, they're going to be in a very good position in this round still, and they still have a res. In fact, both teams actually have a res and a neural theft available to them in this round.
Glad to see PRX are able to get a few rounds on the board at least. Some solid plays, but it's surprising to see them struggle so much with Team SMG. Great for the Singapore scene as a whole, like having 2 dominant teams like this. I imagine all of the region-based tournaments would include these guys for sure, so I still want to see how they do outside of this region, how they do across this southeast area of Asia as a whole. But a lot of pressure put out by Team SMG very early on. They have hookah control, they have showers control, they have so many key areas of the map that Paper X need to try and get off of them. And key bits of utility being dedicated by both sides. But it seems that Team SMG are quite happy to give up the space, but Falfafal is just going to make some noise, try and keep these defenders planted onto this site and stop them from rotating. He's just been a threat, even just on his own.
Yeah, the time starting to tick down, though. 30 seconds left on the clock for them to make their move. Lexi has no utility left, so no real offensive stuff for them here. And Brandon already taking the pick. Peak looking to come out from lamps as well. They've spotted the spike. The rotation can begin as they will be getting that plant down, even without too much in position here. There was nobody playing close enough to actually deny them. Wall is going to be broken. There's the shot from Brandon, though, just still lurking in the backlines. Another one from Retler, although he actually gets connected on by the showstopper. Rez will be coming in. There was one on the other side, but they can't really do anything with it. And it's a really good retake from Paper X. I actually like how they've switched things up here, because one of the main issues they had was that they were giving away a lot of picks. Like, the entries into the site from Team SMG have been very good. So the best way they can do that, just don't face them. Like, have the initial operator shot, get the man advantage, and then work together as a team. And I think that's something we were most impressed with when we saw them yesterday. Their team play, their synergy, their crossfires was very, very good. There was no individual star player. There wasn't one person dragging them through like we saw in the last match for Team SMG. It was a full team performance. And so waiting for retakes where they can utilize that makes a lot more sense.
The way that they dealt with the pressure on B site too was pretty spectacular too. Like, you have got the Falfafal aggressive Cypher just being problematic as per usual. Retler's still going to try and meet him though, but Zesby's peeks him. Retler wanted to just go for the frag, thinking it was just going to be the Cypher again, much like last time. But these plays where it works out, and it's quite surprising to see them do the opposite of what you just said they did a really good job of, to be fair. They faced into Zesby's, which isn't the wisest thing to do. Luckily, Alexi could trade against Kama, but the spike is on the ground, so this is definitely going to be a big execute, regardless of whether Team SMG wants it or not. They need to be careful of the smoke that's about to drop. But luckily, Divine is looking in the right direction. Just going to be the Brimstone left alive to try and stop this.
Yeah, I can't see this happening. And, well, basically everything I just said is quickly diminished. All three players die towards CT. One, obviously, with the more aggressive peak we saw earlier. And this is going to be very easy. Zesby again. Like, he may not need to be as much of a hard carry in this map, but he still has those really high-impact plays with the operator. In fact, I don't think it's that much of a claim to say that so far in this tournament, he's easily been the best operator player we've seen. And he's not even playing one of the more aggressive operator agents either. It's just hitting his shots, good positioning, and then making sure that it's very difficult to players to actually trade him out, which I think that just comes from very, very good fundamental play.
Come on, let's go.
And generally across the board, I think the fundamental play of everybody in this tournament has been actually pretty decent. I don't expect them to be sort of faltering behind as Kama gets the first frag, and even a showstopper dedicated on the attack. I think defense, actually. Regardless, neither rockets are out for the players, but Divine is the only one that hits it. Brandon, I think, was the one that ulted and had to play super aggro to try and make up for it. Almost like a sunk cost fallacy. It's a really smart play from Divine to punish that Brandon aggressive play. And it's opened up the rest of the site. JD Faker is able to pick up a couple of kills though. But that all came from just a well-placed ultimate. But like I was saying before, the fundamentals across this region have been pretty decent, I've got to say. I think, like, coming from my Overwatch background, nobody really paid too much attention to the Oceanic region. There was, like, a Contenders, which is like a tier 2 scene dedicated to that, which was almost kind of like a League of Legends league. But it's safe to say that people just assumed that that would be, like, the worst region across the globe. And there's probably even more of a case when it comes to Counter-Strike, because Latin America was also one that wasn't seen too well in Overwatch. But obviously in something like Counter-Strike, that's a very different story.
Yeah. Would you know where Contenders was, like, where they actually filmed it? Or where
it would have been Australia. It would have been Australia.
Oh, okay. Because they did. I think they did the European contenders in Ukraine.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Because I went down and hung out with all the people. Sam is fantastic. She is a lovely person. So
That was a
I went and said hello.
Ago
that is
Sam
Tech Go, of course. Yeah, it was. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't pay very much attention to Overwatch, but when she was doing it, I was like, you know what? I'll go have a little look around.
Here.
Trid and Leg Day are doing it still, I think. Des moved over to Siege. Who else was part of it? Oh, Jaws went up to the Overwatch League, so the original 4 have all gone in various directions. Had pretty decent success with all of them, in any case. But as somebody that casted Chinese Overwatch, like, I get really annoyed when I see people kind of write off regions that might not be EU or NA or Korea in some cases. The Chinese Overwatch especially, there's some really solid players, and there's going to be some real gems in this region that not a lot of people will give credit for. Which is a shame, because I think they deserve it. These two teams especially. Team SMG, though, looking dominant in their performance. And another solid execute going in. However, Paper Rex do have a lot of control when it comes to the map. It's unfortunate, though, that they're facing up against an operator on elbow. The defenders are trying to clamber out, but there's so many crossfires set up. It's going to be an easy cleanup of house.
Yeah, and it is. It's going to be the 9-3 half again. So it was what, 10-2 in the last map. It almost managed to come back. I don't know what to think now. That's the thing with this Southeast Asia bind. Is this going to be a complete comeback now? Are Paper X going to just be like, stupid casters, you didn't know that in Asia this is an attacking sided map, a dominant attack side map? God, we're going to win this now with all 12 rounds and you're going to look like a fool. Well, they won't even need 12, but you get the point. 10 rounds. But yeah, I would be surprised because Team SMG have actually just looked dominant in a lot of situations, like whether it be the duels. And the thing is, although there were definitely some questionable sort of rounds earlier for Team SMG, I really like Zesby's defensive side operator. Already kicked it off again with a decent start to this defense. If he does it once more, I'm going to worry as well for Paper X going forward, because we've already seen them win one match, but the last match that Team SMG played was very, very close. And it definitely seems like, in terms of the groups, this is the most competitive one, as you said earlier.
It's going to be an upset, whichever way you look at it. I think Group A and B in particular have seemed very much easy to script. But I don't think you could write this. Not enough source material for one, but also twists and turns already have been super interesting. And these are teams that have money behind them. Two organizations in this region. Paper X, as you've highlighted before, I think want to very much enter into the scene. Play in Valorant Worlds one day, whatever happens in the future potentially. But they have a long climb back if they want to be Team SMG, though. That's a great start, though. Fall holding onto that corner. Lexi gets so much for so little, just holding an off angle away from the wall. Still able to pick up a couple of kills. The spike is going to get planted, but Pandemonia and the rest of Paper X have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They need to keep elbow control, so the fact that they've walled it off, it can be a bit problematic if they're not careful.
Now they are going to have the Cypher's cage. And also the dart expended. It doesn't actually clear the angle, and that works nicely. It's left onto Divine, and he can't do anything this time. It will be the pistol going the way from Paper X, and that does mean that they've at least kept their lifeline going within this map.
Egoist had some nice position in there. I think just holding on, having somebody on hookah, but also with the Brimstone, because you could smoke from various angles, and I assume that Egoist had some smokes left. We saw this a little bit with Senna yesterday in the games that he was playing in. Just particularly that was a Cypher placing himself in the right spot, but that Brimstone knows exactly where to be. And we haven't seen Egoist show up too much since the Ace. Oh no, that was Kama, sorry. We haven't seen Egoist show up regardless then when it comes up with multi-kills. Other than clutching out a couple of rounds that we saw before, but still, Paper X need to see more out of him. Out of everyone at this point.
Yeah, I think especially in the match we saw, I remember JD Faker doing quite well. I also think that Brandon, especially on the likes of a Raze needs to do a bit more. But obviously JD is someone who's going to be setting up his teammates here. As said, like I think the Breach definitely will come into like contention more so within multiple regions. The problem is at the moment, especially within North America, you see teams using the Phoenix to get more of a solo man entry, whereas a lot of the time you could have this team play or more synergy with using the Breach Flash. Already though, nice nade out. We'll do a little bit of extra damage, but it is going to be Lexi falling and the rest of the team are nowhere near. They're all just slowly breaking their way through the Ice Storm with Pandemonia just waiting on the angle. It's a free kill for him. Insta-tap. But they have found a couple back in return. It's actually looking like a force buy investment from Team SMG. Looking like their name has become their nature. And while Divine will be able to at least get one back, still into a 2 versus 2. Pandemonia, though, wrapping round from behind, could have the play of the round as he's looking to try and get these kills. Foul, 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 falls, and it leaves just one in the form of Divine. The force buy does not work out for the defensive side, and now they'll have to take an eco instead.
Genuinely think you might be right when it comes to... Bind, I think, generally is just attacking-sided. Even if the stats don't necessarily dictate that. And I mean that in the sense of attacking Bind is a lot easier to do than defending it. So defenders, more often than not, if you watch some of the teams in EU specifically, will let plants happen. They don't want to defend to stop these plants from going in. They would rather have all 5 members alive and then play retake. And even then you saw it. Like Team SMG have to attack onto the site yet again to try and retake it. The only reason why they lost is because they didn't really have the bodies in order to do it. So both these teams just need to play retake more, I think.
Yeah, I think as well, the thing that really defines this map for me is operators. I think this is the one where you can have, especially on the A site, if you have a prominent operator player, that can win you a map. So I think, like, if you look at some of the best teams in the world, the reason that these statistics are so misleading is because if you have a Wardell, if you have a Mixwell, if you have a TaFZ, they're going to change the dynamic of a map based off the fact that they're very, very difficult to kill. So I think you're definitely right. Like, moving forward, when teams start to find better counters, maybe if there's some changes to the operator, I think we could easily see this become actually more attacking, just because teams are actually able to sort of work against those players a little bit better. No one saw that, Brandon. Don't worry.
Just got to hold the angle. And yet again, Team SMG are losing 3 members before the spike even goes down. Trying to do so much, yet again, because they forced in the round previous. At least they didn't have any money to realistically do that much. But again, a dominant side, 9-3 for Team SMG. These rounds are starting to pile up in Paper Rex's favor. Just spraying in, Lexi seems to just walk into the shots. I would agree to an extent with the operators, but I think the big caveat to that is that Jet isn't really as popular nor as good on this map in comparison to some of the other ones. So I think the operator in the hands of just other agents, like you saw Mixwell try and do it with like the Raze and stuff, and it didn't look good. To the point now that you're seeing TSM, you're seeing G2 as well in their game against FPX, play Jet on Bind, even though it's not really optimal, but still have an impact because of the way that they play around the operator and how much of a nuisance that they can be generally. So if these teams played more Jet with the operator, which we haven't really seen, I would be inclined to agree. But I think it's like the team that is facing into the operator not really dealing with it well enough. Paper X don't really have excuse. They have the smokes from a Brimstone. They have the Breach. The lack of Omen, I think, can be problematic too, because you just have more smokes more frequently. And you're playing less when it comes to burst smokes and more just one at a time, which is fine for just dealing with operators in the right scenarios.
Yeah, I also love a paranoia into hookah as well. I think it's one way to just basically clear out the whole of it within a matter of seconds. There's plenty of ways to do it, though. But already, we are going to see I believe this would be the double operator then, if Team SMG don't have one on their Sage. I'll be quite surprised. But already the start coming in. And this was something that I said. These were the rounds that they were able to win, were based off the operator. Foul, 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 though. is actually caught being very aggressive. And that wasn't necessary. This wasn't a round where they needed a hero, they needed a star to shine. They'd already got an opener. They were in an advantageous position. You can see, though, the second op is going to be in position. Nice shot from Zesby once again. And now they look to try and clear out C long, or B long, sorry, as it's a bit of a problem. Nice shot for Brandon, though. Does get rid of one. But Lexi's here, and there'll be a trade of showstoppers either side. They're also going to be able to use the health orb to bring things back into a fairly even 2 versus 2. And if I'm looking at the agents on the other side, I am actually going to be favoring the attackers, because the remaining 2 for Sova could at least find out some information. Maybe Brimstone can smoke something off, but with both of them in such a close angle, it's going to be pretty hard to clear things out.
They have the utility for it. They get some intel. Brandel's moving his position in Divine. Nice spray transfer. Exactly what they needed, and I think that's kind of what I mean. When Team SMG are in these 2v2 fights, it always favors the retakers, especially when those retakers have elbow control when they've come from CT. Obviously, if they're coming from defender spawn, they can't get hookah control, so like that's not really anything that they could do. So Paper Rex looked a bit beaten and bloody as that plant went in because it was such a scrap on that point that you saw the players just kind of not take any space. They just sat there. And Team SMG were a bit more proactive with taking that space. They used the smokes, like you mentioned. The recon bolt showed up where pretty much everybody was. And it was easy cleanup then for the defenders. Only 3 rounds that Team SMG need to get, but Paper Rex have been able to pull quite a few on the bounce now. Well, kind of like I mentioned before, these defenders taking engagements and facing people. Granted, it's Zesby. He does that all the time. Karma gets traded, however. But I think if you're Team SMG, you're just looking for intel, maybe catch a frag now and again, but I think they're just trying to take too many fights before the spikes get planted. Like, the spike being planted is the worst thing that could happen to them from their perspective, when it really isn't the case. They have so much freedom and so much time and so much utility to work with, that I think they're really screwing themselves over by just trying to play a bit too aggro on the defense. Especially for frags.
Oh, Brandon has been able to get an angle into B. I do worry a little bit if there is going to be a Cypher cam coming back any moment that could give his position away. And while it seems like he has been spotted out anyway by foul, it leaves their defense only really, their offense only really going in towards this A short position, but they will be able to at least get the resurrection out onto Egoist. Still keeping this into a 4 versus 4. The problem is the time, and they're actually looking like they might just pull out the Rolling Thunder. It is one of the most effective ultimates for taking a site, but they are actually just going to clear that left-hand side. It's going to hit absolutely no one. And the remaining players, I'm loving this from Team SMG. They've gone far more aggressive. They're going to deny the plant, or at least try to, but it slightly misses. The next one will connect as the remaining members of this offense start to fall. And you mentioned you wanted to see retakes, Ryan. It seems like you've got your wish, as they will patiently wait for the plant to go down and kill off all 4 players before they can do anything.
And that's what SMG could do when they just take the foot off the gas a little. Paper Rex dedicating big ultimates to areas of the maps that they want to take and have control of, but they aren't quite sure. It's how much of a seed team SMG have planted in the heads of Paper Rex. Just, they need a lamp controller going to throw big ultimates at it when it's completely clear. So really well played from the defense. Lexi especially has been so good at just stopping a lot of these pushes happening. And the way that these B defenders are playing to scout out intel and information, it's something that Paper Rex need to, like, Paper Rex need to have people go in that direction just to contest it to some extent. You've got the Rays and the Cypher now pushing down B long. They're going to spot that nobody's there. The defenders on A could brace themselves for an A hit at least. And that's something that Paper Rex need to do better of. They did well to an extent, but now they're just stacking 5 people for an A execute default. All the way coming from mid. There's an operator looking right at you. That's going to happen every single time.
Yep, Zesby just doesn't miss those. And he's actually going to get, I think there was a wall bang as well to kill off Brandon. This is going from bad to worse as they continuously lose personnel. The fault line not really going to achieve anything. Egoist does at least manage to get one, and we've seen these sheriffs do work before. Zesby, though, is just destroying them. Nothing they seem to be able to do with these pistols. It is going to be a 12th unless Rettler pulls off one of the most incredible rounds we've seen so far this tournament. Well, he's hoping to try and find at least something here, but you can see Zesby is already just homed in. There's not actually a safe angle for him to peek anymore, as both are being held by operators. 12-6. Team SMG looking strong and, well, potentially about to go 2-0 in the group.
Had a really good day today. It doesn't really matter their result against Thailand Attitude. They'll be qualifying. It puts so much stress on the rest of Thailand Attitude's games. The fact that they could not qualify, or potentially might not qualify, is incredibly surprising. This region is really bringing in some of the best talent, Singapore especially. And Zesby hasn't had too much of an impact in the game when it comes to frags. Lexi has, with a mix of the operator and rifles. But it's mostly coming from the B plays, even though B hasn't been hit for quite some time. It's just grabbing this information. Granted, now you have two players stacking in hookah. The B long could be in the control of Paper Rex as far as Team SMG are concerned. So the rotation's actually going to come out because I think it's over there. But Brandon getting that frag onto camera has made sure that the Sage is going to rotate all the way around. And he is traded out. Define is just holding that angle down so well. Paper Rex had the advantage there, but it quickly slipped through their fingers.
And that's such a confident peek as well from Define. They're going to boost back over. I love that wall. It's something that's used quite regularly, but they put it at exactly the same time as their opponents, and it will be Define to close out that map. Team SMG, they're going to go 13-6 versus Paper X, a team that we pretty much said going into this looked like a favorite to come out of the group. And well, now I'm really sort of thrown into question what's going to happen in this group overall as Team SMG now go 2-0. I think that pretty much guarantees them through with the losses we've already seen within the group, a few like traded maps here and there. So I think that means that they are into the playoffs. I guess we're just thinking what position they'll be in.
Yeah, the question's certainly around Thailand Attitude and Paper X now. Legends have to play both of these teams, and I think they're going to have a real struggle, to be honest. But having a look at the kill feed, you can sort of see just how free players, the three-headed dragon, I suppose, of SMG were able to sort of come in and do some pretty strong work. Karma not really fragging up too much, but had an ace very early on in the game, but couldn't really push beyond that to the same extent. It goes to show that this isn't just a ZB show. Yeah, it's SB show.
Yeah, I think that's something that's really important, though, is that, okay, say you have three players that are fragging well. I think the 2 rounds that I remember from Karma, as you said, there was the ace and the pistol, but then there was also that 3K that he got. I think it was in a 2 versus 4. So although, yeah, he didn't do much other than that, obviously he is the supported player. You can see just by the amount of plants that were actually thrown in by him. So the fact that he basically did manage to win them a couple of rounds, some big swing rounds as well. And then you look at the other side. Like I said that I like the breach. The problem is it seems like playing the breach pretty much sent JD Faker right down to the bottom of the scoreboard. Just 4 kills after not a bad performance in the match they played previously. The other thing to mention as well is now I'm starting to wonder how good some of the other teams are within the tournament. Like Legends actually put up a very good match earlier versus Team SMG.
That's true.
And that actually took a huge performance from Zesby to actually win. Like without his 36 kills, as said, I don't think they would have won. So maybe Legends will actually be the second best team in this group if they can recreate that versus some of the other teams.
It certainly made it super interesting, and some of these matches are still going to be going on today. You could see how this match played out in some of the highlights, but coming up, it won't be me and Tom. Mitch and Banks will be taking the rest of the games for you. But we do get to check out the rest of the games in the C group. Only 1 word versus 5. I think this result should be interesting. Both these teams in Group C won their first game, so whoever wins will be qualifying. I'm certainly looking more at 5 considering the result that we saw earlier with TaFZ versus Superdomineering. And then Thailand Attitude versus Legends. That's a must-win for Thailand Attitude coming up. And then at the end of the day, Team LZ will be playing up against Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports looking to be one of the best teams in the region for sure. But that's going to be it for me and Tom, at least. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time. There's going to be some cracking games as we finish off the group stages. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Retrieve the spider.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's show. Banks and myself, Mitch, ready to roll with a little bit of Valorant. We've swapped a little bit, and you might have noticed that because, both of us have hair. I think that's kind of the giveaway.
Yeah, we put the hairless commentators up front, right? They scare everyone away, and then we bring them back in with our good looks and a natural hair. Needing no plastic surgery to help them out here.
Yeah, they've not been implanted at all. Let's just switch over here and take a look at the brackets as they currently sit, the group results.
Yep.
And we've got a lot of matches already gone down this morning from the very early hours for us over here in EU, Banks. And really, the teams we're looking at, because we've got them coming up, over in Group C, only 1 word and 5. And obviously, they were playing yesterday, and both of these teams had their victories.
Yeah, both of them getting wins to start off with here. And you look at the scorelines, okay, it was a tad close with it, but this is where it's going to be the fight for if they want to continue this going, right? Who's going to go that little step further? Who's going to be able to at least make a mark in ensuring that they can potentially take the top place in the group? We've got 5s coming out from the Philippines, and then we've got only 1 word from Hong Kong. And for these guys, right, it's all about the proving ground. It's what you can do in the group stage, and you can judge yourself against how you might be faring against a team that's also taken a win here. It's going to be interesting to just watch it go down, right? We're definitely going to be learning a lot here about the teams coming from out this region. And I think that's what's going to be the most exciting part for me here, Mitch, is that we now get to see teams outside of just Europe and America that we've been covering a lot of. We get to start to go else and expand into the Southeast Asia region, which first of all is a positive because you know how damn good they can be when it comes to FPS gaming. But also, I want to look and see how they might fare against some of the competition that everyone's talking about, the best team in the world being G2 right now, for example, or maybe TSM, but nah, definitely G2. And we'll have to see how some of these Southeast Asian teams can match up, because in general, when you look at other FPS games, in PUBG, yeah, they found a bit more success than what the European and American teams did. When it comes to your Counter-Strike and stuff like that, it's been heavily dominated by Europe and America.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Coming down to those FPS titles. This is their chance, though, to really show up on the international level. And we go, like, obviously, there's that little incubation period where all the regions are going to be competing. And the top dogs, I don't think it's possible, really, that we're not going to see a big tournament between all the best teams within regions. So if you can top out right now, you're probably going to get the chance to play in one of these massive lands whenever they do come up. And also, between these two teams, only 1 word and 5, having their wins under their belts, this is pretty much the battle to top Group C. Whoever loses this is probably just fighting for that second place.
And this is the thing, right? When it comes to that, it's like, it's a real big difference when you get into the playoff stages, right? Depending on where you get that seeding from, who you'll match up on when it comes in the quarterfinals there. For taking that first place, you want to like an easier way in, don't you? You want to like, okay, look, we want the rest time, so it be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to sit back, look at your competition, and figure out exactly what you're up against later on. Also, the fact that you'll obviously get a higher seed than when we do move into it a little bit later on in the playoff stages. So it's very important for this match in particular, probably the most important one of the day. Also, that down, I don't know if you spotted on the bottom of the group, was Superdomineering. I just thought it was funny. The namesake definitely not living up with a 0 for 2 at the moment.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. You go and name yourself something out there. You're like, yeah, we're going to be the absolute bosses of this. And then it turns out you're like, maybe not playing so good. Your group chances are pretty hopeless at this point, right? You just now got to take those L's for days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all just about pride from this point forward for them. And I do respect the confidence, though. They're coming in. We're going to dominate. Oh, we're last. Oh, okay, cool.
You got to have confidence like that, isn't it? I'm always down for extra confidence. It's just afterwards you've also got to be able to take all the banter that comes your way of, actually, you can't live up to your name and you're not quite good enough.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're going to be taking a look at the game as we roll on into Bind, Banks. And here it is on your screens. Only 1 word starting out on the defensive side.
Now, for me, right, I love a bit of Bind. I'm all down for it. But one thing I'd say is it's probably the map that gives us the most insight into how far a team can go on the tactical side, especially when it comes to the A site, their setups, how they look at to attack it, because we spoke to many teams in this, Mitch, and it becomes quite a problem for them over and over again in how they actually execute onto sites. There's many different variables that come into it. Remember, we were talking to Angel and we are talking about the brim, utilizing many smokes coming in there. So I'm already liking what we're seeing. It's a bit of a different mix up in agents. I'm not quite sure. With only 1 word, pop in the Viper though, mate. Like, it's a bit of a curveball out there. Maybe they're going to show us something else, but we're already seeing aggression down on B long. So they've stacked B. The other team's more towards A at the moment. And they're just marching on forward. No one's even... Okay, so basically what we've got here is 5 have a site that's completely empty. They're probably confused as hell right now thinking, pardon? Like what? You can see a few smokes going out, you know. They're using the abilities. This is going to be the telling sign, though. He runs into all of them. So an instant kill taken him by the Jet. The spike may go down, but at least they have on the push into the site a chance of this because there's still 5 alive, you know. Wall goes up. They will surround themselves with a bit of a chance to push back onto it. But Borkum... He's able to take down one who's trying to flank through bathrooms. There's a lot of vision being had here, though. That drone did give him some extra information, and they're just dominating. Only one word. So far, so good. But Dispenser, he flies on through. He's managing to get 2. Oh, that's really nice job done. And now it's all on you. He's all alone. And this gamble stack may have not paid off. It was looking like it could really go in their favor.
Yeah, it definitely was, but there we go. The final kill just clocking on through as the round comes to an end. And 5 take it. I gotta say, that was an odd strategy, Banks. It's not all too often that you'll see a 5-man B long stack.
No.
I mean, we've seen it from a couple of teams. I think G2, Liquid as well have attempted 3 players B, maybe even 4 from time to time. And push down B long when they're on like an eco round or a mix buy. And then they have that one player who's just delaying, who's playing maybe a Cypher or the Sova, just throwing out utility to keep them back and gain the information, while the rest of the team push down B long. But 5, well, you see the problem with it there. And by 5, I mean 5 players long, not the team. You see the problem, right? Because you just lose the site, and then they go out, they clear it, and unless they're really, really slow, you're going to end up just losing that round.
Yeah, it's weird to see 5 do it, right? If you have one player that stays on the A site, yes, it makes perfect sense. Normally you find like a Cypher or a Sova kind of take that position. But this is some good pistol work coming out from only one word. Did they just 5-stack B and push down on the first round? Because only one word are like, we're just miles better than you. We're just super confident. Because already getting these picks, despite them now being able to push into the site, which should obviously give 5 a lot of control here, for only one word, they opened up really strong. They've managed to grab themselves some weapons. And now it's actually pretty damn scary if you're 5. Dispenser looks to try and push into it. Okay, puts the blast pack out, but he's not going to get a kill off it yet. It just falls away. Spent a few abilities on that one.
Well, it's going to be a little bit delayed going into this retake because of the wall that's in play, but really with the man advantage, they're going to want to speed it up. They're going to want to move quite quickly. And so here we go. The blitz on out, the hole in the wall, but running right on into that Spectre. Humi able to shred them. And this round on a weak buy, or what was a weak position, considering the 4v3, just very quickly spun over to 5.
I was very concerned for 5. Like, you lost 2 players early on to pistols. You didn't do anything back. Yeah, you gained control of the site afterwards when you went into B. Fair enough. But you really shouldn't be putting yourself in such a position where it's that scary.
No, not at all, Banks. That should have been a nice, clean one, realistically. You're going out, you've got man advantages. You split into 2 players coming out of each side of elbow. At that point, obviously, you're looking to trade. But that entry coming in through the doors from spawn did not work out. Now they're left in a position where 2-0 down. It's realistically where they should have been, considering that pistol round loss. They can fight back in right now, but I would have liked to see a lot more damage being done. Just a few more players dropped, even if they did lose it. It's unfortunate that doesn't come through. But the opening duels definitely do, with 2 going the way of only one word. And on the back of that, I mean, it's desperate times for 5.
Be very careful in this position. Borkum's going to come and try save the day. He's backed up by JC Vash, who has managed to get a kill up on that Sage. Going to wall himself up high. And, oh, look at the angle we can play from here. So we can cover 2 spots like that. I really like it. Because he'll also be able to see into the lamps and make sure that no player's going to try and push through there. Cover himself on both sides. He's actually got 2 players starting to potentially go out towards him. Geekhammer puts down the Cypher camera to make sure no one can get him from window. It enables him to move around, but is it going to be good enough? First shots come in. It's Jeff that lands it. Oh, and you swings round. No problem at all. Borkum's going to get smoked out, but they can just push onto him. He can't stop the spike being defused. He runs out of bullets as well. They continue to try. Oh, it's so close. But with the wall being up, it wasn't going to happen. And finally, we get around going the way of only one word.
They needed it realistically coming in on the buy round. If only one word were to lose that one, I mean, you just spiral behind, and with a Viper in play, really the benefits definitely go over towards that defensive side. So you want to be able to see them climb up into that victorious spot. The real problem, I guess we touched on it a little bit, the fact that a Viper was coming out, but it's that we also have, obviously, Jet in play, you've got that Sova, the Brimstone, which has its benefits, but no Cypher. And Cypher has not been left off of any NA or EU teams for the most part. It's very odd to see a team come in and just decide not to pick him.
It's certainly not normal. Only one word, maybe creating their own meta out here in Southeast Asia. We'll have to wait and see how it will work out for them, but I don't know. Do you see some spots where you're like, oh yeah, okay, it could be viable? Because right now, even with the slight buffs we've seen, I don't see it, man. I'm not sold.
Well, yeah, obviously you want to see them come in with a stronger defensive start if they are going to change up the meta. Lots of kills spiraling out over towards that A site. It's gone over in favor of 5. Even with the res about to come through, that's dangerous as Dispenser dispenses with 2, grabbing himself a 3k for the round, wasting the ultimate of only one word, and very careless Valorant there to just run forward, pop the res without even clearing if the players were there. I guess they presumed it was towards the A side, having lost all control, but that presumption has cost them greatly in the shot missed by Habe. Give over a 3rd round to 5. This ain't looking all too good for the defensive side.
No, it really isn't. That was a bit of a troublesome one. They get one round and then they get taken down. The attacking side, generally, we're seeing the strength come out from them. Some of it is questionable, right? We get a bit confused of what they're trying to throw at us. We saw the round where it was just like losing 2 players on the pistol. Coming down from being behind. But moments like that, that's what you need. Their Cypher, he's really not having a great game, is he? 0-4, despite them being up 3-1. That actually could be a positive, though, because if he does just start playing well, just comes up to his stat. Oh, that's a risk, you! Why is he poked out like that? No cover, no one to back him up. Oh. And then they get doubled by Dispenser, absolutely destroyed. They're going to walk into this B bomb site, and 5, they're going to look for 4-1. There's only one word, but there's only one word for it. Just absolutely chaos.
Yeah, that is chaotic as can be.
Yeah.
Well, even their name is 3 words instead of 1. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like they'll be getting off 1 round either, as they're in the 2v5. Lots of ults in play, and that's very heavy commitment of an ultimate by Habe. Goes up close. Good for 1, but they had a crossfire even after that kill. And also, there was, like, look at the coordination. Habe goes rushing out to B side, having popped his ultimate, and his teammate's already saving in A heaven. What's happening there? You know, talk to each other. You got to make sure you're communicating on, you know, are we going? Are we saving? What's happening? Are we committing our ults? Or are we just going to run away?
Yeah, you got to make a decision when it comes to it. And so here we are, 4-1 right now. And 5, you got to say, Mitch, at times I was questioning them. It definitely wasn't making sense. But they're getting it done. They are playing against the Viper. I don't know if that's big of a deal that it's going to change up the game that you should be losing this heavily, right? Because if that player can still frag out, then they should be doing fine.
You know, I would understand not playing a Cypher if maybe you're on the attacking side, right? If you're starting there. But it is just very odd when you know that you're starting defensive to come in with this kind of play. I don't know about this one. But the 4-1, plenty of ults in play for 5. Game-changing ones as well, like the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. It's hard to really imagine things going only 1 word's way after what we just saw in the previous rounds. Got it. They had rotated actually over towards the A side, so even as the rotates are on their way, they're very late. Hunter's Fury not connecting onto anything, and hold on. Here we go. Brimstone wants to bring the hurt to them. That's a very good ult. It looks like it'll connect some damage, but no kill, as unfortunately he falls on the rush forward by Cypher.
Nowhere to run.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm synced up enough with you, because I'm really far behind at this boat, mate.
Okay, we can sort that out in just a sec after this round. And maybe sync our feeds. Obviously, the downsides of online production. It happens. But when you look at 5 at the moment, oh my god, Dispenser! They were so far behind, and he just came through and took a triple. All of a sudden, there's just one player left. Oh, you's got to do it all, and oh, he's getting it done. 1 kill on the board and 1 left.
Doesn't have the health for it though, Midge. Oh, Borkum gets it done. I'm now at 4, 3, 2, 1. Is that pretty much
You're
close
still
to
a
you?
little bit behind. I'm at 27, 26
Oh,
in our countdowns. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
26,
throw up the
bye.
screen real quick while we're in the buy phase. And we're
Yep.
both going to refresh at the same time. So let's go. Let's refresh in 3, 2, 1. Allez-y. And I've got an error refreshing. So that's fantastic.
Of course.
We'll be back in a second, hopefully. There we go. Okay, I'm back. I'm at 3, 2.
I'm a second behind you. I'm 3, 2, 1. A second's not too bad, right? It's just the best we can do, I guess.
It's really not liking this. The feed. Oh my god.
No, but that's liking them. The push coming out from bathrooms, and well, 5 are just ready and waiting for it. It doesn't matter what only one word is thrown at them. They're ready for it, even when the numbers are down. Dispense is massively impressing me as well. I'll give him that.
Oh yeah, he's been solid. Like that 3K in the previous round as well. He just tore them apart. I'm enjoying watching him. We'll see what else they can bring to the table. There's already 6 rounds on the board. I mean, if you're only 1 word, you've got to be pretty upset. Yes, they only had pistols there, but they got nothing done.
It's also like 5 are just, they're not even having to fight too much for the rounds, right? That previous one, yes, it came down to the 1v1. But in a lot of these other rounds, even when they're down on numbers, it's like 5 just on the individual level can step it up. And Dispenser's having these great moments like we saw when he gets the 2 kills, just walk straight in. But he is being backed up. His teammates are helping him out now.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? And already we're seeing them push like into the B side. You saw Cypher just run on forwarding and take up the kill onto Brimstone. Things went their way. The reality is, though, if they're actually... if the players over on Only One Word start to play Crossfire, start to take those fights together, are 5 going to be able to answer on that? Well, honestly, if they make it past 8 rounds, it doesn't matter, really, because just off that individual ability we've seen come through from Borkum, from Dispenser, I don't think it's going to come into play. Oh. Talk about individual ability. He misses the... Oh, gotta run around that corner quickly. The bullet was quickly behind him, but he made it.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
That was certainly not close. Manages to teleport out at least. Now Cypher can use his camera to try and get some vision, see if anyone's going to be peeking on it. Borkum needs to be very careful off this angle, but he's straight in. Slow reactions from the Jet. Doesn't even get a chance to dash away. And this is looking real good once again for 5. It does not matter what is happening in the Only One Word camp. They can be ahead. They can get good positions where they might be able to get a kill. But nope, they're not allowed to get the kills at all.
Well, all of a sudden, Only One Word are coming back into this one. The 3 versus 2. Shot missed by JC Vash. This is dangerous. He hears the steps close. Knows they're around. Borkum might have to clutch this all by himself. But JC does the work. The blind going through. The paranoia doesn't connect. But coming around the wall,
Ooh.
Borkum's good to find that frag. Really nicely done by JC to hop over the wall, play ring-a-ring-a-rosy with his opponent, and leave him open so that Borkum could take him from behind.
And you never want to be taken from behind in a round like that. You can maybe get one, but they have you pincered, they have you surrounded, and the refrag will come in. This is very dominant from 5. If I don't start to see at least a couple of rounds start going the way of Only One Word, you may as well just call this GG, because they'd have to have some incredible attacking side coming out here. And for your Jet to be having such a bad game with just 4 kills up, right? Like, there's not even a chance where you can quickly get an ultimate up and say, all right, we're going to be able to play it. Oh, they're going aggressive with the drones. We get spotted out. I don't want to see him go aggressive here, though. JC Vash is just waiting for him comfortably. The slow's going to go out. I won't even see him from revealing the area. Humi even just destroys it regardless.
Oh, good shock dart. Ready to punish
Oh, that's
anybody.
nice.
The double went through. I think the second commitment seems a little bit much. Once they see the first, they're never really going to just run forward. Feels like a bit of a waste. But I guess just in case they were being a little bit careless, would have punished them. Here's the push going straight through. They don't even care about Viper's Decay. It will wear off eventually, but not before Darkus can swing through and take one. Rez already in play. Borkum going in for a TP. Wasn't ready. And oh no! The damage done to him is substantial. The heal not up yet. So Borkum stays on 1 HP. Can't go out through Viper's ability there on the floor. The Venom is very strong. And oh no. it's a 3v3. Heba wants to push up close, but his teammates can't support him. There's a wall in play. They only need to check the angle he's on. This is very careless, but he goes through and finds one nonetheless. The spam in the smoke not quite working out, and a TP to the B site for plant.
Nicely done. Right, that makes the most sense when it comes to this. Quickly get out of there, duck away, get the plant down. Now you put yourself in a position that you can win. Now they're going to hear, obviously, that they're coming through the teleport, trying to take them down, but the positions they're going to have when trying to defend the spike is going to be huge. Nice smoke coming out from TKCC. He's looking around, no one's out in the open. They're going to aware that it's being fully defensive. The stage might just stick it. Oh, the ult is on point. Borkum, right timing. That's the way you get it done. And now it is all on Jeff. What can he do? It's a 1v2. Doesn't matter, the other doesn't have much health. He's going to stick it, though. No way. Oh, my God. What? Oh, Borkum, what are you doing? And why was the Super not moving faster than that? You just gave them that round that they didn't deserve.
That is ridiculous, Banks. To walk in there and just stick that defuse. I don't know how he gets away with that. He was just sat there. You're saying, what can he do? And he just goes, I guess this is literally my only option. And it works out. And it was so well played up to that point. The TP to B, you plant it, go and hide an elbow. Then the Hunter's Fury is popped to keep them off the spike. Not connecting the kills, sure, but at least it does take them off it for a minute. But then a 2v1 stick with the wall down. That should never be happening.
That is crazy. Oh my God. I'm just shocked that it even became that. Oh, Dispenser though, he's not missing shots. They're going to go straight back in with a fast push out. Ooh, a bit of a miss on the grenade there, but now the position's blown of the Jet. Continues to get found, getting tagged up, getting sprayed down. That's not what you want to see. And you know what? Five have come back into this round and said, all right, we let you have that round. It was our fault. We did not play that well. But now we're just going to come out and just absolutely frag you and give you no hope in it. Dispenser, how have you got this far without being seen just yet? Okay, the smokes were down on there. He can hear him backing away. Doesn't want to push on it just yet. The wall's going to go up. Cage as well. There's a lot of commitment to ensuring that no one can see anything. Dispenser will just back away, but Five, that's the way you bounce back into a round, Midge.
Oh, absolutely. It's exactly what you want to be connecting. Kill after kill. Even when things are looking a little bit down for Five, they just have that individual ability. That's what we were talking about. Just the fact that they can keep on relying on someone like Dispenser to do that damage. And at this level especially, when it seems like quite often only one word aren't being able to punish anybody for overextending or for peeking by themselves. That's all you need, really, is that individual skill. And on a raise as well, I think that's always alarm bells ringing. If you've got someone that's a solid fragger plus a raise, you're going to see a lot of showstoppers coming through.
Yeah. You do not want to be going up against that at all. For only one word, you got a round that you had no business winning. Then you just got slapped on the next completely. They walked over you like it was nothing. Borkum and Dispenser, okay, they're fragging out both individually, but it's the confidence they have. Dispenser just like, he heard what was going on, went for the dry peek on that first one that was in Hooker and was just showing them what's up. Now, okay, the Sova's tried to push his way all the way round, and he snuck in. This is an interesting one. So he's got himself in the teleporter room.
They should know this is a possibility, though, after hearing
Yeah.
that. That's the problem. He's kind of stuck here all round long. He's got a Brimstone just committing those smokes down towards keeping him in there, keeping the information out of play. But they're hard.
Is that really necessary, though? Like, you know, he's
yeah.
putting the smokes down. What they want is actually to allow Five to feel comfortable enough to try and push on it, and then you to actually poke out and potentially get one. If anything, the Brimstone wants to bait.
If you fake the wall opening, if you open those doors while those smokes are down, sure, but to just smoke randomly seems completely pointless. Here it's committed towards long, which makes a little bit more sense. Yu's got his ultimate as well, so if they do decide to push through Hookah, he can just pop that and deal some serious damage, but I think opening the door is what he wants, and only one kill from it. TKCC, good for... Oh, look at the TP as well from Jeff. He caught them off. They've got Hookah control. The ultimate committed on long, but they're already out, and kill goes their way to open it up into a 2 versus 3. Still the advantage to play with for only one word. The ultimate as well, and it doesn't even matter.
No.
Doesn't matter in the slightest. Darkest came through with beautiful headshots. And a third round at last for only one word. Really, they need this final one as well, though.
Yeah, we haven't seen the defensive side, right, of Five, but their attacking side has looked solid. Definitely a lot of the better team in terms of aiming. But only one word maybe coming online a bit more. into the previous couple of rounds. One was more gifted to him. This one was definitely fought well. Still, like, it could have been played a bit cleaner, but they're going to take any round they can get at that point. You know the revive coming in on that previous round? Looking at their money, they didn't even need to do that. I don't get that. The last round of the half, they could have been better keeping the revive going for this round, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think the idea for them was that it came through just as that final kill did, and they were like, listen, let's not get 1v3'd. But I think
True, yeah.
saving it for the next, I would have been more a fan of, but I think that just speaks to the fear that's in play for only one word. That didn't, though. The straight-up push by Habe as they just run on in and get themselves deleted. Boomy expertly dodging Hunter's Fury.
He's like, don't even try it. I know how to deal with a Hunter's Fury. So already a one-person lead when it comes to this so far. 5. They do have the early control. Plenty of time left on the clock as well. Yu's going to have to come up with something huge here. He's got too much to check. He's got a bit of backup, but the Brim is playing so defensively. Oh, the double push comes out, though. Borkum never expected that. He'd already seen one player go through, but this is going to give the tell that all the players are now towards B. Spam comes through, and Yu goes down. TKCC's just going to back away and wait for his teammates to come in. But even now, they're not committing. Oh, they back away. Okay, so the spike goes down. Here we go.
Nice kill.
Landed with a Cypher camera, but Jeff still doing the damage. He's the one that could turn this around massively. TKCC swinging on it. They weren't looking. Oh, this is really nice, but he can't land the second spray down. 6 health only for Dispenser. He does have his blast packs used, and they're going to have to come up huge, but they're in a 1v2. Oh, they're keeping him from both sides. He does it, Jeff! What on earth? Not only did he save the round, which they shouldn't have been able to get, he just picks up this one with a 1v2 on 7 health to bring the 4th round in. 5. You let a couple of silly rounds slip away. This could have been a 10-2 scoreline, but a very decent half overall.
And what I think was a 4K for him as well, because he started that one out on the actual retake,
onto Borkum,
like catching the flank, and everything about that was so well played. But now we move on to their attacking half, and with a Viper, I'm quite curious because I feel like Viper can have some decent impact when it comes to the attack. Obviously, especially on this map, if you get bath control, she can ult and just completely block out all of the A site. As well as that, obviously, you've got a smoke that just requires you to throw it instead of call it down. It's basically eternally there. At the moment, they patched her as well, right? Recently, they buffed her. So before, if you activated both the orb and the wall, it doubled the decay time of your reserve, but now it doesn't. Yeah. So at this point, I feel like she's actually quite powerful because you can basically get a wall, which is a gigantic smoke, an actual orb smoke, as well as obviously the ability to clear out angles with your Venom.
So what you're telling me, Mitch, is you're not a fan of Phoenix still, but you can actually see some sense in having the Viper.
Yeah, I like Viper.
I never thought I'd hear it.
When Killjoy's in play, I don't think that's going to be viable. But at the moment, I feel like it's semi-relevant.
Well, he tried to poke out, had a look towards B long. Didn't work out for him. Now 5 do have the man advantage. Oh, they're not checking it. He's playing off the cage. He even lands the second one that he had no business winning. So many whiff shots, and this is not looking good. The spike carries on the floor, and it's only the Viper that remains, but not for long, as Dispenser just seals the deal, makes it work, and we get a 9th round, a pistol as well. And really, if only one word got the pistol, then you can make an argument that they can have a comeback into it. They get a second round, they push from there, but this starts to look scary.
Yeah, it definitely does. Once that pistol goes over to 5, you've got to start panicking a little bit for them. It feels like at this point, there's only one way it can go. You look down towards that scoreboard as well. 15 kills for Dispenser, 4 for Bokram. And we spoke about that, the ability these two players had in those early rounds. It just seems so far above anything that only one word can consistently bring to the table. Yeah, you have the occasional 4K coming out, but... Oh no, you're just completely leaving yourself open a bath. You can't do that. But eventually, you're going to see even a shorty kill come into play. That's a good opening onto Borkum, and they continue to deliver with the retrieved weapons. What is this? Up above, Habe got a 3rd. And although they're answering back, the damage is done. The spike planted in a 1v2 that's now winnable. Oh, those spams, though, my heart breaks.
Oh no. He thought he had a chance, but they could did a good read on it, right? They had an idea of where he would be, so they managed to take him down. That was really scary, though, Midge. I'm thinking for 5 now, just be a bit more defensive on your defensive side. You know, it's got defense in the name for a reason. To be picked off like that, the shorty one can't be helped. How many times do we see it over and over again? It comes into play. But the rest of this, boy, that was wild.
Yeah, especially when it's a jet, right? The ability to just dash in. The shorty obviously has a decently low time to just take out. And then, bang, you're dead. It's so hard to deal with it. You have to be as quick as can be. And as we've seen right there,
Let's get set. Yes, this should do.
not usually possible. 10-4. Strong advantage for 5. This round has to go to only one word. Or this will be the end. This is their only one chance, really, of getting back into it. A crossfire and hookah that's just being walked into. Abe, somehow good for the first one and not traded out immediately, but as he re-peeks into the fight, it's the judge that takes him down.
Again, though, just 1-for-1 trades. I feel like only one word needs one of those explosive plays that'll see them getting a couple of kills and actually apply some serious pressure to 5. Borken's still sticking with that Bulldog, just trying to play off the side. Throws out one of his Shadow Orbs as Vash, he's found Jeff, that's a Sage. Taking out another one. Getting rid of their heals from this. This is a problem. Them pushing at this point now. Borkham is just ready for it. Paranoia goes out, but no one else wants to go forward. Doesn't manage to spot him, and he's still keeping it very defensive. TKCC wants to begin the execute. They try to spam him down, but you can't hit the shots just yet. It's not able to connect. At least they can get the spike down. Oh, not until Dispenser does that, though. Borkham may fall, but Dispenser played that oh so well. There's still one more player towards Lamps, and TKCC is looking for it. Can he land the kill? No, he can't. It all goes their way. The spam comes in, and TKCC really doesn't have much of a good time in that corner.
No, not at all. 2 rounds in a row, right? He's like, I'll just take cover behind this box. Oh, I'm dead. I've been shot through it. And 5, treating that like it's paper mache. Easy kills, 11-4. The one upside for only one word is that they're the only team with an ultimate online. And when Jet has that storm of blades ready to go, you are in trouble. The sea can become your main enemy. Plain sailing's no longer in play, even if your opponents don't have a very comfortable buy. I mean, look at that. Now, my question here is why the hell has Habe got a Phantom when one of his teammates has got a Sheriff? Give them the Phantom and play with your ult. You mad? Oh, sprayed down immediately. Oh, the return, though. Habe's good for that, at least.
And that's Dispenser going down. That's a big kill to find. Oh, he can't get onto Borkham, but it's 1-for-1 trading out here. Now only one word. Need to get control. You off the side has just walked. Oh, this is huge, though. He's going to be able to get the kill onto the Sage. Easy job for him. And the Cypher sat there going, what? Where did he come from? He may be able to get the kill after all, but is it enough? Oh, good use of the ultimate, though. He gets their position. He tries to play off it. The Cypher goes down. Only one more to find. Expects him to be in Lamps, but TKCC, he's able to get the final kill. And the attackers do get around. But my God, they've got a hell of a road ahead of them if they want to try and get this job done.
Yeah, it's not exactly going to be easy, Banks, is it? I mean, they are miles behind at this point. Their composition, not typical of what you'd expect on the attacking side either. They're lacking a lot. I mean, there's no flashes to start with, and that's obviously going to help you in a lot of these pushes, especially when your opponents are so individually skilled, and you want to kind of bridge the gap and make sure they're blind, not able to return that fire. For 5, they should have the money to get that comfortable full investment up, and with the res coming online as well, this has to be a very pointed round from only one word. The drone going on through. It's been spotted now. They know there's a player on the right side. Coming into this round, all the ultimates for only one word. I want to see Habe come through with the blades. But it's the Phantom to lead the charge and get the kill as well. Borkham falls, and all of a sudden the A side is completely open. Only one player to defend.
Big push in. This could work out huge for them. Humi with the Sheriff. It's going to be a lot of difficulty for him to try and find more in this round, but at least he might be able to continue to apply the pressure. Not for long, though. TKCC ready and waiting for it. Our Hive's in a good position. This should be a pretty swift kill. Depends how close range he wants to get that. Oh, there we go. Does get tagged. Doesn't die. And this is a lot better. The attacker's pushing back finally.
Yeah, and they've still got all their ults online. This is the impressive thing. They just beat back a full buy by 5. and didn't commit really anything towards it. They lost practically nothing. And for that round, it's at least inspiring. It'll get the morale up. So they have to do it again and again. They've got to keep delivering this kind of performance. At the moment, down by 5 rounds, the recovery is very, very difficult. I really want to see how this Viper ult is used. I feel like we didn't really get to see anything from it over on the defense. And Hive, man, he is turning up on the attack. So much damage done. And then Jeff comes through with a little bit more.
Still getting a kill, but there you go. That's a nice one. Sensor will just fall very easily. No problems at all here. This is now becoming much more doable. It's going to be all on this next round, though, based on the buy.
Yeah. This is where really you'll see 5 hopefully answer back. Hopefully do the damage that we know they're capable of doing. Because at the moment, it's getting a little bit worrying, right? Only one word, we're behind by so much, but now they're showing up on an individual level. And again, they committed a Hunter's Fury to clear out TP. Other than that, this was a pretty clear round for them, just on aim duels alone.
And ideally, you don't want to be using a Hunter's Fury when you're going up against that. That should be one of your cleaner rounds out there. That should be the ones where you have more of a chance. Now, you will go out and use the drone and just clear out bathrooms. He's being very cautious here. Borkum spotted out, so they know at least he's close. Oh, he's actually going to stay in for it. Okay. Well, Borkum, that's not maybe the way you want to be holding that. There's a lot of players there ready and waiting for you.
He's checking for it. TKCC, he's got a big brain, but the aim wasn't there to match up, unfortunately. And so the advantage is traded back, and now Humi's making them paranoid, right? They've got to be scared of that flank coming through this whole time.
This is brilliant. I love the fact he's just backing away. Revive comes in though. Borkum, Borkum alive to just get smacked down. That's not ideal. TKCC's going to be revived, so this actually puts it back in favor of only one word. That's really solid for that to go that way.
Yeah, dealing with the res, getting your own off. You're like, hey, listen, this is how you res. Let me show you. You get a masterclass.
Don't do it while he can be killed.
Here's the Brimstone, right? We always talk about that. The ultimate's so useful for clearing off over towards Lamps. The wall is up. The plant should be coming through. If Darkus finds his 4 button, eventually gets there. And the Hunter's Fury not landing, but the nade is huge. Good damage. Finishes Darkus off, in fact. And the kills really starting to swing their way. Over onto 5 side. One after another, they fall for only one word as TKCC is left alone and headshot in the bathroom. JC Vash with a 3K, a huge retake, even though the rest didn't quite go his way.
Yeah. End of the day, he stayed alive. And that's what helped them secure that round. 12 now on the board. Only one more to go. Even when only one word was starting to fight back into it.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row, Banks. It's not ideal. It's doable, for sure. But also in that round right there, they committed the res. They committed Brimstone's ult. They did everything. And unfortunately, throwing all that power at 5 just didn't pay off. And it's JC Vash, a player that obviously we were highlighting the Spencer and Borkum. But JC with a 3K in that round, that was so important. They lose that, they're on an eco, and all of a sudden only one word are at 11-9 and really in with a chance of making it work. Ibe still hasn't used his knives. That ultimate has been sat on him for, what, 4 or 5 rounds at this point?
Now is the time. Now is definitely the time. Unless he's just that unconfident. Too many players fail miserably when it comes to using the jet ult. The Spencer, though, he hasn't been failing a lot. Gonna get this opening kill. Borkum right on the edge, tucked away. Now, both of them committing to the same location for now. Dispenser now goes back to look at bathrooms, but it's a 3-man push coming in. Hive's not made much noise. Oh, he snuck in so far. Borkum, though, he's holding strong. He's good for 2. But then straight away, he's taken out of it. The sneak around comes in. I love this play from Jet. Starts to push round. This could be the difference maker. They can obviously expect that the Jet's going to play up here. But he can be such a nuisance delaying that fight. Delaying their chance for them to get into the site.
Finally, Banks, finally, he pops his ultimate, but it doesn't pay off.
No.
He took that fight with a Phantom, even though the knives were up. I don't understand. He really doesn't like it. I don't know why he's playing Jet in that instance. Here's a flank from Darkus, though. This is massive. With 2 players here, the wall goes up. Where's that wall for? So I didn't see where it went down. This could be dangerous. Down goes the Venom. That should push them off. The wall doesn't actually cover him completely.
Whoa!
And no one's swinging out to try and get the trade. What is going on here? Darkus now in a 1v1. The swing for a 4th kill. And he gets it done. 12-8. Only one word. Stay alive for at least one more round.
That is wild. Ults pops. Ult's not working. But you're still clutching out the round. A 1v3. Darkus, you just saved the day for your team, but you're going to need a hell of a lot more in it if you want to bring him back in. 4 rounds away from at least trying to get to overtime here. Where 5, they just need to grab 1, and they've certainly looked like the better team.
Yeah, they have individually for sure. Now, when it comes to composition, I feel like only one word are constantly in this fairly shaky position trying to get things done with the composition. Like, they definitely haven't set themselves up for success. The way they're approaching some of these rounds as well is kind of odd. Like we said, I'm just keeping the knives even when they were on an eco. I don't know about you, Banks. I'm getting a little bit of trouble with the clean feed. Is that for both of us or just me?
I'm all good.
Oh, we're the stream's gonna get a lot. There
I
we
still
go.
don't have any audio, but everything else is fine.
Yeah, it looks okay now.
Okay, maybe a bit of lag on your end, but either way, we're in the round and it's a trade. But with a Sage going down, this is less than ideal. Double stack up here, though. Is TKCC going to expect it? He looks for 1, but they're ready for him. Now, surely Jeff doesn't want to push on this. Oh, no. A great swing from Humi. You just see him jiggle off a little bit further to the corner. The Viper goes down as well. This could be all over. It's all on Hive. And that's straight away dominated. They try to push into B. It doesn't work out at all. A 13-8 scoreline here. And 5 continue their march on forward. They had 1 win already. They go up 2-0 now, and they looked like the better team from start to finish here, Mitch.
Yeah, they definitely did. Dispenser's really shaking up my world. The performance he managed to deliver catches your eye for sure. And it's not just on the Rays. It's nothing to do with that. He was so solid when it came through on those individual duels. How many, like, 3K entries into Hookah did we see him find?
Yep.
I mean, you've got a player doing that. It's hard to lose games, honestly, against that level of opponent.
There's one thing I'll say as well is, like, the Rays can be so good in terms of abilities like you were mentioning there. But if you don't even have to use the abilities, that goes to show how good you can be. That goes to show what you can get done here. And he ends it with 21. Hive and Dark's clutch at the end was very solid. Really good coming out there. But I think the main thing we need to be careful of when it comes to what we saw there from 5 is that some of those rounds were a little bit sloppy, when they really should have just been theirs.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Banks. There was the potential for a couple of those rounds to go their way. I mean, again, we saw, I think it was Gikima just push out and take individual fights a couple of times, and nobody punished him. He was able to get all the way up on TKCC when he was popping his ult, no cover, and that was before kill had even come down in the round. When something like that's happening, when a player's left in the open while ulting, or just in general on a site that has 1 or 2 players to back him up, it's really something you got to go back to the drawing board on and take a look at your approach to your defensive side, because you have to be able, like, the benefit of the defense is that you can set up crossfires. It's definitely not individual duels, because they're almost always going to have the numbers advantage on you.
And next, right, we get to see Paper Rex go up against Thailand Attitude. I believe that's our second game, unless things change around. Mitch can tell me.
I believe it is.
I'm looking forward to that one, because when I was looking, I was just doing my research about the team and stuff. Thailand Attitude actually walked away with a big main stage win. It was an online event again, but they 3-0'd TaFZ, who are also playing in this tournament.
Not too bad. So, realistically, they're coming in as favorites, you think?
You'd say it, right? Looking at it, the other team, Paper Rex, can't really get any information on them. That's it. There's nothing to look at. So it's hard when it comes to this, because obviously when you're looking at these teams and you're looking at these players, we're still finding out who these players are. Like, some of them don't even come from playing high-level Counter-Strike, for example, or other games. So we're in a bit of a learning phase for a lot of them. Seeing some of these highlights go down is going to be, I think, going to be mainly the 5 show.
5 was just dominating a lot of these fights. When you see the likes of Dispenser especially, I think he's going to be the main feature. I love they put the grenade in as well. Just the one thing he messed up. Let's show it. The right click that landed close, but it still did actually damage up Hive. I don't know if you noticed, it did like 30 or so. Obviously, if it had went deeper, it would have been even better.
I love this one as well. Dispenser wanted to just absolutely destroy all of them on this push, but instead, smoke went down, then the cage went down. It was just like so unlucky every single time. Dispenser was just a god throughout this game. This one from it was the Cypher there, right? He played off the edge of his own cave, and they just pushed on into it. You never want to do that against the Cypher. You never want to just roll on by.
No, you definitely don't. You want to make sure that you're able to give yourself the best chance of success, right? I didn't even notice that dispenser when he came through the TP. It was with a bookie. I really caught them off guard on that one. But unfortunately, trapped in with a Hunter's Fury. Venom went through. There was just no way he was getting out of there alive. But yeah, all in all, a very convincing show from them. And we're going to throw things over to a break. When we come back, we'll have that next game for you. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you real soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're ready to go here with Game 2. And Banks, we had a really interesting Game 1, right? Agents being swapped up.
Mitch, you've come back on for us, mate.
There we go. Sorry, Banks. I had it muted on Discord. They could hear me though, so it's all good. But yeah, we had the really interesting situation, right, where things were kind of swapping back and forth. In agents, we've got a pretty consistent trend within Europe that it's like a 2% pick rate when it comes down to Viper, and that tends to only be in open qualifiers as well. And yet here, we've just seen it picked out in our first game.
Yeah, it was a unique one, right? We never see it really over in Europe and North America. Some teams in the early stages were trying to use it, were trying to make it viable, but right now it's not in the meta as it be. But I say this all the time when it comes to Valorant. Like, I know you're not a big fan of Phoenix, for example. The meta is only what the meta is for now. Now, we're going to see Thailand attitude here, and they're being shown on the screens for the moment. This is the team that I was just talking about, which has actually had some pretty good wins. First place, second place, first place, across many qualifiers, online events and stuff. Won a few thousand when it comes to playing Valorant. They can definitely play well, but they actually dropped their opening game 13-9 to Paper X.
That's not ideal, really, is it? You're losing to a team that doesn't have a whole lot of history as well. But then again, we don't really know these teams, as we were saying. Just because someone hasn't played a lot in established games like Counter-Strike, that makes a big difference. When it comes into somewhere like Valorant, just look at Vodafone Giants in the most recent Ignition series. They came in completely unknown. They had like 2 games under their belt, and that wasn't even with their full lineup. And then here they came into that Ignition and did some serious damage to some of the best teams in the world. So it's not like we can just discount them by saying, oh, well, they only have a few games on record. Like, you never know what they'll be able to deliver.
No, you never know at all. And the thing is, when you're trying to learn and grow as a team, you can take some of these losses, but it's all about how you bounce back from them. Now we get to see them go up against Legends from Hong Kong. Now Legends is another team. They came through the Hong Kong qualifier alongside Only One Word, who we just saw. But again, it's hard to get any information. It's hard to even see what they've been doing because this is a team that's formed. There's minimal information of what we can look at when it comes to it.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You kind of come into these games blind, and I think until we get into the game, we won't really be able to draw a whole bunch of conclusions about how they're playing, what they like to do. Because even when it came to those established teams, like a G2, like a Liquid, we saw things swap up a little bit. I think it was more NIP over in the EU region that threw us off guard because they kept on switching their compositions and switching their playstyles. And I think that's something we can expect for the next while, in that teams, even if they've been around since beta, will be kind of messing around with their playstyle and figuring out what works for them, and obviously adapting to the ever-changing Valorant ecosystem.
Yeah, and that's it, right? As we see new agents added, we see people try things out. They like to mix things up a little bit. It can definitely come into play. Definitely just looking at previous results, though. Okay, Paper X right now are 1-1, but Thailand... Oh, sorry, not Paper X, sorry. LDGS is currently 0-1, and so is Thailand Attitude. It's just the opening games. We don't know exactly what Paper X can offer. They might be very good in that. They've had 1 win, 1 loss, so it's kind of how you understand this might go and what we look at. But we're going to get into the buy phase for it. Oh, Mitch, look what we get the pleasure of. Look what we get the pleasure of.
Of course, it's on the screen straight away on Split of all maps. This isn't somewhere that you ever really see a Phoenix come out amongst a lot of teams. So I'm just gritting my teeth at the moment.
Twitch chat, you're going to love Mitch right now, because if this Phoenix has a great game, he'll just be like, it's all down to Hux just being very good at playing the game. But then, if they lose, he'll go, it's all down to Hux having to play that Phoenix.
Bias casters, not against players, just against Asians. That's
yeah, you're the anti-Phoenix, aren't you, Mitch?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think there's so much better, so many better things you can do. I don't mind the likes of the it was a Viper over in the previous game. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. I don't mind that coming out, but obviously then when we look in towards that match, it was like, well, where's your Cypher? You know, you got to slot it into that open 5th slot that generally like someone like a Jet is going to be occupying. Sometimes a race. What I will say is both teams have a race. Okay, it's split, so I accept that. We need it almost, like that's what we see from most teams across EU and NA region. You've got a Cypher as well on each, and a Sage. Again, those are the 3 cornerstones of playing down on this map. You can, I suppose, select the Brimstone if you wanted to, but as we saw, pretty much every single team, with the exception of maybe Angel, every smoke player is going for an Omen recently, and then Jet and Phoenix are the DPS players they pull out.
Bit more of a standard play we're going to see out of Thailand attitude here. They're going to try and push forward now, though. Got themselves a spike planted. They're in a position where actually okay, it's a 5v5 retake, but they've done a nice bit of damage to the Sage already. Oh, it's got some lag on the stream. Don't know if you're seeing that, Mitch.
Yeah, it's a little bit laggy. It's back now for us, though. As a
Yep.
double kill comes through from Legends. The TP up on top of the wall, but look at that. There's a shorty waiting below, taking the head clean off Null, but Ace, he's got it all to work with. Oh, he's wrecked himself. Completely missed those shots on the shorty. And with the lag on the stream there, Banks, I think you might be slightly ahead of me now. Is that what's happening?
I'll take the time when it comes
We'll
in.
give
29, 28, 27,
27, 26. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much too bad.
Perfect.
We're making it work, guys. Twitch chat. You know what? We don't need to hide the fact that this is being done online. We're trying to watch it from where it's come from in China. We're trying to deal with all the tech issues. We just want to give you some amazing Valorant from start to finish. That's the goal right here. And what wasn't amazing, though, for Mitch at least, is the Phoenix stayed alive. He got a kill. It's never a positive for Mitch. I will say for that Jet, you should have landed that onto the Rays. Just so unlucky on the timing. Pushed through after kind of semi-noticing what was going on around them, playing off the smokes. But Legends, they take a good defensive round. And I'm really impressed that Stage stayed alive for so long. Oh, no! That's not how you do it. Fan, you just stayed there. Everyone just got absolutely destroyed by the grenades. The Cypher's so low. Who did the Sage heal up? Yeah, the Jet. Oh, no. Actually, the Cypher was lower health. You're just being mean. You're biased towards Jets.
Well, they are the ones you look to do the damage with, so I guess there's definitely some bias in play. For 1-0, Legends are obviously in a good spot with that early damage. They should be converting this one 2-0. Oh, that's a very aggressive peek by Edmund. He's got to run away. His teammates are there to back him up. And now just a firing squad. The Thailand attitude are running right on into some. Look at this. Cypher's been 11 health for this whole round. He got at least 30 bullets shot at him and didn't die. But eventually, the action movie ends.
He's playing Matrix, man. He's Neo. Ducking and diving around those bullets as a Cypher. Legends got a bit of pressure thrown towards him there from mid. I love the fact we get that split cam, by the way. I'm all down for more split cams to make sure we can see everything that's going on. Because at times in Valorant, it can get quite chaotic. Which ensured that we did manage to see it from all perspectives. Or both teams' perspective, at least.
Oh, Banks. Here's where things really start to hit the fan for Legends. If they can't win this round, Thailand attitude right back in the game. On the attacking side, you don't want to see them get off to a very strong start that this round would pretty much give them. Timer ticks away. No ultimates in play this early on. No one's gotten their 4Ks or anything. But I think they're pretty close to a res after that.
Oh, no!
The previous Edmund shredding them apart. And certainly going away, Legends.
That is not what Thailand attitude wanted. They went for that mid control, as we often see. They pushed on up it. But Legends, they were ready and waiting. The fact that both teams are down here 0-1 at the moment is less than ideal. Oh, D. He's seen what's going on. He's heard the Hux has been taken out. He should have good information that's clear. Tries to go in. Goes up against the raids. I am Alan. Should be aware the second player is coming up, but Mush is able to find it. So now actually it can be game on. You got the spike and you are the Sage. Has to be aware though that the Cypher could still be on the A site. So now you're split. You're waiting for one of them to potentially make a decision or a mistake, but you don't have much time to work with. 21 seconds. Null is in a great spot to get this kill. Will it be checked though? That's what it's going to be all about. Ace is just looking at himself in the camera, you know, Cypher's a bit vain. And Null will find the kill in the end. 3-0, a nice start for Legends there. A bit of a battle back from Thailand attitude at the end. But Legends stands strong.
Yeah, Thailand definitely swung back into that round, as you're saying, that in the battle bag. It got a little bit scary, but with the 3-0, that's the start we wanted from Legends, at least for the attacking side of Thailand attitude. They've done that little bit of economy damage. With one loss each on the board, I mean, the loser of this pretty much goes out.
Yeah, that's it. 0-2 group stage. Not what you would want here. It's all on the line. It's all to play for. But a lot of these teams will still be finding their feet within the Valorant scene.
killed.
Again, it's Legends. They just get the opening picks here. I don't expect much coming out in this round for Thailand Attitude, but you just expect them to make it somewhat competitive. There we go. Padifan manages to find Ace and will upgrade to the Phantom. Hopefully he threw that Bucky down for one of his teammates to pick up as he started to swing round. He's got himself out and forward, and this may not be checked. Okay, they're going to be aware, at least on the Legend side, that this control could be had here, but he could be good for another kill and potentially another weapon off to his teammates. Slow push in from Legends for the moment. They're going to go all the way around. They're going to stick together as a team. This could work out nicely for him. Oh, the Sheriffs, they're popping off. Headshots delivered. Huck tried, but he did fall as well. Thailand Attitude, they get around with just pistols and the Bucky off of that play from Padifan. And that's exactly how you want to see the Bucky utilized.
Exactly. Get up close quite quickly. Catch him off guard. Thailand Attitude got to be over the moon with that round win. Now they want to bounce back. Ultimate's coming into play for both teams. This is where the depth starts to really come through. If you're Thailand Attitude, do you go in, take those knives out right away and look to win the duels? With the Phantom in hand, I doubt it. You probably wait until things look a little bit more desperate.
Here.
One thing I love about split jets is how much height there is towards this A site you can manipulate. Phoenix is heard charging forward after popping his ult very early on. And is he just standing still? He's done nothing with that. What the hell was that? He just walks forward, doesn't even peek properly down to the angle and run. Like, what?
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Surely the point of that is to go forward and find information, maybe a kill. I don't know, maybe he had like a connection problem or something, but that was really weird.
Yeah, it could be that benefit of being online, or I guess the negative side as well. Benefit is you stay at home, you're in comfort. The negative is that lag can happen. Lag can cause you a problem. I once had it when my cat jumped on top of the desk. I couldn't play around. Less than ideal. But again, here we go. Thailand getting faster. Noel, good spray down on the first, but straight away sideswiped. Light's going to go down. Revives also come in. Thailand are fully committing to this. Hux is able to still pick up a kill, though. 2 versus 4. They've got a really good setup here from Thailand. Oh, straight in. Easy clap. Now they're bouncing back into it. 2 rounds in a row with guns in their hands.
Am I wrong, or did Hux have a Marshall? Because if he had a Marshall and ulted through A with that, I'm going to start questioning my life choices, if that's what professional players are doing in this day and age. That is a very odd situation to see unfold, but 3-2. For Thailand Attitude, they've got to be over the moon. They're going to be pretty happy. The problem for them is that their ults aren't really online. They've only got Padifan, and as we said, when you've got all those weapons to play around, it's unlikely you really commit that. But when I look at Legends, they're a team that have come in, plenty of ultis in play, a low economy as well, so this is where we can definitely see something like a showstopper being a huge game changer for them.
Yeah, it really can be. Especially if they all start to push on you with pistols in hands. Nugan did get healed up, still wants to go forward here at mid. Boombot's going to roll on out. No one in that position. They're going to be so careful, though. Look at the Sage for Legends. If it doesn't get checked at any point, he can swing out and dome some head. Oh, brilliant blast pack. Oh, Boom will come in to finish it off. That is so unfortunate for Edmund, but that's what you spoke about, Mitch. That Raze ult's in there. It's a Raze trade for trade. The ult was used, but it only gets one, and that's the problem, right? You need them grouped up. You want to get a second kill at least when you're going up against these guys.
Yeah, the time to use that was when the blast pack went down. Use it to support your teammate. Look at this by Null. He's underneath, but he's whiffed the shot. No! How did he manage to only do, what, like 5 damage to Sage? Did he right-click that up close?
Did he hit it on the toe, maybe?
Because I definitely saw that as a headshot, but he must have right-clicked it, even though he was in her face. Oh, man. That's the biggest whiff with a Bucky flank I've ever seen.
Toenail shots delivered, Mitch.
There's been far worse whiffs than that with every weapon on my stream, but I mean when I'm watching a game, not when I'm playing myself.
Of course. Of course. No one's going to believe you, Mitch. No one's going to believe that for a second.
Here.
3-3 now, though. And for Thailand, they found their groove back. Obviously, they had to get through the rough ride at the beginning, and obviously, they'd also lost the opening gun round. I've liked the force-up attempts from Legend. But they're just not getting enough with it. That's nice, though. Ace of the Operator. There's very few places the Operator's really successful on map like Split. A lot of it being close range. Padafan ducks on out of there real quick, throws the smokes. They're just going to explode onto the B site. Knowles there ready and waiting. This is not looking good. Oh, the knives, they missed. He's flying through the air, but Mushroom. Or Mushroom? Is he trying to say mushroom with a weird name?
I guess
I'm guessing he's trying to say mushroom. I just read that name like, what?
It could well be. You never know. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful by Padafan. Just waiting for that knife on the wall and the icebreaker as he just comes through. Now a little... I mean, that was easy because Mushroom had it, but then up above him as well, his teammate was on practically the same angle. 4-3. And for Thailand, attitude... I mean, it's got to be smiles on their face that they're coming back into it. What do we say? We don't want to see them get off to that strong start on the attacking side, or else alarm bells are going to ring for Legends. And they didn't just... They came in with a 3-0 loss, and all of a sudden, all the rounds are going their way. 4 in a row.
So that's when you start to worry of your Legend.
Where are
You've
you?
allowed them to get 4 in a row after you got off to such a strong start. Your economy has been falling behind. You're going up and down in what you want to try and do here. Getting a bit more lag on the cam. Is it you getting the same lag as I am?
Yes.
Yeah, it pauses and then goes forward. Doesn't matter because LD was going forward and it's Edmund and Ace go. Or the fight now.
I'm going to say that Boombot clearing out a lot of the angles that they might be worried about. Nugent on the edge of the smoke is really hoping that the rotate comes through, and it will eventually. He's in the perfect position to just completely destroy them. The question is, does he want to go and support his teammates over towards rope room? I'm hearing a lot of shots, not seeing much, but I switch back over to see Hooks with a double kill on the Spectre. He's 8 HP though, and no way to get back and heal.
Cage triggered.
Flying through.
I know exactly.
That is unfortunate for Thailand attitude. They just swing back into that, taking both kills, winning out the round, and putting Legends in a position that they've got to be so upset with. There's no way they should be here considering that 3-0 start. They were looking good. They lost a couple of weapons along the way, but the justification for this kind of scoreline definitely isn't there. Just got to quickly sort out some issues we're having over on the streaming side of things. Should be good to go now. There you go. Get a nice clean picture for you. And it is only pistols, so it's not the biggest of deals. It's not the kind of round that you expect Thailand attitude to really throw away. Again, apologies for the issue, guys. Hopefully we'll get this sorted. They're working on it in the back end and just getting it nice and clean. Obviously, online productions sometimes don't quite go according to plan. But either way, you are seeing Thailand attitude, or you're hearing at least. You've seen them push out in towards that B site. They've got the wall across. I like their strategy in this round. The only issue for them really is when it comes to allowing those pistols to get close. There's a bookie in play as well for Null. That's just shredding kill after kill. They need to deal with him. They're starting to get control up above, but that's when Edmund comes through to say no. And a 1 versus 1. Look at the health on Boomerappa. He is in so much trouble. The right click this time working out. And finally, Legends get back into this. Phenomenal work. Like, we've also lost backs. Oh, everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Just one of those days, guys. Just one of those days. But luckily, for Thailand attitude, that loss isn't that really that bad. I mean, if you guys are new to Valorant, if you guys don't watch it all too much, over on Split, it's a fairly defensive-sided map. It used... Ooh, that's risky. It used to be massively defensive-sided. But they opened up this middle area. See where Edmund is now? There's that sloped wall on the right side. It means when you push up, you don't have to clear 50-50 angles. You can first clear left and then look right. As you come around, middle was, as I said, opened up. Some of the tall boxes and walls were removed. And it just makes it much easier to push down. And also the spawn walls were moved back as well for the defenders. You can't get... It's very important because although you get there around the same time as you would have anyways, if you're pushing mid, it takes longer as a defender side to get down there. And you can't set your Cypher utility up in the same way you used to be. Speaking of Cypher, Ace is trying to get some damage done over towards the Ace site. And he couldn't get it, but his teammates were there to support. Oh no, Hooks, what are you doing? He's running down with his knife out. This guy's crazy. He's being punished for it. Last pack destroyed. Nugent looking for a victim. He's got support. They can swing out and look for the trade, but with this much of a man disadvantage and the low HP on Boomerappa, they've got to be very careful. There comes the blast pack, and up he goes, but Nugent taken out almost immediately. And that blast pack did a lot of damage to his teammate, who was already super low HP. Not the most responsible of attacks. So we roll on into a 5-5 scoreline, and realistically, if you're Legends, you need to go out of this with 7. It's where you want to end things. And it's where they reasonably could. Again, they have those ultimates in play if they want to go for more aggressive play. You can get a res down on middle. You can ult as Phoenix. But for now, it's this peek over towards the ramp. Phoenix could be in trouble, but Hux is good to take down Palafan and at least pull it into a man advantage. Goes even further onto TaFZ. That's not an easy name to say. And with that, Legends are miles ahead. They don't need to commit their ultimates anymore. I don't think they should, saving them over for the next round. Possibly, or definitely the last one. Is exactly what they need. Nugent in with one, but Hux keeps on delivering. This guy's upper control has just been perfect. That res, why? Why would you need that? You don't. You've got all the money. What's the point? It was a 4 versus 1. And now coming into the final round, you lose the ability to res. If you lose an early duel, that's just so pointless. Like, take a look at their money. It's not like you have an excuse of, oh, well, I needed to buy. One player's got 8.4k, the others are on 4. Like, that's just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. I'm all for economy reses. If this is like 4-4 and you have no money for the next round or very little, it's the final round. Why would you do that? Someone answer me that, please. The ultimate through from Jet is at least being spotted, already closing in the distance. Hux is able to make it around the corner. Safe as can be. Patafan in trouble, goes out looking for the head. He finds one, but no more than that. Now he's dead in the open. All the ults wasted down by Legends. Hey, wouldn't it be really handy if they could just res Hooks? Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? I'm not triggered by that at all. Don't worry. But this is what I mean. In this situation, it could now be a 5v4 and not just a pointless res in a round that they'd already won. I think they've got to be kicking themselves if they're Legends. And I'll accept missed shots and lack of coordination, but silly little mistakes like that shouldn't exist. And that's something I'd expect from matchmaking teammates. Nugent dealt with on the push forward. I'm Alan looking for something, but he didn't know Boomerap had already TP'd across. An easy double kill. The opening's there, the spike planted, and now a 1v2. That res could have made all the difference, but instead, they're left in this clutch position. That's an operator up above. Yeah, it is. In the hands of Ace. And he's looking. He doesn't quite need the Ace, luckily, but the 2k is almost as difficult when they've got this crossfire. All Thailand attitude need to do is play tight, not over peak, and this will be as clean as can be.
Cage trigger.
Cypher Cage to the right, but time is now low. He's got to push through. Got to look for the kills. The player close spotted. Good headshot delivered. Spamming back in the wood. And so Boom Barappa takes his time and goes through for that frag. 6-6. And a good scoreline, all things considered, for Thailand Attitude. Because remember, they went down 3-0. And they're able to deliver this kind of performance. Even despite losing that pistol. We should have Banks back with us fairly soon, hopefully. For now, I'll continue to bring you the show.
Careful now.
6-6, my dudes. The Boom Bot unfortunately going to get a waste with the wall in play. This is where you can double blast pack it normally just to get through, but obviously because it's a pistol, Alan had invested into the Ghost and Boom Bot. And that's why really I point that out. It is quite important utility to be used up early on in a round where there's so rarely any utility. For the close game that we've had, I'm coming into this half favoring Thailand Attitude. I feel like they've played really well, but the pistol immediately favored towards Legends. Look at this position. Ace on his way towards A Heaven. He's broken the tripwire. Now they know. They've got an inkling that they've lost control up above. He's going to spot and destroy the camera, but only one player's been seen. There comes the split in through Rope Room. Ace onto TaFZ. Valuable opening the nade though. The block, that's unfortunate. Heal needs to come through over towards Ace. The shots from Nugent, they didn't land. Well, they did. They did some damage, but no kill from it. And even with so many players being low on this attacking side, Boom Barappa, as solid as he's been, needs to find himself an ace clutch. They're just sprinting at him. No respect. Another round for Legends. Another pistol round. They've now won both of them. Last time, of course, they connected over that 1-1.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
What am I talking about? They connected 3-0 before the first round was picked up by Thailand. And so we do need to see them do the same, really, and pick up that lead.
This should do.
Because they gave Thailand a lot of those buy rounds.
We'll find.
As I said, they were definitely the team that I look at as the favorites based on that performance. And again, to stress the importance of this, whoever loses this game is out of groups. They're 0-2. You're gone. Blast pack, no peek on the back of it. Null, ready to swing. Edmund picks up the first. Null, trying to trade. They've got to be careful. Of course, that was the shorty up close from the jet. You can see it caused a lot of damage, and although it almost took down one, there's no kill going the way of Thailand Attitude on the eco. And now 8-6. Legends face the challenge. This is where Thailand Attitude are going to be able to get that buy up and look to really deal some damage.
This goes here.
The timer ticks away as the round starts. The push down in middle of Thailand Attitude, bringing the hurt. They're showing Legends that they're a confident side and are not afraid. They have to be careful though. Jet was low. He goes up for a fight. The smoke actually blocked the flash. And oh, that swing. Edmund somehow pulling back a triple kill. That is huge from Sage. Thailand Attitude overstayed their welcome in towards middle and now back into an even position. Legends could come out on top in this one. One player already towards the B site. The res now in play. Edmund's going to go back. He's going to take this. He's got a wall. That's an easy 3v2 then for them to play with a minute on the clock. They don't need a rush. Alan was the one entering in there, making sure they weren't on the close corners. The spacing's a little poor. Had there been someone lurking. Edmund's going to peek it out. Doesn't see anybody. And this is the time to go for the... Oh, that's smart actually to res Null, because then they don't even need to commit a wall to it. They can just go down and be confident that they're safely doing it. A really big brain play on the back of picking up that orb. And here's the wall. Now coming into use to block them out and keep control. Isolate the players. The paranoia comes through, but Edmund, shot in the back, has his heal. Realizes he doesn't need to reface that, and he'll go plant the spike. Great allocation of time resources. While he's still healing up, he plants. And the man advantage now. This makes it difficult for Thailand Attitude on the retake. They don't have enough manpower to clear these corners in separate angles, and so they push together. TaFZ in with 3 and looking for one more to close this round out. His health on 85. This is doable. He knows where Alan is, and he's won it with a 4K. TaFZ, you absolute legend, going in for the defuse, and that'll easily be secured. The first buy round goes to Thailand Attitude, and they needed it so desperately. They didn't want to go down 10-6 because they would have ecoed the next round. Absolutely huge. That's giving me goosebumps after that performance. It's incredible. And it looks like we've got the man, the myth, the legend. It would be James Banks, and he's back. How you doing, buddy?
Oh my God, what is this life? The PC crashed when the VLC was going.
Oh.
And then the internet just dropped as well. So I'm guessing it's not having a good day. It's not having a good time. But it does look like these two teams are having a good time in the sense that they brought themselves back into it, mate.
Yeah.
It's a one-sided affair. Explain. What happened?
So it's been pretty crazy. We finished 6-6 at the half. Thailand Attitude came back after a 3-0 deficit. Won out the majority of the buy rounds. Then in that round just there, so they lost the pistol. They went down 8-6. And then we just had TaFZ come in with a 4K 1v3 clutch to bring it back over into their favor and win that buy round. And now they're not letting up. Look at this. Shotguns everywhere. Noel's trying to get it done. The paranoia goes out, but it's so easy. Mushrooms got him from the side. There's only one left, and he's dealt with by a jumping judge, Banks. Now, we might need to sync up because you've just come back. So if we do a quick countdown, you go ahead and count for me. See where we're at.
Okay. Oh, it's just slowing down again. 27, 26, 25.
Oh, wow.
24.
I'm at 19, 18.
Oh, wow.
You might need to do a quick refresh. I thought I'd be
refresh.
I'd be behind. Yeah, obviously the downsides of online production, but under the current world circumstances, obviously it doesn't make a lot of sense to yeah, but it's not really possible to do offline. Really, the best you can do is studio. But we're making it work as best we can.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, you're a little bit ahead of me. I'm going to refresh as well then. I'll do it after this round though, just because if I do it now, we'll lose precious action time.
No.
I think you just lagged out first there, Banks. I didn't hear what you said. Or we didn't.
119, 18. We're really far now, isn't it?
No, you're on 119.
Yeah.
I'm on 58.
Oh my God.
So James is living in the past. He's way back. It's like the Ukrainian trains just going back in time, stepping onto those things. Well, we're seeing Boom Barappa take down Hux, put it into a 5 versus 4. Man advantage for Thailand Attitude. Considering they've now lost both pistol rounds, the position they're in is phenomenal. Oh, the blast pack fadeaway. Actually bought enough room for I Am Alan to grab that kill.
No more charges left.
Where did that even go? Into spawn. It was just causing confusion in the ranks, making them nervous. Shot by Ace. Connects one. There's another from I Am Alan. This might work out. There goes the rocket all the way through. And the showstopper does exactly that. You know, Banks, I've got an idea. Let me see.
Okay, wait, I'm at 27, 26.
You're a little bit ahead again. But this might work instead.
Weapon here.
Gonna solve our production issues with Big Brain Mitch.
Yes, this should do.
I got you, bruv.
It appears we've lost Banks altogether. So that has most certainly not helped.
Here.
That seems like connectivity issues are hitting them relatively hard. Let me just reconnect to that call and see if it works out at all for us. That doesn't look like it. I'll continue bringing you the action for now, though. Anyways, you guys aren't having problems seeing the stream. Luckily, the guys over in the studio have managed to fix out our lagging issues. That's good. We're moving forward. Smiles on our faces, feeling happy, looking good. And with Legends at 9-8, it's really hard to separate these two teams. You can tell that they're fighting for something important, something valuable. They're trying to get back into this game. Stay in the groups as well. Because whoever loses this, as we said, goes completely out of it.
Joke's over.
And here we go. Legends going for the ult. That's Phoenix entering, hopefully in towards B. A little bit late. They've got to speed things up. You don't have forever on that Phoenix ultimate. Hooks gets taken down. Afterwards, where had he ulted that he got taken down in the open? Was he ulted in the tunnel still? What is the Phoenix gameplay here has just been some of the worst that I've seen when it came down to those ultimate plays. Legend saving over in the 2v3, excuse me. I feel like he ulted in that tunnel. He must have, right? Or am I completely hallucinating? I don't know how else he would have died there. It also has to feel bad for Jet popping that ultimate and then realizing like, oh, everyone's dead and they're saving. You're just getting nothing for it, but saving over the weapon still. And we just confirmed Banks is having the some net issues. I think he's back now though. Banks, you with us? You here? TaFZ will be soon. That's so. But anyways, on 9-9, Thailand Attitude come back. They're dealing. I mean, this is one of the closest games we're getting. Really, it's a shame we're having all these issues in the background. But we're hyped up. We're ready to go. As Thailand, I like the approach as well. Just to mention, if you take a look at how they're defending over on that B site, they've got their Raze and they've got their Sage on upper. I'm a big fan of that setup. They push through from Ace, heavily punished. They're bringing it into a man advantage now for Thailand. Yeah, I think Raze, that side, gives you so much support when it comes down to utility. The Sage, obviously, as well, needs to be B-side, just so she can put that wall down safely without having to swing wide. But when you're over towards that A side, that's where the pressure is. Cypher's here to try and alleviate some of that and really give you that stronger hold. He's definitely viable here. You can see holding rope rooms as they can, concede mid control. TaFZ, big player in one of the previous rounds, getting themselves the first buy of this half. Nugent in onto hooks, giving the advantage so concretely into Thailand Attitude, and 10-9. You gotta say, a position from Thailand to maintain their current trajectory, considering they have lost both pistol rounds. Like, you just look at that score, right? The pistol is a different game. It's like the coin flip to start the game, and you've seen the consistent rounds 5-0 basically of an advantage for Legends. If you're losing both pistols, you give yourself a massive handicap. And yet still Thailand Attitude are able to deliver, and that in itself is definitely commendable. The Cam's looking at each other outside of A. But it's going to be a mid take. Legends don't have a lot of investment into this. It's mostly just pistols, and so they need to do the damage up close and personal. There we go. Eventually it's I Am Allen to come in and save the day, as Hooks was whiffing all the shots. The opening duel in their favor. They look to move towards upper B. This time it's not being as heavily defended as what we saw in the past. There was the slightly over-rotate towards the A site. Cage down. They're going to push into sight. That player's fallen back, but out in the open now. Hooks is in danger, but he gets the headshot, converting it over, getting them a plant presumably as well. And Ace, oh, that res is risky, but no one's going to peek it. Never mind. Null goes down. This is looking very good for Thailand Attitude, but they're coming through a choke point and being torn apart. What is happening? Hooks has gone to get the spike. They didn't have it. Oh, no. Legends throwing away that advantage, the bait on the orb, just so that they think that, or maybe they'd peek, or think it's gone. Hooks rotating to A. He'll get there just about the same time as his opponent, who's luckily not going into the window and upper. What a disaster of a round. I said about the lack of coordination you could see coming through at this level. And there it is exactly. Operator in place. It can't even take advantage of the low health of Hooks, but the shot landing anyways. Lots of smoke still to play around. Tapping it, going up top, looking for someone, but no idea where this player is. He's watching heaven. He's hoping he's there, but it doesn't look like he is. Now eventually going to just go through and stick it halfway at least before looking for him, but a shot through the smoke connects and finishes Patafan off. Legends with just pistols managed to take that round. And a very careless retake by Thailand Attitude, you'll notice, as when they had 4 players in spawn after popping the res, they just ran through a choke point. And so 10-10 we go, tying it up, keeping this game close. Is one of the best games of the tournament so far for sure. The Boombot in play and returned over. Blast Pack does a little bit of damage to Hooks, but it was a friendly one, so it's okay. Here they come. Nade, though, gonna do so much more. He gets popped by it straight away. And that was an odd one. Hooks still running into that. He can take damage either way. The trade is there over onto Ace. As Mushroom only finds one on the push through, but now this is where they get caught off guard. Boombarappa. He's been isolated. The rocket in play. The showstopper, but the TP just in time to get him out of there. They've left the spike again. Why have they left the spike every time? Ability charged up and ready to go. The nade goes out, but 34 health remains now. This should be a clear-cut win for Thailand Attitude. And if I see Legends push one more time without that spike, I'm going to lose my mind. This is crazy. Twice they've gotten control of the site, and twice they've either lost or nearly lost the round because no one picked it up. Just ludicrous.
Can I get a drop? Thanks. Bomb buddy.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Now we look into the ult coming through from Hooks. It's got to do a lot of damage, and it does. Patafan's taken down immediately. This is a buy round for Thailand Attitude. And losing the knives that now could be the big game changer is definitely going to be hurting them. Legends need this round. They're one behind, but Thailand Attitude are on the brink of match point. They're going to go in for a split towards the B site. Hooks going for the control in main, the rest of the team pushing upper. Mushrooms could be the key player for the defensive side. He has backup with Raze just behind him. I think Raze has already used her nade, if I'm not misremembering. Time is ticking away, and eventually it's time to move on forward. The wall goes down. The blind there for Mushrooms, who's now short-sighted, goes up with the bookie, but can't connect the final 12 damage onto Edmund. With that, it's only the defender of Boombarappa who stands inside Hooks' Molotov, eats the fire, takes the heat, and he can definitely handle it. He's not leaving the kitchen anytime soon. TaFZ slow walking through that orb. They didn't hear him. Maybe they did. They seem kind of confident that he's in this position. They've marked it as well. He must have made a step, but the shot's missed by Ace. Oh no, TaFZ! He's done it before. He found a 4K last time, and he also heard that player towards the back of site jumping up. Edmund peeks and gets his head ripped off. The 1v2 for TaFZ, and another round towards that B site that he wins for his team on this defensive side. TaFZ on a Cypher is so good to watch, man. He's had very little opportunity towards A, very rarely pushed in on. And yet, on those retakes, he just looks so clean.
This goes here.
And as we look now for the 13th round for Thailand Attitude, Let's take a look at what their opponents have to work with. Some lacking their abilities coming into this one. They're just about able to get a full buy. What they don't have are ultimates, having committed what they had to the previous round. Over on the Thailand Attitude side, we mentioned the Storm of Blades are ready to roll. Wasn't used last round with a very early death by Jet, but it could come into play now. Mid control again sought after by Legends. They've got the spike with them. And a smoke in towards rope room, as well as the wall. This is going to be a push towards the B site for sure. Still a shotgun in play. A Judge, in fact. Great nade. Good damage on the back of it. Raze and Sage lit down to 1. The heals already popped. Here's the ultimate. The knives not landing though. The right click and accuracy comes to bite Patafan. And although Hooks is taken down, it is a man advantage for Legends. Low HP on their Raze, as we said before. But even with that, it shouldn't be all too difficult. Mushroom traded out. Nugent needs a little bit more than that, and he's already got it. Now down to a 1v2. This could be it for Legends, and it is! The nade coming in to take Edmund out. The ultimate onto TaFZ. Nugent saying, you know what, man? You've done enough. You've had enough impact. I'm gonna shut you down. And 13 to 10 we go. The game comes to a swift conclusion. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by what they've been able to do over on Thailand Attitude. That's going to be it for now, though, folks. We're going to throw things over to a break just very shortly while we try to get things sorted over on the back end. So we will see you in just a little bit. We'll have some highlights and stuff coming, though, so stay tuned for that, but I've got to go and try and fix this.
Jules dead as well. Oh my.
Hey guys, so it looks like we've got everything fixed and ready to go at long last. As we look in towards how things have been going for us today, obviously we just had the scoreboard come up and not a whole lot of time to check it out. At least we've had our tech issues, they're behind us now. Hopefully we'll be able to roll forward, be all happy and smiley for you for the rest of the day. Now Banks, obviously you didn't get to catch too much of that. You've been dealing with massive internet issues.
Yeah, just a few. Just a few.
Been on and off the whole time. But what I will say is that we just had an amazing performance from someone that's now on my radar in the games going forward. I will say look out for TaFZ. He's the player that can do some serious damage. So he was playing Cypher towards the A site, and he was able to rotate constantly, getting these like 1v4s, 1v2s. And in the last round, his teammate even showstoppered him off the defuse because he was like, you know what? You've had enough, buddy. You've had your time to shine. Let me get the final defuse.
He was the one from Thailand, right?
I'm not 100% sure. Oh, look, here we go. You'll actually get to see a little bit of a recap on the game that we just had go down. The highlights now in play. And you can see, obviously, when it came over towards both teams, it was a very competitive first half. Indeed, I think the majority of the way through, I was very unsure which team was going to win it. But the mistakes really started to come through, though, as Thailand just wrecked house. By the way, I'm realizing now, did you mean he's the one from Thailand Attitude and not from Thailand? Then yes, he's from Thailand Attitude. We saw Mushroom as well in some really nice holds. Did some decent damage a lot of the time. But all in all, I was just blown away by TaFZ's performance in the second half. Because it was right when they really needed it. This round here, 8 to... Oh, we're skipping past. Never mind. But at 8 to 6, he came through with one of the biggest clutches that they could have possibly hoped for. Winning out their first buy round, putting them back on the map in a position where they could reasonably get back into it. Gonna throw things over to a break for now anyways, folks. We'll be back in a little bit with the rest of the action, so we'll see you real soon.
Oh, Mitch, good to be back. I can see the YouTube there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Banks, are you ready to rumble? Because this is the last game of the day, baby. Oh, I can't hear you. You've muted on Discord.
There we go. See.
We all do
You
it.
did it once. I did it. Today is really not going so well at all. You got to laugh at this stage because it's a strange wild ride, but it's a wild ride of Valorant action that I do love and enjoy. And now we get to see Sharper go up against LZ. We're going to start looking at the Malaysian team in LZ. And okay, this is a stacked roster. This is a unique way of approaching things.
It sure
Wait,
is,
what
yeah.
this? One per agent? Is that what we're doing?
Exactly. Like, depending on the map.
Oh no, they're
just swap
ready,
them in.
Mitch. They're ready. So if their internet goes out, they've got someone who can step in.
Hey,
They're ahead of us.
a 7-man roster. That's one way to approach competitive FPS. Is all right. I think they've been watching a bit too much Astralis. We'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, this is okay. I'm liking it. I'm not going to say anything bad against it because Valorant isn't Counter-Strike, right? You can maybe slot people in based on the agent decision, based on maps of it. I'm guessing we'll have to look at what their core 5 is. Obviously, that will come down to what we see throughout this game. They're in a position at the moment where they took the first win in a very convincing way, but also so did the other team that played the team they beat. So they played Morph, and both teams that played Morph won 13-5, which kind of says that Morph ain't really hidden those shots. But they are going up against Sharper Esports from Thailand, and they came through this. They had a win 13-6 against AHQ, 13-5 Morph. So we're looking like the potential 2 titans of the group going head-to-head against each other. This will probably solidify on who is actually that titan, right? Who's going to go for that top spot straight away?
Yeah, definitely. And just like the previous game, they're fighting for something, right? Because like you're saying, you want to see who's going to be taking the top spot. The previous was a fight for survival that obviously Thailand managed to come on through in. And I'm excited, man. I think we're going to look at a very, like, whenever it's best of ones, it's like,
Yeah.
it's so tight. It's so difficult to separate teams on one map that's generally going to be a mid ground. When there are only 4 maps in the pool, there's generally going to be one that each team kind of prefers. Maybe sometimes they're the same map.
Yeah.
But looking at what we've got in store for ourselves, I'm hoping to see another split. And not because of anything to do with the teams.
Split?
I just love Split. I love that map so damn much. I want to see more. But obviously, we haven't seen Haven. We haven't seen Ascent. And I think, with the exception of Ascent, I love the other 3 maps. I really don't mind which one we see. And then obviously...
See, you don't love the map I love, Mitch. Yeah. You
But
don't
that's
love
good.
the map I love.
No matter where we go, one of us is going to be happy.
Oh, okay. This is all right. We haven't had Haven today, at least for the games we're covering, so I'm down. We've had a Biome, we've had a Split, we've had a Haven. We can't complain about that.
Well, you could because your favorite map's Ascent. So you got to be quite sad.
Oh, no, I'm down. I'll take this, mate. I'm not going to be too unhappy with it. Now, Twitch chat, you guys got to let us know because the beauty of us being online is that we can engage with you guys a bit more. Let us know who you're going for. Let us know who you think is going to win this or who you just want to win this. Because right now, this is the battle for top of the group.
Battle to take the top. Who's going to do it? Well, we find out over the next half an hour or so. Sharper Esports
LZ versus SP.
Team LZ have gone for some of the roster here. They haven't been able to get all 7, unfortunately. They're going to be quite upset about that. And we're again sticking towards normality. We've got all our Cyphers in play. We've got Sages. We've got the Sova that we so frequently expect to see. But immediately, we're losing one of those Sages as Cowzoy just gets wrecked on B.
Now, we spoke about this in EU and NA. Some teams using a Sage that is maybe not as like defensive, so they go for the aggressive Sages. Going for that much of an aggressive Sage, you lose it this early on, never a fan of seeing that, especially now as your Jet has taken some damage. Now, SP going out to claim some extra vision, hopefully, here. Oh, the timing. This could work out huge. Chinese, he's trying to make this work. He hears the boombot going. He's just going to play off the edge. This might not get checked. It does, and he still gets the kill. He'll get one and fade away and live to fight another day. Nice stuff here, at least to start off with.
The shock darts. We've seen some great shock darts in the past. This one flying on through doesn't look to connect all too much as it lands down. And neither actually did Team LZ towards the A side as they immediately fall back. Zen putting himself the tripwire in a bit more of a passive position just to catch them as they push on through. And they're going to just blitz through to the C site, getting there uncontested as they're even late getting to window for Sharper Esports, having read that rotate a little bit too late.
Yeah, they weren't quite quick enough this time around. LZ do have the control. And the wall gets broken out nicely here. Recon goes up, but that's a bit of an early recon considering the wall only just got broken.
Yeah, it is very, very early. And the smoke was still in play as well, which is obviously going to block up a lot that would have been able to... A lot of the information that could have conveyed. The dash through by Jet very aggressively to try and bait out the angles for his teammates, but that did not work out. And a 2v1 with 1 HP on that Cypher. This should be a very easy conclusion. 10 health, not XD comes around, and yeah, he's not XDing after that.
No, he definitely isn't. LZ, though, do start off with the first round. It looked very comfortable for them. They kept their Sage alive anyway, but the big problem was the Sage died first of all for Sharper, but then both the Sova and the Jet were on less than half health just after their initial engagements and getting kills. So even when that retake comes in, you're so hindered by the fact that a couple of bullets can then take you down. That LZ had a huge one in that. And Mitch, Twitch chat, they're out there already spamming hashtag too easy for LZ. Let's see if it's going to continue that way, though, right? Because we know what can happen in Valorant. First game can always go your way. First couple of rounds can certainly. But it can quickly turn around.
Look what happened in the previous game. The Thailand Allied, they lost both of those pistol rounds. They went down 5-0 basically in early halves, and they still managed to win it out 13-11. That's the kind of thing about Valorant that when it comes down to buy rounds, it's a whole different ball game. Not just because of the fact that you've got different weapons in your hands and you've got the utility to work around, but because of those ultimate managements. And we've seen some teams already like just mess up when they went for the res. Look at that eco frag coming through from Kosoi. He just takes out the raise and puts them into a man advantage. Although doing anything with it is always going to be very difficult when the rest of your team still do have classics and shorties and all that sort of stuff.
It all depends on if he was able to get a good weapon from that or not. And if he's got a Spectre, then maybe he can get up close and personal and make it happen. But LZ just going to push straight on this. Again, pistol whip like crazy. A second kill comes out for the Sage. He'll fade away for the moment. He gets to get the job done from window. The heals are going to come in. So's the standard wall off, which will allow the spike. And nice spike plant position. Very risky. Very risky. But you are now in a 2 versus 4. An alert comes round. He's got himself a Spectre. And now Frosty's, it's all on him. Starts off with the first. He was well aware that that could be happening. The smoke goes down for the Jet as well. They're trying to play off the side of it. His position's now known. He sprays him down. Does a nice bit of damage. Now he needs to be very careful here. Can he maybe teleport towards the back? And they nearly line up for him. Alert will finish him off, and Sharper get the round.
15
LG,
health.
a grave error.
15 health, Banks. They lined up, they gave him the spray, and luckily Alert survived. But that was so damn close. And on the 1-to-1 scoreline that we've got, that answer back by Sharper, that early kill by the Sage, everything worked out for them to just about, like, for an Inca round to be decided by literally 1 bullet either way is crazy. And it's definitely heartbreaking for LZ. I think Twitch chat might have to reconsider their too easy for LZ comments.
Yeah, see, you throw one of them out early on and you just jinx your team. Not what you want to see. What's the interesting buy going to be out here for LZ as well? Remember, mine and Mitch's understanding as well comes a lot from the EU and NA playstyle. Asia so far has shown us quite a bit of a different way of trying to get it done.
Yeah, so Balto, I guess I'm going to go with, has gone for the Spectre while his teammates remain with Classics. I like the idea that he's not first around the corner. Oh, they don't spawn the second guy, though. That's going to be an easy kill for him. Nade eventually coming through, but the guy was already dealt with. The Spectre, no armor. Aduka didn't have a chance. So the approach there made a lot of sense. One player is a Spectre in armor. He's not the first out, because obviously you don't want him to get surprised from a corner or anything like that. Instead, they sent forward the Classic first. What I will say is they didn't check the close left corner, from what I saw. And the motto of the last EU tournament with some of the best teams in the world, like definitely top 3 were there, all top 3 teams, check your corners. That's what we walked away with. I think that was our most used phrase across the entirety of that tournament, Banks. And realistically, I don't want to have to say it in Asia as well. I'm hoping that's one thing that they'll be a little bit better than the EU guys on.
Now, you know you said about that guy's name, you think it's Balto. You must have seen that Disney movie. I think it's a Disney movie. It is a classical one. Maybe you're really, really young, Mitch, and you haven't seen it.
I have no idea.
Oh, we're going to have to make you Google Balto and understand it. Maybe this player is a bit more towards my age than yours.
Let me look it up. Oh, I think I had this. I think I had this on VCR when I was a kid.
There you go. See,
I don't remember it at all, but I recognize the art style.
either a wolf or a dog or something. It was a good movie.
Yeah.
It was a really good movie. Makes me want to go watch it again.
That's what we can do after this. Have a viewing party of a Disney movie.
Oh, alert! He gets the opening pick. He's playing very aggressive though. Oh, the spam comes through. Subby's not going to miss that one. Headshot hit. And now they've got sight control. Spike's going to be planted. The revive's going to... Oh, no! Not XD. He's delivering the XDs because he managed to just stop the revive coming in. His team can now push into the site. They get the spike. That shouldn't have even been possible. Sharper, you look like you were out of that round. If that revive had come in, it'd been a whole different story. Before he could even pop it, he gets slapped.
Well, that's an unfortunate way for it to go, right? I mean, he's running out. One thing I love to do whenever I'm playing as Sage and I've got the ult online and you know you're safe, is just pop it. Like, press the X and just walk along, waving your hands left and right. It's very soothing, very calming. Makes you feel like you're walking on water. Like, or in Hawaii. But unfortunately, for him, he was not in a place of tranquility and peace. Gets shot in the back of the head. And I consider that to be a bad sign of the area that you're in.
Oh, wow.
Look at the kill distribution as well. Frosty's... I feel like we haven't seen a massive amount. Like, it's not like we've said his name a lot. And yet he's come through with 7 kills for his team. And this round hasn't gone well.
Commentator's curse comes through. That's not what you would have wanted there. They're now down a man already. Okay, they only have pistols into this, but you at least want to try and do some economy damage, maybe get the spike down as well. But instead, for now, it is all about the Sharper Esports. Aduko wants to try and look around here. You can hear what's going on. Ooh! Imagine if we just landed some sick one ball there. Oh, they're going to wall up and get both of them. They oh, no, they're communicating it. They're like, did we just all go up on the wall?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's so sick, but then they just get sprayed down. I love the idea behind it, and it looks really cool, especially if they popped up and they just landed a headshot, but instead they died. They died really badly. Oh, poor guys.
Cowzoy's phone started vibrating there. It was like, oh, your delivery's just outside. So, okay, a 4K hand delivered to me? Thank you very much. I'll take it.
It really was handed delivered to him. He was sat there saying, oh, you just want to give me a 4K? You want me to have a frag movie out here already? Okay, no problem.
I believe I ordered a 4K on the rocks. Thank you. Perfect. Got a few too many ice cubes in that one, though, I gotta be honest. It's more like a slushy at that point. But it works.
Big bricks of ice cubes, that's for sure.
Cage triggered.
A 4-1. Ultimate's now online for both teams. This is where things start to get spooky. I like the fact that you've got a Brimstone coming through. Again, this is up for debate at the moment. When you come through the attacking side for the Blitz, as Angel was saying. Also, the ultimate is so powerful. Definitely has more impact in terms of spike denial than any of the others in the game. Like even Hunter's Fury can now be dodged very easily. A lot of players, as we said, just tank it to half HP. Good luck doing that with a Brimstone ult.
Well, alert again. Getting the opening picks. Revive. Is it going to be used? Do they want to try and pop it already? Oh, don't poke into this. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Aduka. Is somebody going to also try this? Okay, his position's not too bad now, but you've got to be oh so careful. Alert is feeling hungry for some more kills. Hitting some good shots already with the operator. Look at his position. They might bait him out and then they can wide swing on him, but he's being careful. He's not going to fall for this one just yet. Oh, it's going to come down to a timing. As soon as Subby shoots, it's game over. Alert. Subby did manage to hold on. That's good. That could have been really awkward for him. But now they need to push on this. Now they need to make something happen.
Yeah, they're seizing the control, looking to move in towards the C site, but it gets dangerous with all those rotates. They realize this, and instead, as Frosty goes out and goes down, they had started to move back. It looked like they were going to go A, but they realized obviously the clock was against them. The indecisiveness of LZ on that one was definitely a really limiting factor. I'm surprised they ended up like that. I don't know if they're even going to get to save this. An aggressive push by Sova, right down towards bottom mid. Yeah, it's all good in the end. That's wild, man.
Yeah, you saw Alert, right? Managed to bide so much time that it forced them all of that. Not only just picking up 2 kills, but just being an absolute nuisance to them. That the fact that he could potentially pick up another kill. That's the big problem they had there.
Yeah, for Alert, those early duels are insanely good. I want to see what he can do when he pulls those knives out as well. And the Blade Storm in play. 5-1. It's a great advantage on the defensive side of Haven. Considering LZ, they won out the pistol round and then they've gotten nothing since then. We talk about the pistol as being a free round basically afterwards. Like you get an injection of rounds into the half. They couldn't even win versus just classics.
An Alert, just over and over again, this Raze trying to fight back, but you can't compete with this style of operator. You're being outdone every single time. Balto gets revived, but now they need to just get into a site. They need to work it. How many times has this Raze died at the beginning like this?
Too many. Too many now. Give Alert so many opening duels. They've got to do something to deal with this. And I think, really, realistically, pushing in towards the A side isn't a bad idea, but the kill's still not going their way. Here comes the ult coming through from Alert. Dives onto the site, finds a first, knives through the smoke to try and deal with more. A little bit too aggressive, and Subby punishes them for it. Picking up a very quick 2K, and they're way back in the lead. They've got the site control. They've got the Hunter's Fury. What they don't have, though, is a Sage. And with the low HP on Raze and Sova, they could desperately use one.
You got to stop poking your head up like that, though. If Senna had a little bit better aim, it could have been real troublesome. The revives come up, he goes straight back down.
What was that
Hunter's Fury's going out as well. They just wanted to give Lena another kill. They were like, you know, you can have this one. Why not? Oh no, the shock darts came up though. Lena's now also taking some extra damage. They're not having a good time. Oh, the molly as well. He's so unlucky. Every spot he goes for, they were just ready for him. A couple of bullets and these players are going to go down. The ult's going to force them off the spot for now, but now they need to get these kills in. They need to be fast with it, but Subby, he's having none of it. He's pushing back against them. This shot needs to land, and Balto finally getting an operator shot done. A good round, but a very scary round for Team LZ.
Definitely one that could have went the way of Sharper Esports. One shot better hit here or there. I am tremendously surprised at the amount of revives we've seen thrown through what seemed to be basically pointlessly. In that round right there, it's just a sacrificial res. And then again, we had it over in one of the previous, in the previous game, where it was a 4 versus 1 at 5-5, and they rezzed a player to make it 5v1, and then in the next round, they needed that res, and they didn't have it, because they used it to save a weapon when everyone had 9k. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, that corner check.
Could have left that unchecked. Not XD starts off with the opener for this round. And one thing Sharper have been really good at doing, whether it's with the operator, whether it's just for a rifle, they pick up the opening, they fall back into the site, they keep the numbers advantage. They're playing very standard, but it's playing well, and that's the main thing here. That's why they're so far ahead. And no revive for this Sage this time on LZ.
He obviously popped it up a little bit earlier on. For LZ, that man advantage being taken away, the only ultimate that they had to potentially get information. They've got to go down to the fundamentals, and so far, they seem to be swinging convincingly towards Sharper Esports. They do seem to be the sharper team, that's for sure. We'll see what can happen.
Up to their name.
Like, they've no smokes pushing through versus an operator that's already been shredding them.
Yeah. Problematic, to say the least. Lena wants to step forward. Cages have been put down from either side. Subby, though, he's there again, and he's the one that's been lighting them up. Alert's fallen, and they just can't hold on to this A site. It seems to be the weak spot right now for LZ. I mean, for Sharper, sorry.
There was a rotate through from Jet. The operator posted on the corner, and yet, for some reason, Sharper Esports,
No more charges left.
the Cypher on Sharper Esports decided to activate both of his cages, blocking off site completely, and basically making up for the lack of smokes that Team LZ had.
Like, we'll help you out a little bit.
They did one left, one right. I mean, I was looking at those and I was like, oh, those are some good cages by Team LZ. And they're like, oh, no, never mind. Weren't actually theirs. This attempt at a retake from Sharper is just never going to go their way. Too many players well dug in for LZ. They'd have to whiff all their shots. And they didn't. I don't know what happened with the Cypher cages. Even activating the one towards long if you want to swing wider, alright. But why would you block off your operator?
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Like you're hindering yourself. You're hindering your own team. Are we gonna have another operator in play as well? Let's see. Did they have the money for it on Sharper? The Soverolt's up for Sharper. Yeah, no, Alert's been forced down to a rifle, so Phantom time it will be. Now, not a bad thing. Clearly a very good player either way, but I mean, this is what can happen. No one's challenging. You went for the spam, and if you're gonna go for that spam, you don't actually need to face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can go in a little bit tighter. A little bit over towards the corner that he was in.
Yeah.
And actually just spray through the wall. It's quite a deep spam as well. That's one thing. Another reason I think pings should be removed when it comes down to competitive. Not to matchmaking in particular, but to comp. Because you can just ping exactly where you need to spam. And then spray away. You don't need to like know the lineup or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a little issue. On 5-3, Sharper losing the opening duel. Their ultimate's not really game-changing. They've got a Hunter's Fury, which, I mean, could slow down a push. Could maybe help if they do decide to go into the B side. Look how grouped up they are. If this is spotted out, they could be in a lot of trouble on Team LZ. I can see that Hunter's Fury coming in just a second.
Oh no! Alert! They line up for him! No XD tries to come in as well. Frosties will be able to get this Spike down, but it's a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. Spike put on the floor. He puts the Shadow Orb out, but Beta is already there, up close and personal. He gets the round, and Sharper Esports bounce back after allowing LZ to get 2.
That was 1 HP for Frosties as well, so even with that Shadow Orb down, I don't think he was going to be able to fade out or make a play on it. There's a 1 in a million chance.
We said about it though, right? Alert. We wanted to see him on the operator. He's been looking really good. Doesn't matter if he's an operator or he's on a Phantom. He just gonna spray you down.
I would love to see the statistic. Maybe this is something I can talk to Spike or VLR about. Of how the percentage for a team when they win the pistol round, the percentage of times they win the half.
Ooh.
And like on attack and on defense separately.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, though, I feel like you'd have to discredit certain games, like say G2 versus like. Obviously, they don't play against really open qualifier round 1 teams, but
oh, this is quick. Corsoy just keeps getting picked off early. I really like this. Smart play from Balto. Is he able to stop? Oh no, he doesn't protect his teammate. Finally gets the kill. He's up high, but he gets slapped back down afterwards. This is very strange. They don't know what's going on here. The ult's been popped as well. Is he going to land anywhere? Alert continuing to do work with that operator. Sobby on the side. He's good for 1. Looks to spray up high. The jet is just running around. Oh, it's landed. Alert. Brilliant stuff with the operator. And a 7th round secure, but that could have gone either way. There was so much confusion with the smokes going down.
you even saw Alert throwing some of his knives into the smoke, not sure where that player was. And then realized, obviously, oh, there he is, right on the site. Easy kill with the operator. 7-3. And if you're Sharper Esports right now, you got to be feeling confident, but also you don't want to lose focus. 7-5 is a decent half for LZ. They won the pistol, but they lost to an eco afterwards. And so all things considered, they've had a pretty terrible start in this half. If they get up to 5, they'll be happy. They'll be content. They'll have done enough. For Sharper, any round from this point is a bonus, but they want to be getting out of here with a bonus, considering that early success.
Well, you say 5 means they've done enough. You never know how it will go, right? They still have to have a solid defensive side.
Oh, definitely. That's always a given, but just at a core level, if you're not hitting your 5, what is that? Running around the corner somehow. Balto did what? How is Chainsy alive?
1 by 1, they run into him. He does finally go down. Sobby now looking, but he's got the information, but he's getting tagged up. The paranoia comes out, and that's not ideal for him. Pate is just at the back of sight, standing there like a turret, spraying him down. It's no problem for him. 60 health on Sobby now, and well, he's fired off a few shots, but they're not going to connect towards the end. It's an 8-3 at the moment, and Sharper, they are large and in charge of this half so far.
Yeah, they are looking clean as can be, realistically, for Team LZ. You've got to start to think about the scoreline that they need. This 4th round is essential. Losing this, and Sharper, they pick up the pistol, basically have the map under their belt. And remember, this is for top spot in the group. If you go 2-0, you're going to be the alphas of the group. You're going to be the ones that don't really have to worry all that much when it comes to playoff stages. Indeed, you should probably even get way easier matches in theory due to seeding advantage.
Oh, he's hitting more! So much damage done. He's going to force the heal out, but at least the armor's been taken away. There is a revive up, but Frosty's just fallen as well. So now they need to make a choice on who they want to see revived. He's still out there in the open. He's taking fights and Beta's smacking him around. The aggression here from Sharper is next level. The ult's going up, and Duka, well, he tries to avoid it, but just runs into another crosshair. Headshots landed, kills coming everywhere, and Sharper Esports, they have the sharper aim right now because Subby's all alone. He gets closed out, and wow, oh wow, what a first half.
Charging with a point. Sharper. It's so much damage to LZ. You could see that they just caught them completely off guard on that one. Already way down on middle, inside the window. Before the round had even started, it felt like. And now that Sharper, a team that we've seen win those individual angels again and again, move over to the attacking side. I don't think it really gets much easier for Team LZ. If you're not able to do it on the attack and win those fights semi-convincingly, what happens now?
Yeah, we say how important the pistol round is because it often makes it into a 2-0 opening start here. But yeah, this is one I didn't expect to be so one way.
Well, we'll see how this half at least pans out. This pistol, as we said, it's very essential.
Oh,
Smoke immediately down. They've got a site. They've got a plan.
control.
LZ. Normally, you'll see teams give up control of the B site banks, not A.
Now it's going to be down to how this retake's going to take place. SP got themselves into such an easy position. They're in their comfort, right? Just wait for them to come out. Not XD's just taking shots in the dark, because why the hell not? The Sage has already been capped up a little bit lower as well. How do you try and push into this?
Oh, Banks, I've lost my feed. I don't know.
Yeah,
about
I
you.
lost the feed as well.
Oh, well, that is the most anticlimactic thing ever. There we go. We've come back and seen that Sharper have won it. That is, like, just as they're about to come around the corner as well. It's like, oh, and here they come around. And they win the round. It's like, that is unfortunate. We're obviously in the same boat as you guys at home. Also, the Banks, I don't know about you, is the quality really bad right now?
Yeah, it's dropped off massively.
Yeah, I think there must be some connectivity issues. I understand where it's being produced. There's currently a typhoon. And whilst I've never experienced one, I believe they're quite bad. I
definitely wouldn't want to.
It's not on my list of things I want to do. At least we can make out what's happening. I'm sure the guys are working really hard to fix that. As we saw in the last game, they got on top of it very quickly. But sorry about that, guys, that we missed that action. It looks like Team LZ are going to be missing the opportunity to win this round. Obviously, they've gone for an eco. It's classics. It's shorties. Just a couple mixed up pistols. Small bit of utility. Realistically, they're not looking to really contest this one, are they, Banks?
Yeah, they're going to be struggling, to say the least. At best, you want to take a weapon into the next round and fight for your life. There we go. It improves. It gets better. Oh, but those shots don't get any better for Subby there. He wasn't able to make it work. We're looking at a potential 11-3 with Frosties. I'm never going to say it's completely impossible until this point. 1v5, spike down, even with a shorty. Nah.
Yeah, I don't think this is quite going to work out, is it?
It's a shame they can't even get... Oh, you just showed. No. Your back was turned. The shot's coming in. Beta's like, I wouldn't hunt it that bad.
Realistically,
Not
though,
clone it.
what, he had a shorty, right? So saving that over was completely irrelevant. If anything, it's probably better for him to die, just so we can potentially get that res up.
Yeah. He's not very close to it, given how he's fragging out, but you know.
That's true. And we mentioned that the when you've got a Sage, when you've got a Raze, it's not just about having players that know how to do it. Well, so Raze, obviously, you want to get kills with. I mean, that's very clear. But with a Sage, it's not just and a lot of the time about playing passive and maintaining map control and keeping them back and healing. It's also about getting those kills, because when we see Sages that come through with these big fragging games, they're always giving their team an advantage because they can keep rezzing players as well. And that's huge.
I always look at it for the Sage, that you want that to be on your most consistent player. Like you look at Link when it comes to Liquid. Doesn't need to be your craziest fragger as Alert. He has been one of those crazy fraggers. I'm going to slow this down a bit as Subby has sped it up. Sharper tried to get into the site, and finally they met with some resistance. Not XD checking for a potential flank.
Big challenge at last, Banks. Finally in play. I wonder though, like at this point, they've given up so much map control. Now obviously they haven't seen anything from Team LZ. They don't know if it's going to be an aggressive defensive side, if they will have pushed up. But I think that's why you see them group to start the rotate, because they can't just stay in a position where they're holding A with 2, one guy goes back, he dies randomly from someone in the corner, no one can trade, and the round just completely spirals.
Yeah.
The reality is at the moment they've got smokes, they've got a cam. This could work out for them.
This be huge if it can as well. There's an Ares in play. Not XD starts off strong. Balto is able to take him down, but they're going to try and push on it. You can hear the footsteps. He's going in for the kill. It's not going to work out, but Cheney's, he's the one to try and deliver. It's now 1v2. He puts out the recon. He wants to get the information. The spike will just about go down, and he left that so close, but they're just pushing on him fast and furious. They didn't want to allow this to happen, and now he's got to come in and clutch it out. This will be, oh, he's playing him like a fiddle. This is so good from him. Off the side, but Subby, he's not going to be done like that.
Well handled, I gotta say, by Team LZ. Even though one of the players realized this guy was going around to the left side, they didn't split up and look for the duels one at a time. Instead, they stuck on the same angle, knowing as well that they could bait him out into going for the defuse. Baiting him out by going for the defuse. There was no real need to split up and give him 1v1s. Something that we've seen even from top-level European teams doing. I'm glad to see that LZ don't even make that mistake. And we come on into this round with again a full buy for Sharper. The ultimate in play that Beta managed to pick up in the previous round.
Here.
I think most importantly of all though, no operator for Alert, who's been so solid on that weapon. And they are quite close, right? Alert is 1 kill or 1 orb away from grabbing his ultimate. At that point, again, that can be a game changer. When LZ have nothing to answer back with. No reses, no ults of their own. This could be a rough round for them.
Now these are both our winning teams, right? Neither team will be out after this, but the does win.
Here.
Will be able to grab themselves that 2-0 in group stage. An all-important place to fight from. Oh, Recon, though, does actually work out. You may have really good aim. You've been playing like a boss. That's not how you want to see it go down. And they want to try and push onto A. They want to go fast again. The smokes are going to be put on the floor. The travel high gets activated. Oh, Beta! He's so quick. The last found himself one as well. This is absolutely huge.
Yeah, massive work being done now. Team LZ need to get back in, but they're coming up against a Brimstone who's low HP but has his ultimate. That heal will be in play soon. The ult, they realize, could just be played out on time. He could just hide in the corner. Even if they got all the other kills and went in for the defuse, boom, ult drops down and round's over. And so they're going in for the save over towards the C site. It's the right call. It's the one they needed to, but that's heartbreaking now as they've got to fight back with 8 consecutive rounds. That's double the rounds that they've already got in a row.
Yeah.
Boom goes the dynamite, Banks. That is going to be a 12th round for Sharper Esports. And realistically, if you're Team LZ, I don't really think you can approach this with your heads held high.
No, definitely not. LZ going to have to play better than we've seen him play in any round thus far. You've got an ult on Alert and Beta, Brimstone and Jet. You can just force them off the bomb site and push in. Easy.
Yep, pretty much.
Imagine the follow-up from the jet as well. You promote, yeah. The jet just runs in. All the knives.
That's the thing, right? You'll displace them with the ult. They've got to run out of cover, and then there's your jet just stood there going, hey, dude, take a knife. And you take a knife. Hey, and you back there? You take a knife. Hunter's Fury popped early on, but so he dealt with right away. There goes the tripwire. They're looking for the player on long. He's dealt with, or short, I should say. Nice trades as well coming through. There's the Boombot dealing the damage. It's going to have to be a heal up, but it doesn't even matter. It's left down to a 1v1 now all of a sudden, and Frosty gets it across the line. Just about. Team LZ stay in it. Oh.
No ults used either.
Need a drop. Thanks.
No ults whatsoever. None used for Sharper, as you said. And obviously Team LZ, they don't have any. They're 1 away on 4 players. They got to have the showstopper, the TP, and the res. But they've got to find the kills for that to happen. You're Sharper. You're basically sat in that position of comfort right now. Got to feel happy with the fact that you only need to find 1 round. And they might even just save up and you burn all those ults at once. It's the other potential. Like, Kosoi, I wouldn't be against him using the wall to get this res up right now. He's only 1 away. Oh, he's going in first.
Cheney's got his back, though. Shadow goes down. They want to try and push on it.
Here.
Oh, the jet pushing. There he goes down, though. Oh, Frosty's. He's having a game of his life, and he's got a couple around. Exactly what you want to see. Oh, that was close, Cheney's. He stays alive. He lands the shots. He's not done yet either, but he does only have 10 health.
Yeah, 10 health in a 1v3 ain't too winnable. I would have much rather the Sage look for the trade and play, or even take that orb just so they'd have the res. There's the shock dart to finish him off. That was gorgeous. Shout out to our observer for catching that one. That was really nice the way we flew over and followed it. And a good closeout to the round now by Team LZ.
LZ, they obviously wanted the pressure on their shoulders, mentioned, to try and make a comeback here. Robot banks in full effect.
Yeah, the net isn't quite doing you any favors today, Banks, is it? I feel like the world's just working against us. Yeah. Everything's just stacked up against us right now. Our feed
We promise you,
cutting.
Josh, we'll fix it for tomorrow. You literally have one of the best duos in VALORANT commentary, bringing you to life, and it's just all falling apart for us right now.
Yeah, the beauty of online commentary. It happens. It happens. We've all been there. This round, well, Sharper weren't there. It's even a Boombot kill to close it out and put it over into a 5-round gap. LZ can do this. They can make this comeback happen. I'm still not a believer in it because my problem is the sea of yellow when you look over towards the other side. And you're talking about Hunter's Fury, which we've already seen do some big damage from Subby. You've got a res in play for whenever they entry through. If they take control of the site, they get a massive advantage right afterwards. You've got Brimstone able to call down a fire strike from heaven and just destroy you. And then obviously an info play if you do find an opening duel on Cypher. It's just ridiculous how much power they've got in this lineup. Ready to roll. As I said, you know, saving them all over for one big round makes sense. They're going to need that res now as beta's being dropped. I wouldn't even commit it. I would just leave it for the next round. I think they're having that debate themselves. You know, they go for it in the end.
Hopefully it pays off for him, because it's a big one to see go down. Still the Brim not being used, though. If you can get the information, see him on the site and try and use it like that, that could be the power play.
I think that's the way, right? You wait till you're pushing a site, you call it down so that they have to push out on one of 2 angles, and you just hold it and wait for them to either die to it or swing wide. Now that they've committed the res, they really have to commit these other ults to it and try to make it work. No point kind of half committing the whole way along.
Top dart goes down. He's looking for some more. The back and forth at the start. LZ, they've got the lead. Can they hold on to it? SP swinging on. This is huge from him. Great use of the grenade. Ponto's out. Going to boost himself forward. Oh, he misses a shot. No, pistol whipping for days. And LZ. Bit by bit, they're coming back into this. The shock dart lands though, and that's it. 13-7, Mitch. What a way for it to end here today. It was really sharper from start to finish that was dominant, but at the end they slipped it.
They did indeed. Banks, I gotta say, you are really showing your age right now. 8-bit Banks. It's like back in it's like playing on my old Game Boy over there. Just it's like a slideshow. I love it. I love it, Banks. Now, obviously, we've been having some issues along the day. Banks's internet line isn't quite working out for him. We had some issues on the feed, but just for today, let's hope tomorrow should all be fixed. We'll be working on it over the night. And look, either way, I think we still got some pretty hype games. That one was interesting in a way. LZ got off to the good start. Twitch chat were massively on their side, Banks, but in the end, it wasn't too easy for LZ. Twitch chat lied to us.
It really wasn't. It was definitely Sharpers coming out with style. I'm going to work on getting my internet fixed. I'm going to work on bringing next level hype coming into the games. I'm sorry to all the guys watching, but you know, we will fix it. We'll make it work.
Hey, it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun. We always like a bit of a mix-up. A bit of a mix-up whenever we come into the online arenas. Tomorrow, it's going to be better. It's going to be clean as can be. For now, we're taking a look at that score line, and it was clean as can be. Look at that. 23 kills for Beta. Now, Alert definitely was the player that stood out the most. He got a lot of opening duels. He got his 22 frags. But Beta, towards the end of that game, he definitely stepped it up. I also loved... Honestly, I feel like the shock darts played a much bigger role in this game and in this region than they necessarily did in EU. And we saw it recently from Jamba. He was able to deliver massively. But on a grand scale across EU, I feel like Sova's massively underused in that department.
Yeah, very true, mate. Very true. This is where our group sit at for the moment. And they're actually... So Sharp are up 2-0. They're looking great. We've obviously got the forfeit match in there, which kind of throws off Group A for the moment. So basically, 5 Sharper and Team SMG are all guaranteed to make it to playoffs in some way. It's just whether they come first or second, because they could still drop a game, you know?
That's impressive. So Group A is a team forfeit, but Boom still don't have a win. They're they must be really bad. No, I presume that'll be added in later.
Yeah, I think they'll just go based on the schedule.
Yeah, I think they do, just day by day put it through. Just as quite funny, like, we lost to a team that weren't in the tournament. But no, obviously they didn't. I'm just memeing around. So yeah, over towards SMG, who we saw earlier today. Tom Biz and Ryan recovering, then Sharper and 5 we saw here on the stream. Those guys are the ones that will be going through 2-0. You know, you're guaranteed to move on through in the group stages. And that's always good to see, because both of these teams, Sharper and 5 that we were dealing with, I think they definitely gave us a good show.
Oh, yeah. They really did. They really did. It's all about what these teams can do going forward. It's also how they can warm themselves up for playoffs, right? It's all well and good having these best of ones now and playing through it. But it's when you get to those best of threes and you get to playoff matches that things become significantly harder. You have to show your depth a little bit further as well. I think that's important.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, when it goes to best of threes, it's not about one map here or there. And we already saw in the game with 5 earlier on that things definitely could have swung either way. Had it been a best of 3, who knows where it would have went. And indeed, when we were doing the Allied Odyssey, going through the group stages, how many close games did we have, or through the start of the playoffs, where we're like, man, if there was a second map, you never know. You never know who'd get it. Or indeed in the group stages where it was 1-1, because they were doing best of 2s. Here we are just taking a look at some of the highlights. I think going throughout this, I'm now starting to notice how much Beta did across the whole game. It just felt like in those closing out rounds and opening them, Alert was always there for the team.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's happening, right? And I guess here when we're looking at Alert, he was just on point from start to finish. Balto could be good on that raise, but it's just way too long for him to get going.
Yeah, definitely. That was the problem. He did start to really perform towards the last couple of rounds, but by and large, wasn't really there start to finish, which is what you need, especially in a game where, 12-4 down. we really lost all hope at that point, and yet we still saw Team LZ be able to battle back into this with a lot of individual performances. And there were overextensions at times. I definitely saw a looser playstyle, but when you're 12-4 up, that's reasonably going to happen, isn't it? That Frosty's push was nuts.
Frosty's, yeah, he on the rounds it looked like it was LZ, he was coming up huge.
Yeah, he was a massive, massive player for them. There's the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to be seeing MOTV versus Boom Esports starting things out. And, of course, that's in Group A, which, as you were saying, Banks, has that forfeit in it. So it's a really competitive group, because obviously you don't want to be getting knocked out of that if you're the only team to leave.
What games are we on tomorrow, Mitch? Which one do we get to cover?
Tomorrow, I think we're covering from Only One Word versus TaFZ
yes.
downward. So we'll get Superdomineering, who've been super dominated so far, versus 5. Thailand Attitude versus Team SMG, which is going to be one hell of a game. I'm looking forward to that one in particular, because we've seen SMG smash today, and Thailand Attitude do a hell of a job on Split.
Oh, yes, we have. There are your games for tomorrow, though, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you come back to watch all of it go down. It's been an amazing event here, another day within Valorant. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And Mitch, hopefully we'll have no problems with all this tech issues.
Well, I'm crossing my fingers on that one, Banks. Let's hope that tomorrow goes smoother than today. Surely it can't get any worse from here. We'll catch you guys then. I hope you've enjoyed the show. And we'll see you real soon.